Hi everyone and welcome to the UK Open 2024 live from London. I'm Marcello Barberi and I'm here joined by...
It's me, Tom Payne. We're here for yet another UK Open. We've had some fantastic events earlier this year. We've had one in Manchester and one in Cardiff. And speaking of, we've got the winner of the UK Open in Manchester, Karan Jaspal, to be our first round feature match. What do you think about that, Marcello?
Yeah, no, it's going to be an exciting day nonetheless. We have over 400 players gathered here to compete for the highest prize, and they're going to give it their all in what are 9 rounds of Swiss, as it is at Open. There are only going to be the Swiss portion, so you really want to go and try undefeated throughout the all rounds, and still we have a long way to go, but it's gonna be exciting and it's good to be back in the UK for an event. And in case any of you missed it, actually we had yesterday a very exciting announcement for what concerns the UK, because a new YCS is coming in the UK, and on this Monday you can actually register for what will be YCS Birmingham. That will happen in February 2025 from 7th to 9th. And so you don't want to miss your registration. But for now, we're focusing on what is ahead of us for today. A lot has happened. So ever since the last time we were here, YCS Lille, Rage of the Abyss is finally here. And here we jump right into action for this round 1. As Tom mentioned, we are going to be featuring a former UK Open champion. But yeah, we were just briefly mentioning Rage of the Abyss has had a huge impact, as we could see at YCS Niagara Falls. What do you think we're expecting today, Tom?
Well, we've got a lot of new cards. So we can see Current playing the Snake Eyes Fiendsmith deck. They've got a whole host of new cards. They've got a couple of Azamina cards, and there's this new Fiendsmith Lacrima, very powerful main deck monster. And Joe picking up the U-Bell deck. I think a lot of players picked up the U-Bell deck for YCS Lille, and Joe has carried on with it. Good for him. And we'll see how well the Fuvalos can interrupt the U-Bell deck. I think that was why a lot of players maybe thought that it wasn't the best pick afterwards, but it's still a very, very powerful deck and a big contender for the day.
Yeah, we'll obviously talk a bit about Rage of the Abyss throughout the day, but you already mentioned it. The elephant in the room is the Molchami Fuvalos. It has changed a lot the way the game is played, but it seems like our duelists for round 1 have not really tried to, change their strategies too much. The Fiendsmith engine was played a lot in these past months, but it actually is not that great, and it has been replaced due to Fuvalos with the new Azamino cards, and that will be a trend that is interesting to see throughout the day. But for now, we do start with the Impermanence, stopping this Ash. Doesn't seem like Karen is too happy about this, but okay, we do move on and continue with... Okay, no interruption.
Yeah, we're just having a think maybe about what the best target is. So you've obviously got the Snake Eye Oak, the Snake Eye Poplar. I can't believe you called Molchami Fuvalos the elephant in the room when it's a winged beast.
Yeah.
It's small for an elephant,
I mean, they can fly sometimes,
Yeah.
And no, yeah, it's definitely one of those cards that has had a huge change in the way we can play the game. But here we see another interruption, but the call by the Grave in the main deck, most likely for that Fuvalos, but good spot here.
Yeah, it's a really interesting thing at the moment because we're seeing a lot of new cards come out. The Dominus Impulse and both Molchami monsters now. A lot of cards that can be used in the standby phase or that are not monster effects. So I think a lot of players are cutting those triple tactics talents and looking for things to replace it, like Called by the Grave, which can deal with card effects in the standby phase, which cannot be done.
Yeah, I mean, essentially there are 2 main ways that you can look at when you consider, or actually 3 when you consider a card like Fuvalos. One is obviously playing Tempai, because then you go second and that does not matter too much. But if not, you need to either play a deck that doesn't lose that R to the card, or, which means, for example, we have seen decks like Labyrinth, Centurion come back into popularity, or you can just try and play cards like Ash, Crossout, and Called by the Grave in the main deck to just stop the card. And this seems like what is current strategy for the event, because as you can see here, still going for the full Fiendsmith Engine. And this is another new card, right?
Yeah, this is Fiendsmith Lacrima, well, the main deck version of Fiendsmith Lacrima. And you can, when it's special summoned or normal summoned, it can send a Fiendsmith monster from your deck to the graveyard. So it's only our second main deck Fiendsmith monster, and it's going to have quite a big impact, I'd say, because it just gives you that chance to get one extra Fiend, Light Fiend that is, into the graveyard, which makes it that much easier to make your fusion summons. Or your, I mean, all of the effects of the Fiendsmith monsters, right, get effects by shuffling Fiendsmiths or Light Fiends from the grave into the deck or extra deck, so it's really helpful just to have one extra in the graveyard for free. It's also got a pretty handy graveyard effect during your opponent's turn. You can shuffle it into the deck and summon a Link monster, I think, from your graveyard. So
Yeah.
you can summon back, the Requiem, for example, which has got quick effects. So you can do quite a lot now on your opponent's turn with just the one extra card. It's not that much of an investment to put just the one of in your deck. It's kind of fine to draw it. All around, it's a pretty great card, to be honest.
Absolutely. We did lose in the latest Forbidden Unlimited list the Fusion Lacrima, but we now got a new Lacrima to play with. And this is pretty good still, playing through Shoe Interruptions. And we'll see whether Karn has anything to just combine with this. Because at the moment, there is a little bit of an issue, I guess.
Well, you can always use the sequence on the field, but it feels very mediocre.
Okay. Actually,
Oh, that's the Princess.
interesting. Yeah.
He'd rather play with his Snake Eye engine, I guess, than his Fiendsmith engine. I don't think the Lacrima can summon back the Requiem, but even if it could, it wouldn't do much because it wouldn't be
Yeah, and it's
equipped with
also-
a Link monster.
Yeah. Pretty sure it's also gone because he had to shuffle back 3, and his graveyard is pretty much empty from those Fiendsmith main deck monsters.
So I guess maybe now, just going to use the... Oh, no, he drew...
Oof.
Oh, it's... Okay, summoning Oak from the hand. So is that his whole hand gone now? Looks pretty empty to me.
No, I think he has one more card maybe, but yeah, I mean, he's only on the one copy of Oak. Hopefully he hasn't run into the Flamberge.
Oh, you're right.
As
He's
well.
still got a card in his hand.
He's got a card.
Oh, you can summon from hand, can you, with...
Yeah, but obviously
Yeah.
that wouldn't be ideal to just go for it. And yeah, he does access his deck. We're going to see the Flamberge most likely.
It's not going to be the most exciting end board for Curran. No access to Snake Eyes, Diabellstar, and therefore the Azamina package, which I assume most of the Snake Eye players will be incorporating into their decks in one way or another. I think the question is more about whether people are interested in playing the Fiendsmith still, because as you mentioned, that new
Yeah.
Fuvalos puts a big damper on the Fiendsmith package all round.
And now we do go for the IP. And yeah, as mentioned, it's gonna look like, kind of an underwhelming field, which is great news because the Jubel deck is still arguably the best deck at going first when you doesn't get obviously Fuvalos. But going second, they can struggle a little bit, but this could be doable. It's obviously still really strong. Silhouette Rabbit is one of those options that players have gone through as a way to also just fight back if you get Fuvalos. You just give them a draw and end on still what can be a decent play. But yeah, that's it. So play is back to Joe.
Joe having used 2 cards during Curran's turn, so that'll leave him with 4 more to try and fight back against this field. And I guess as fields go when you're going second, this is pretty reasonable, I'd say. He kind of knows most of Curran's cards. Got kind of 2 interruptions kind of face up on the field in the form of IP and the statue that was set by Silhouette Rabbit.
Taking a moment. And that's a good way to start. Obviously, with the Nightmare Throne, one of the best cards in the deck. But
yeah, it's absolutely premium starting with the Nightmare Throne, isn't it? It lets you get often just go straight for the Spirit of Yubel and destroy it, and then it gets you a monster on the field, and you start loading up your graveyard with Yubel monsters, and you can summon a bunch of Spirits of Yubels quite easily. Joe just having a think what his favorite choice is. Always got to keep in mind that second effect of Temple that will allow Karen to special summon something, but I don't know if the fusion will do anything too much on Joe's turn.
Yeah. Doesn't seem too great, and as we get our hands on their deck lists, we can already talk a bit about some of these choices. Karen is actually playing 48 cards.
48?
Yeah.
That's a big number of cards.
Yeah, so he's trying to fit a lot of these new tools, but yeah, basically, I think he just couldn't come to peace with just cutting the Finsmith cards, and then he was just like, yeah, I'm gonna play both, and yeah.
I mean, I guess when you have a lot of like high quality starter cards and extender cards, then you can just play more cards, fill out your deck with the good cards, and then the decks, the cards that you don't want to draw, you can kind of hide them further in your deck. This is kind of logic we're seeing a lot more at the moment.
But would you be a little bit more mad if they drew that Call by the Grave in 48? I guess. Because, I mean, luckily it wasn't an effect Vader, it wasn't on the Fugalas, but I guess that works.
Well, that's the thing. If you have extremely powerful cards you do want to draw, like the Call by the Grave or like Molchami Fugalos, then the more cards you play, the less likely you are to draw them. And unfortunately for Joe, that looks like it's going to be a pass. It's an interesting choice there to go for the Lotus. It feels like it was kind of clear what Karan was going to do if you normal summon the Lotus, so... But maybe he just didn't have anything else going for him.
He just tried his best, and now this looks rough, because still there is quite a bit that Karan...
Couldn't you have used the statue in the end phase there, and you get a pop with the Silhouette Rabbit to throw one of the face downs before your turn, and they can be activated? I love this Snake Eyes Diabell Star. It's such like a powerful tool.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it does a lot. It's obviously a card that you don't want to open with, but just having it in the deck adds a lot of utility, and yeah, we have now, I think.
It adds like so much to the grind game of Snake Eyes. I feel like it lets you kind of recycle monsters from your graveyard, gives you an out occasionally to like weird monsters when you need that non-targeting out. And yeah, it really gives the engine itself a bit more powerful rather than just summoning a load of monsters from the extra deck. But
this is it.
Yeah, the classic access code. Pile of damage, going to be able to destroy all of the sets that Joe has, so no more for Joe after round one.
Good of an effort, but in the end, Karen's opener was just too good. Although we mentioned it wasn't too impressive of a start. Sometimes it's enough to just get you there, because your opponent is still investing some cards, so he was down to 4, and you still had to deal with you know, some of the setup. And we did mention that Jubel is extremely good at going first, but once he goes second, he can struggle a little bit more. And it didn't seem like Karen even had to do much. Like he still had more interruptions available, and yeah, that was just enough. But now we can talk a little bit more in detail about their lists and what they are going for. Now the pressure is obviously on Karen to try and stay, I guess, winning in this game too. Otherwise, we're just going to jump into game 3. But what do you think the strategy is going to be for the Jubel deck going first?
Well, I'd be interested to see like what the approach is to deal with the Molchami Fugalos, as we're going to be talking about a lot this weekend.
Of course.
So I don't know, you could run cards like Crossout Designator. It's difficult to imagine like there's too much you can do, like if it resolves. I'm not really sure like what you're going to do with the Jubel cards to do like a little combo, because a lot of your monsters summon from the deck, and you want to summon a lot of times from the extra deck. But we talk about it a lot. It's one of those things, but keep in mind, your opponent's only going to draw it if they've got 3 copies, maybe like 40% of the time, roughly, if you've got 3 of. But Karan is running 48 cards, so he's probably only going to see it like, what, like maybe 1 in every 3 games. So it's not like, I know we talk about it all the time, but it's not actually going to come up like that much. And then if you combine it with all the times you're going to have something like Ash, Called By, or Crossout Designator, you might not have to deal with it quite as much as everyone is talking about.
It is a valid way to play the game, and that's what Joe is going for. So he's maining all 7 possible, I guess, outs to the card, and he's still going all in with like 3 Finsmith Engraver, so he just thinks that's the way. But another interesting approach in the side deck can be that whenever you don't draw one of those 7 cards, you just play some either trap cards or in this case, we have a very interesting card from back in the day, which is Deck Lockdown, which can be very annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like this is a card that's been popularized by the Centurion deck somewhat. Deck Lockdown being
Yeah.
a card because the Centurion cards stop your face-up spells and traps being destroyed sometimes. So people thought, wow, this is great, we can play Deck Lockdown. But now maybe other people are like, wow, this card is just good. You know, like stop your opponent summoning or searching from the deck. That shuts off a whole lot of cards from the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck.
And we are back as our duelists draw their opening. Let's see whether Joe can return the favor and tie the score up. Oof, but we see Amul Charm is not the Fuvalos, so good news, at least. Obviously, Purulia still can be annoying, but definitely less threatening for the Yubo deck.
Yeah, it's the mini one, I suppose. Oh, but it's still going to get Ash
still
Blossom.
We see the Ash. And here's where we drop the Fuvalos.
Yeah, exactly.
As a bait. Yeah.
I mean, I definitely respect it. I feel like, you know, you might as well just get the value out of the Ash rather than try and hold it. Sometimes people like to hold their cards for the next game.
I mean, it also makes a lot of sense because they can obviously still draw into Fuvalos and other interruptions right away. So I do agree with it. We see the Veiler, probably hoping that that was all that Joe had for him. But we mentioned it, 3 copies of Engraver, still going full Fiendsmith package and rewarded for it now. So
yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense in the Ubel deck in particular because they get that extra piece of synergy with all of the Fiend stuff, so you can combo with things like Aerial Eater as well as just going straight into the Desiree as a negate, which are like, you know, it's kind of extra monsters for the Snake Eye deck, but I feel like it's a whole other level of what it can do in the Ubel deck.
yeah, and now we're gonna see whether, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's also playing the 1 copy of Lacrima in the deck. We could see here, depending what he wants to go for.
Yeah, it feels like we're going to be seeing a lot of this, even though there's only the 1 copy. Is the premium target summon off the Requiem. Just give you that 1 extra Fiend, which could make all the difference.
And now is where it gets interesting, depending what he's holding into his hand, if he has other engine. I'm pretty sure, I think, yeah, no, of course, yeah. He's playing the Yama package, so a lot of different options available to the Ubel deck.
Yeah, there are tons. So he could summon that Muckracker and just get back the Lotus, a fresh copy of Lotus that will no longer be negated by Effect Veiler, or as you say, the Yama, it's very possible, or we could just go straight into the sequence. A whole wealth of options.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if there's any like prime targets off Area Leader. This feels like a kind of Area Leader moment, but once you already have the Lotus engrave, I'm not sure what you need, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, because Nibiru still remains a card that you should respect. Usually you can play around it, thanks to Phantom, you know, and finding a way to just fight it, but with this specific hand, that's not really possible, so...
Yeah, you're right. It feels like when you play Ubel, like you're just so used to not caring about Nibiru because you just always have the spirit. You just forget about it, but you're right. You can't just forget about it these days. Do you think Nibiru is I'm wondering if it's gotten like slightly less popular as we've got more powerful hand traps to replace it, specifically Dominus Impulse, or Dominus Purge even, which even stops you from running Nibiru as well. So I'm wondering if maybe we'll see less of it than we are used to.
I would say so, but at the same time, it always gets into a mind game where as soon as people don't expect them, you just bring Nibiru back, and then, yeah, that gets you a lot of value. But, yeah, it's going to be the Aerial Eater. As you mentioned, though, as the Lotus is already there, seems like Spirit of Ubel will be the choice instead.
Yeah, disrespect Nibiru at your peril, right? But yeah, like I suppose the Spirit, it's just like an extra Fiend to have in the grave if you want to make more copies of the Phantom of Ubel. But right now, if you go straight into it, then you'll be stuck without any good targets for Muckracker in your grave. Oh, here we see the Cross Sheep, which is even better than Muckracker, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't even have to trigger it with a fusion summon, so you can just summon the area leader back, banishing to, is it like level 5 or higher of the same
Yeah, should be always
attribute?
fiends. Now he's considering his options. That's why he sent most likely the Yubel, but yeah.
Has to be level 5 or higher, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not used the Engraver this turn, so it feels a little uncomfortable.
But I think he has a second copy because he discarded it from end at the start.
Yeah.
And
But yeah, they have to have the same
oof.
attribute.
That's a bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you'd already used one of the effects, you'd feel less upset about it. But having used neither of them,
Yeah.
you have to summon a level 4 or lower, right? So we're going to get the spirit back. I mean, even though it's it's just one monster, I guess at the end of the day, I think Joe will be okay this turn. I think it's
definitely not the end of the world, but we should always keep in mind that playing on stream is not easy, and round 1 is the one that I believe to be the toughest by a lot, actually, because you're still getting used to the day. You're waking up in the morning, and yeah. So while Karen, as we mentioned, former UK Open champion, Joe might not be as used to playing on stream, and you get to get those reps in to just be more comfortable. So yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like the first round of a big event is always the one where you feel the most nervous before you kind of get into the swing of things.
Mm-hmm.
Here we see the Nightmare Pain. Going to see some classic Yubel action. Get to add, get to summon. You just get so much stuff at this point. We might see the rank 10. Won't be able to summon Desiree this turn, but at least one sort of Omni Negate, couple of Phantoms, and maybe some... I don't know what you can link the Cross Sheep off into, actually, because most of the deck's just Fiends, so you can't make a Yama, for example, with it.
I mean, worst case, yeah, it depends when you lock yourself out, because he's playing the SP, but I think, yeah, as we were mentioning, now we just get access to the all-in-chain package. We have seen a lot of debate about Escape against the Chamber. What do you think? Is there a for sure better one at the moment, or?
I don't know if there's like a for sure better one. So obviously having the Escape is helpful. It kind of has a different sort of interruption.
Mm-hmm.
It's always nice on your end field to not have all of your interruptions coming through monsters, because that leaves you more vulnerable to things like Dark Ruler and Droplets. So if you have the Chamber, you're kind of more vulnerable to that. But on the other side, it feels like it's a lot lower of a commitment to use the Chamber. You don't have to like make sure you have an Unchained on your field. At the end, you can just like use it, link off, whatever. And you don't have to... I think a lot of people have to include the extra Yama in order to make use of the Escape. So I kind of like the lighter investment for the slightly lower reward.
And that is what Joe is going for, as we will probably acknowledge a little bit later down this turn. He's on the Escape. And I mean, what's important to mention is, once again, just like game 1, Karen has used 2 entraps. So it will be only on 4 cards left. And the ending field is going to be much better than what he put up.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not going to be an easy task.
Yeah, I feel like if you're playing a deck like Yubel, which is so good at getting through multiple interruptions, you almost want your opponent to have multiple interruptions, because you don't have to do as much.
Yeah.
You don't have to have like everything flawless to deal with almost anything your opponent could throw at you. Instead, you just, you put up like a decent field. You're not going to be overflowing with cards, so you kind of know a bit more what to do, as we see here.
Okay. We, I think, might have drawn into the... I mean, not necessarily, but he decided to go into this. So either he already has the Escape in hand, or I guess he just wanted to prioritize this ending field. And let's see. Ooh, we draw the one of Anti-Spell Fragrance. Wow. I think that's it. Yeah. That just seals the deal. And yeah, the score is tied. Is going to game 3. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, such a powerful card. That Anti-Spell, it's limited to 1 copy for a reason. Like, it's almost like Imperial Order nowadays, isn't it? It's just... You just flip it up. Maybe your opponent has like 1, quick play spell they could activate, but that's kind of it afterwards. And yeah, very powerful card.
It makes sense. Just like Sometimes the approach is, you know, you have all of these power normal spells, even after side decking. You know, Frost and Talents are popular nowadays, even going second more than going first, and yeah, it just stops them all. And we did mention it, outside of using, you know, Ash, Crossout, and Cold by the Grave to stop the Fuvolos, another way is to just run cards such as, you know, the Anti-Spell, Deck Lockdown, and just throwing into one of these to just slow your opponent the next turn. I don't think it's quite possible that the fragrance was not even needed because the setup was really good. But obviously, I mean, you could see Karen just smiling and just picking up his cards. I mean, can't blame him. So yeah, we're tied, and now it's actually gonna be on his 48 cards going first and proving that that's the way it is. I guess most likely siding out those Fuvolos. What do you think he's gonna bring in instead?
That's a good question. My money is probably keeping one Fuvolos and side in a couple of cross-out designators. Yeah, maybe people are side decking Thrust, but not quite in this deck. So Thrust is very useful. Again, as you mentioned, like instead of you trying to carry on through the Fuvolos, you instead just play a powerful card. And like Thrust can set a trap, but I'm not actually seeing any useful traps in Karen's deck to play against the Ubel deck. Like, for example, Different Dimension Ground was a really popular one. So yeah, maybe just the crossout designators. Not really sure what else he's got for the Ubel deck. I mean, a lot of players feel like, you know, you don't actually need that much in your deck when you go first, so you just let your engine do its thing. Side out a couple of the cards that you don't want going first, like the Fuvolos, and call it a day.
Yeah, that seems like it should be it. But again, our duelists are tied 1-1, so we gotta find out who will be the winner of round 1. So let's jump back into action for game 3.
We're
just gonna find allies there, side XRs they're getting ready. And I guess on the other end, we have mentioned the Ubel deck being really good at going first. Once it goes second, I guess you can have a Sire Relief against Fuvolos, so you can take out some of those interruptions and maybe replace them. I'm looking at evenly matched and Nibiru.
Yeah, but it looks like game 3 is on.
And yeah, here they are. You really want to start things off with a win here in round 1. Just as a reminder, today we're going to go through 9 rounds of Swiss to crown the UK Open champion in London. And yeah, you can't really afford to lose much today. And let's see what the opener from Karen is going to be. Ooh, and here comes the
man of the hour.
The man of the hour, yeah.
The elephant with wings.
And it doesn't seem like we are chaining a response to it. Nope. So now Karen is going to have to fight back and does so, activating a bonfire.
So I'd ask you, Marcello, would you be a standby phase gamer, or would you be a wait until your opponent activates an effect and then drop it?
No, I'll probably just do use it like this right away, because I mean it does make sense. You just want to prevent, especially after siding. I guess in game 1 there is a little bit more of a debate, but in game 1, like after siding, you do expect more, you know, Thrust, Talent, and obviously Thrust still works, but like, yeah, I think it just makes sense a little bit.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, not being hit by that talent is very important. And I think it's like, if your hand is strong enough that you can play and you definitely don't need to draw any cards, then it makes total sense just to play it in the standby phase. But then obviously you get to the mind games, you know, you just play the card, don't let your opponent infer anything about your hand from your actions.
Yeah, I guess the one where it's more debatable is I've seen players like drop multiple copies right away, and that maybe I don't totally agree with, or like using, you know, both Purulia, Fuvolos, but again, that depends whether your end is already enough to, for example, OTK the next turn. Then it makes a lot of sense. But now I'm interested because both players add that approach where they are maining 7 outs to the card. So now I want to see what Karen's strategy is for where he doesn't draw into one of those. Usually, it's much easier for the Fire King version, which is why we have seen it have some success on Niagara Falls. But that is not the case. So
Yeah, it looks like we're probably going to see a slightly more relaxed start. I think going straight into the Flamberge means, this isn't the usual line. Not going to summon the Flamberge from the deck. So I'm guessing we're just going to see the Hallowed Azamina here to summon just the negate from the extra deck rather than the extra search.
yep.
And then probably just like the one link summon and leave that Flamberge in the spell and trap card zone to be summoned with the temple during Joe's
Yeah.
turn.
Can just go IP, I guess, and should be decent enough.
But it's still like a little bit. It's not, it's almost comparable to the kind of field that he ended the first game with. But you compare it to like what happened before.
And now we drop the second copy. Okay. I mean, it might just draw us a card, so it's kind of like an absurd goblin, I guess. But still, why not?
Yeah. But like last game, Joe had used 2 cards, so he's starting
Yeah.
with 4. Whereas this time, these cards are gonna replace themselves. He's
Ooh,
negating that,
wow.
really.
I was almost about to ask you whether you can just pass without like giving them 2 draws, but like negating it, wow, getting rid of one of the only interruptions.
Yeah, I'm really interested, like what he plans to do, because in my head I was seeing just maybe the 1 extra IP and then just pass. That was what I was thinking, but maybe Karen has got bigger and better plans for us. At minimum, you can add the Hallowed Azamina back to your hand, but that doesn't seem like too much to write home about.
And yeah,
In here,
only one of the Fuvolos is active at the moment. Karen debating. And yeah, it's gonna give him a draw. Is it the IP? Or is he gonna... Still thinking.
summon the moon, right?
Okay, no, it does go for the rabbit, yeah.
I guess he could make the IP. Yeah, this kind of makes sense, right? So he was going to maybe make the Silhouette Rabbit and the IP.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, as we mentioned, IP and obviously Silver Rabbit are what the non-Fire King version of Snake Eye is usually going for when it gets hit by Fuvalos. The question is, are we done or do we still try and set up a little bit more?
It's actually a little annoying here. You're going to have to put that Poplar in the spell and trap card zone if you want to summon out the Diabell Star, but then that'll mean you don't have 2 fire monsters in your graveyard anymore to be special summoned off the Flamberge. If you get to resolve that effect.
Unless he's going to give him another draw. That's the question.
You
Yeah, I
don't
think he's considering original. Is it original? Most likely, right?
Yes. So original into Oak. God, this feels so uncomfortable, right?
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough decision. At the same time, I guess, like Fuvalos, you can pair it with either other entraps or like going second cards. And it seems like Joe prioritized entraps, which is a little bit more of a good news for Karen, because if he draws into those, that they don't really matter, you know? You're happy with that. But yeah, he's gonna get at least another draw here. And most likely Shu, because it's gonna be one here.
Yeah,
And
so
then
1 draw and then, yeah.
probably the IP, so... Yeah.
Does he run SHUEISHA? That's always fun. I've seen it like crop up a little more, but
Yeah, I doubt it.
I suppose when you're running the Fiendsmith package as well, and the Azamina cards, your extra deck starts to look a little short on space. I just love playing SHUEISHA, you know. It's,
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I do. Well, Karen gets to draw a card of his own. Again, doesn't really have those premium trap cards in the side deck to draw into, so it's mostly gonna be engine again. So yeah, as expected, it does go for IP, but this Fuvalos have drawn a lot, and yeah.
Yeah, and you know the Ubel deck has no issue if it's just got like a couple of the cards, like that would normally be bricks in other decks, where you
Yeah.
draw like those U-Bell monsters that you really don't want in your hand. You can just shuffle them straight back in your hand. And when you've got when you've drawn so many, it's not really a problem to be starting by putting back 2 and just summoning a Phantom of U-Bell.
You know what is kind of decent against this? Evenly matched, which he has cited 3 copies of. So yeah, that could be absolutely devastating if you are Joe. So
Oh god, we're going to see
Wow.
another summon from the extra deck.
okay,
So I guess we can just summon back the negate, because we shuffled it back for the Hallowed Azamina.
going in.
Much like the Fiendsmith package, the Azamina cards also shuffle themselves back into the deck, which just makes them that much more powerful in a grinding game. But I don't know if we'll quite get that far.
Wow, that's it. And at least now we have a way to negate this evenly if it's there. But yeah, just look at the size of the hand from Joe. I think he's holding close to 10 cards. Yeah,
Yeah, this
insane. I see a Duster maybe, which is also interesting.
I mean, when you have so many cards, they're all great, right? I mean, the Duster just force something out.
Hopefully, yeah. And we do start things off with that Spirit of U-Bell, which at least means that evenly is not really a consideration. But
There's a mind game, I reckon.
yeah, just enter battle phase.
somehow. Well, you can't attack with it, right?
Yeah,
Well,
I
it
know,
won't. But
Okay, so now we see the Feather Duster. And obviously with the Spirit of U-Bell there, I think Karen is reading the stats. You should figure out what's going to happen. Well,
yeah, this is a classic one, but it says specifically that it is still treated as a trap card. So I guess trap monsters are some of the more confusing cards for rulings like this. But yeah, it does specifically say it is still a trap card. I don't think it would work the same way for Centurions, which lose their trap card status when they're no longer in the spell and trap card zone.
Now.
But yeah, Karen agrees.
Yep. So that's a great way to start things off here from Joe.
Get rid of the Flamberge for no effect as well.
And now essentially only has to deal with this IP and this negation. And one of them he can deal with thanks to the Spirit of U-Bell. And wow, Engraver is there. Is there only one card in hand, I think, from Karen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's rough. At the same time, we shouldn't take time out of the picture because there are about 10 minutes left. And these turns can take a while. So, especially when you are holding, close to, I think, 7 cards at the moment, that can be tricky. Yeah.
Yeah, we often see the favorite way of the U-Bell deck to inflict damage and indeed end the game is often with the Nightmare Pain. You can reflect all the battle damage. Slightly confusingly worded sometimes for some of the U-Bell cards, which say you don't take any damage, but then you give your opponent that damage instead.
Yeah.
But it does work in the way that you kind of want it to, at least if you're the U-Bell player, and that your opponent will just take the difference between the attack of your monster and their monster, even if your U-Bell says you wouldn't take any damage from the battle anyway.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's often the nicest way to do a ton of damage. So Karen, wising up to that, has put his monsters with the sort of lowest attack stat or stat like that Diabol Star in defense mode.
And for now, Karen is still allowing everything to resolve. And yeah, once again, not really interested. So we might see the Lacrima once again if we kept it going second. Otherwise, it's just going to be another Engraver, which can be good going second, to be fair.
Yeah, the Engraver's going to force something out, and then between the Engraver and the Spirit, that will be like all the interruptions gone, pretty much. So then Joe will have free reign with his 6-card hand and no normal summon to...
Yep. But no, seems like he gave it some thought, but in the end, it's going to be the Lacrima.
Yeah, this feels like quite a lot to deal with for Karen. Engraver, such a powerful card, even without the effect of just, trying to break fields going second. But with this extra little bonus, Joe will use to great effect, I'm sure.
Yep. And again, making it tough. There is no princess in the graveyard from Karen due to the Fuvolos. So everything you see on the table. It's what's going on outside of that one card in hand.
Yeah, he's almost like got to use the IP here.
Yeah.
Either that or the engraver will just target the negation with its effect.
Yeah, but then you're out of everything, because like they can chain the Spirit of Yubel, then you can negate that, but then, I mean, it's all gone. And yeah, as you mentioned, it does go for IP. Is there any response?
I guess you might as well just negate the IP, because otherwise the SP effect could get hidden under a Poplar trigger.
Yeah,
Stop you from negating it with the Spirit.
I think he's having a read. The negation goes for the Spirit of Yubel, and yeah, as expected. Oof, and this called by so much. Yeah, we mentioned that the primary reason why it's back in Duelist main deck is Fuvalos, but the popularity of the Azamina cards makes it so that the card is actually quite useful going second as well against the the end field, and this is why. And this is this is just brutal.
Yeah, it's definitely no slouch. Going second, as you mentioned, like you can negate the Azamina cards, you can negate a Spirit of Phantom of Yubel.
Yep.
You can hit a Fiendsmith Engraver. There's a myriad of cards.
And now, yeah, every interruption that was known is gone from Karen, and you can see him just looking up, not too happy.
Waiting for the inevitable. The only little trick left maybe is remembering that the Silhouette Rabbit is an illusion monster, so you have to have a way to destroy it that's not battle. I'm sure everyone who plays Tenpai knows by now that Silhouette Rabbit...
That one violent trick, yeah.
Is there. I do remember in the first YCS Illusion Monsters came out, there was we saw a feature match where somebody just kept setting them turn after turn, and despite the opponent having like 100 more cards, they were stuck on it for quite a while. But yeah, the Lacrima providing that extra fiend, as we mentioned, and the Desiree can deal with the Silhouette Rabbit either by negating its effect or by being sent to the graveyard and returning it to the deck. And here we are, not even used the normal summon.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you did mention it, Tom, when you draw so many cards, like you're gonna draw into your good cards. I mean, it's just a matter of fact, and yeah, this is great.
This is like, this does everything all by itself, let alone if you've already got 3 monsters on the field.
Arguably the best, one card starter, so it does the job even going second. And as you can see, he has actually sided, as it makes sense, going second into even the access code talker engine. So
yeah, I'm a big fan of this strategy in general of siding extra deck cards now that are better going first or second for the situation, because when you side deck cards for your main deck, you might or might not draw them, and a lot of times you side deck like really impactful cards, but you have to just draw them. So most of the time they're probably going to be stuck in your deck somewhere. But if you compare that to an extra deck monster, you can kind of get it whenever you need it, like the access code. And yeah, I mean, the longer, more Yu-Gi-Oh cards you can possibly put, the more likely you are to find, there are more things that you could want in your extra deck than you can include in your 15. So I do really like having the option to put them in your side deck and shuffle them around between games.
Totally agree, and we might actually see that later on this turn.
Yeah, it does seem like the easiest way.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly what we're going to go for. Another of those side deck cards, which allows us to summon the access code, and this might just be it, unless there is one final card that Karen has been holding this entire time.
Yeah, here comes the Nibiru now, right?
And we draw. Yeah. Is this going to be it? It is. So fist bump, and Joe does complete the reverse sweep, taking down a former UK Open champion. Well played by him.
Yeah, I think this is going to be that big story of the weekend, that Molchami Fuvalos that really kind of dominated this game 3. 2 copies of it, not just the one.
Yeah.
Drawing like 4 or 5 cards, and then the second copy getting negated, but still trading with an extra card from Karan. Like, that was just crazy. I think this is the thing. When everyone saw the card, they were imagining games like that, where it was just so powerful, so impactful, and like almost ran away with the game by itself.
I mean, it's definitely one of those cards that you should respect, and we mentioned it. The format is still brand new, and we are gonna probably down down the line in a few months understand better what there should be, and there is still a lot of flexibility. Both players actually chose the same way to approach it, so just keep their main decks kind of like not caring about Fuvalos in terms of just engine, but they decided to main all the possible outs to the card. And unfortunately, what's going to happen is that a percentage of those games, although it's low, because obviously your opponent, as you mentioned, is going to draw into the card usually a third of the games, it's going to line up at some point where you don't draw your out, and then you need to have a solid solution. And maybe what costed in the end Karen the game was that he didn't have one, because it seems as if I was liking more the initial approach of game 3, but then it seems that at some point when he saw the second one, he kind of like changed his mind and allowed his opponent to draw like up to 10 cards, and I don't think that can be a consistent way of just winning the game. So yeah, I guess congratulations to both. They still, you know, gave it their all, and playing in round 1 again in a future match is never easy, and especially if you are Joe taking down a former champ. Congrats.
Yeah, I mean, it's we have this habit every time we do like to feature a previous winner at every event. And, you know, 99% of the time almost, we see the person who won, you know, they won for a reason, right? They're here, they know what's up, and they take it down. So I think this is one of the very rare occasions we're seeing the winner of a previous event take a loss, but, you know, that's still all to play for Karan. Like, you know, it's a long day, it's a long event. You've got 9 extra rounds, well, 8 rounds after this to make up for yourself. So I hope he can battle through the tournament. Yeah,
maybe we'll see more of either of the two later on down the line, while we obviously gonna look for the top tables and find out who will be the winner. But as Tom mentioned, there are still 8 rounds remaining to find out who will be the UK Open champion 2024 here in London. But before we do, we are gonna go on a quick break, and then we'll be back with Joe, the winner of round 1, for an interview. Keep watching.
match.
It was a great match, a great way to start things off. We have mentioned that it can be quite tricky to play, especially in a future match.
Oh god,
So,
yeah, straight away.
yeah, how do you feel?
Oh yeah, great, phenomenal. Yeah, it was really quite stressful. Yeah, after that game one, it was kind of felt a bit stressed after losing it because that game three can be quite stressful. But new hand trap is phenomenal.
Absolutely, yeah. You managed to accomplish the reverse sweep, so very well done. And yeah, there is a bit to talk about the entire match. But first of all, what was behind your choice of playing just Ubel?
Yeah, so I like Ubel because I still feel like it makes the most powerful
Yeah.
end board out of all the decks. It feels like a deck where if you start playing, you're probably going to win that game, especially seeing that we're moving away from wall breakers and more to the mid-range hand traps. And on top of that, as I said, it's quite a lot of a hand trap heavy format, and Ubel is quite good at just playing through hand traps. So those are like the two main appeals to me, and that's kind of why I kind of picked the deck. Kind of plays your hand traps a lot and kind of has what I thought was the best end board.
Yeah, and I mean, you did prove it well in game 2, where, I mean, even through 2 of your opponent interruptions, you were still going. I was saying probably you didn't need that untest spell to win, but I mean, yeah, obviously.
I'll take the crutches.
Yeah, we take those. And yeah, it's obviously, as we have seen in game 3, a lot of new cards have came out from Bridge of the Abyss, but on top of them all, one is the Mulchami Fuwalos, which has had a great impact on the choices. It seems like both you and your opponent had a similar approach to how to face the card, which is main as many outs to it as possible.
Yeah.
So that was, I think, your choice behind it?
Yeah, the card was, as much as Ubel can play okay into it by making Phantom into hand traps, I found that kind of was never enough, and I'm normally losing those games. So I kind of want to go with the approach, if I'm winning the dive roll, I want to win as best as possible. I want the highest chances. That's why I wanted the most outs, and especially even going second. Sometimes there are a lot of decks that just play into like a subpar board, but let their own faults resolve. So I kind of wanted basically as many copies to beat the card as possible. So I think this card's going to be in everyone's deck. So I kind of wanted the maximum amount of cards to counter that card so I can keep playing. And
yeah, it does make sense. We've seen it again in game 3, how strong of a card that can be. Your opponent tried to fight back, but he also had a similar main deck where he was also playing all of the outs in the main deck. But then, sometimes it doesn't line up that well, and it can be tricky. At the same time, though, there is another main choice, which is I want to ask you is, in the Ubel deck, we've seen players talk about Escape against Chamber. You did go for Escape. What are your thoughts on that?
So I really like the extra layer of interruption. I found when comboing, making the second Yama is very, very easy. So I kind of never really found I needed the Reborn Trap. And that also kind of plays into Bestials quite heavy, which I kind of went the approach. I think every deck's probably going to have a Magma Heart and 2 Duress Worm. So I don't want to play into the Bestials. But I also like, the extra form of interruption, especially post-side, because that's when I think the Ball Breaker's going to come in, the Dark Rulers, the Evenlies. And that card plays quite well into Dark Ruler. It kind of helps me. If they Dark Ruler me, I can just pop something back. I still have 2 to 3 interruptions. But yeah, I kind of just like the extra layer of interruption, especially against, if I get mulched myself, Beckoning still equals Soul of Rage and the pop trap. So even though I give them 2 draws, I still get 3 interruptions from that. So that's kind of my approach to that trap.
Yeah, and it's definitely debatable. I think there are merits, pro and cons to both, and yeah, it's been working out for you.
Yeah, I hope
so. Obviously, again, congratulations on the show for round 1. We don't want to keep you here too much, so you can go and relax and get ready for round 2.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, guys, again, as a reminder, 8 more rounds to be played here at the UK Open in London, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with round 2. And we're back live from London for the UK Open 2024. We are now in round 2, and what a treat we have for you guys. Yeah, Tom, tell us a little bit about what's ahead of us.
It's going to be a treat for us. So we have
Yes.
a Pendulum player who we had our eyes on, and now we looked up their opponent, and it turns out they were playing a bit of Runics and Ice Barriers. Now, I've heard people talk about Ice Barriers a lot, but, you know, in sort of hushed tones where nobody understands what it does. You know, it could be the next Ricker deck. You know, we're going to win the European Championships and still no one will know what it does. But for now, we'll see a little insight into what all of these new Ice Barriers are all about.
Yeah, it's going to be a clash between combo decks, and I am expecting some reading from both players in this one. It's definitely going to be an exciting one, both trying to, you know, fight the top expected decks with strategies that they are familiar with, and it seems to be that Usman might have won the role. Yeah, and he does start things off right away with one of the older ones. He's playing a lot of different Pendulum cards, I can tell you that much. He has all the, obviously, Dragon Slayer engine alongside some of the new Magic Spectre cards. And yeah, that obviously can lead to a lot of different end fields. And you know, something that recently came back.
I was thinking about that Magic Spectre,
Yeah.
Kieran. It's on its way back. I mean, I'm actually seeing Astrograph Sorcerer, which is possibly even more impactful than the Kirin, to be honest. But like, because Kirin was such a powerful card at the time, but maybe nowadays, you know, 1 bounce per turn is not quite what it used to be. I guess we'll find out. But I mean, Usman knows what he's doing a lot better than us.
And he's going super fast. I mean, which is something that I'm actually not that surprised when you see these not you know, super expected, super popular decks. Usually it means that the player is super comfortable with it. They have been playing it for a while, and you can tell by the speed that Usman knows what's up. So
yeah, he's Pendulum summoning, and we're going to see possibly all of the Draco Slayer. Oh,
okay,
Gares.
interesting. Yeah, I was expecting just to special summon because the Ignister is not once per turn, so you can special summon again from deck.
This is crazy, this Ignister. Not once per turn, you can just summon it again and again, and you just keep summoning more and more monsters from your deck, like other kinds of effect. Wow, we're even seeing...
Wow, this is okay, that's nice synergy, yeah.
Yeah, the Princess brings it back. Like, how many times are we going to see this Ignister effect resolved? You can run multiple copies in your extra deck as well. Like, it just replaces itself and replaces itself. Oh no, he's going to use it again. Here we go.
Yeah. Wow. And yeah, as you can see, we did mention it, not once per turn. This is like the 4th time that it's summoned.
This is really not once per turn, isn't it? Like, he's gonna summon it again somehow. He's got to, right?
As soft as it gets, yeah, it is. Because now we just can bring it back, yeah?
No, but Cross Sheep has to summon level 4 or low, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's considering his options, and yeah, we might just summon another one though, because
why not?
that can be the case. At the same time, nope, doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I have no idea what's about to happen now. Is that a Firewall Dragon? Or one kind of Firewall Dragon? I feel like that took quite a lot of link materials, that Firewall, so maybe it's not the original.
Yeah, it's the Singularity. And actually a Link 6.
A Link 6?
So that's
wow.
like a pretty sick combo that is coming down here for Usman. And the speed is just crazy. Like, yeah.
He's just going at it. Singularity. It's cool to have a Link 6, because often now with like the Princess, players are just like ending on a Link 4, and there's not really anything to do with the extra Link material. He appears to have... Is this an extra link?
Wow.
Yeah, it points both ways, so it's just an extra link. I was wondering if he was just getting a bit confused, but I think we're the ones that are confused as to what is going on right now. I've never seen a U-Link like with the 2 arrows, but I suppose I wasn't aware that there was a card that had like 2 up pointing arrows.
This is unbelievable. Like, look at this. Another summon, and you can see Matthew just, you know, shyly asking some questions, but wow. Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking just as he did it, like back in the day, obviously, when people were first doing the extra link combos, we were in a different master rule, and in order to summon anything from the extra deck, you needed to have you needed to start in the extra monster zone. Now that's not the case for most types of monsters, but for runic cards in particular, you need to summon it to the extra monster zone. So not having access to the extra monster zone could be really annoying.
This is crazy, and yeah, it has been a while ever since the Goki deck, for what I can remember, that we saw an extra link, and yeah, Baguska does work. Just adding a little bit more, and as you can see, this is so well played by Usman. What a field! That is incredible. And now he's just explaining the amount of interruptions this Baguska is so annoying to deal with, but doesn't do anything negative to Usman Enfield.
Yeah, he's got everything, right? He's got the Trigate Wizard to negate, he's got the Pit Knight Earl to negate, he's got the Seal, he's got the...
That's impressive.
Baguska, like, Baguska alone can annoy a lot of decks into submission, I feel like, but...
I'm sorry for mentioning the Ubel as the best Enfield.
Yeah.
Like, look at this. Wow. And yeah, again, the speed was incredible. And now it's Matthew's turn, but it's gonna be tough. I guess the runic deck has some hope, because if you mentioned that obviously you can't special summon Yugin, at least though you have cards like you know, freezing curses and you know, flashing fire, which can allow you to just potentially disrupt this extra link. But yeah, it's gonna be a tough mission regardless.
Yeah, this is one of those places where the runic engine kind of shines. A lot of players quite like having cards in their deck, as when they're getting a kick out of seeing Medallion of the Ice Barrier, thinking he's normally the one who has to explain his cards to the opponent, but he's probably going to need a lot of cards explained to him as well. But yeah, like, it's nice to have those engine cards that also act as interruptions going second. We might see that classic combo of like freezing curses plus evenly matched. Might do the trick. Although I'm not sure what interruptions this Firewall Dragon offers. We're just trying to figure out, like you guys at home, which Ice Barrier card this is. Is that a Gorgias Swordsman of the Ice Barrier? Oh, no, it looked like General Wayne, actually.
Yeah, should be General Wayne.
So it says spells and traps sent from the field to your opponent's graveyard are banished instead. So very good in the mirror match. And you can special it from your hand if your opponent has a monster a bit like a Cyber Dragon. And then if it's normal or special summon, you can add an Ice Barrier spell or trap. So that is pretty good, because that can just get another medallion, I guess.
And yeah, as expected, we do go and find this flashing fire, which at the same time is great news, because unless they you know, Art Drawn Fountain, since you can't access Yugin, you kind of wanted to use the tip to get the fountain. But yeah.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, drawing tip is excellent because, yeah, as you say, it gets the fountain without having to go via Hugin, and Hugin's a lot more liable to get interrupted than any other, than a tip.
We have pointed at the singularity, but it's gonna get negated by the Trigate, and
what just happened to the Trigate Wizard? Something happened.
No, I think he used the...
Oh, he used the
sphere?
Did it just come back, the Trigate Wizard?
No, I think he just used the sphere to tribute the Trigate. Yeah, and then... that's
a
crazy interaction.
That's a combo. Yeah, so he used the sphere to tribute the Trigate, and then the Firewall Dragon brings back the Trigate.
Wow.
And now, what did the curses point to, though?
No, he activated the destruction on the firewall.
Oh, and then it got negated
and then he used it. I guess
Trigate's probably not once per turn. So the seal just kind of refreshed the Trigate after it was used. There was no like dodging the...
No. I guess he could have chained the curses, but still in the previous chain, but I guess decided not to. And yeah, it is reset, although, let me check something. Yeah, no, it's actually not at all a hard words per turn, so you can just use the Trigate again. That's crazy.
I suppose, yeah, we could have done curses on the Firewall Dragon, as you mentioned, while the Trigate Wizard was still in the graveyard. But what do we do against this Baguska, too? Like, all these other cards we're thinking about, and there's still just a Baguska.
It's definitely not gonna be easy, and I can't really think of a way for any deck to deal with this unless they draw cards like Dark Ruler no more, or a way to just, you know,
Yeah,
fight back.
yeah, evenly matched is probably the card of choice that's in Matthew's deck, but without it, it's going to be a big struggle.
Yeah, and again, like you can set up 2 Trigate, so
Yeah, that's really neat actually, because a lot of players love to just, because you don't want to go evenly matched and then have it negated and then chain the curses, because then you have multiple cards on the field and your opponent gets to keep more monsters from the evenly matched. So you kind of want to use your negation first, but that could catch a lot of players out that you can just negate and then summon the Trigate again.
yeah, that's a really neat interaction that we have never seen. And
It
Yeah.
reminds me of Toad and Sprite Elf, but I suppose Sprite Elf
yeah,
is not allowed in the TCG at the moment. But yeah, just resummoning that negation. I suppose you can do it with Sprite Double Cross. So
and you know the thing is, for how good the runic spells are, trying to deal with such ending field, not having a battle phase makes this significantly tougher to even try to deal with. Because yeah, this seems like it's about it. I think we are just setting a card and passing play back to Usman. Yeah. So not at all an easy task to fight back against this. Yes, special summon from it's gonna detach 1 from the Guska.
oh, he has to skip his main phase 1, right, for the Dugares. So everyone's skipping phases, left, right, and center.
Yep. But now again we have the Singularity ready to shake things up. Again, Link 6. So that comes with a lot of really good cards, but I think he has chained the freezing curse, but that has been negated, and so you can use the firewall to pretty much return to the end cards, and yeah, this is pretty much it. It basically return cards up to the different types of, in this case, extra deck monsters that you have. So just send 2 back.
And it looks like Matthew packing up his cards
Yep.
for game number
Wow.
1.
So that was a start to this round 2. We did mention that obviously we're gonna try and showcase some of the diversity of these over 400 players gathered in London to get a shot at becoming the UK Open champion. But this is something we didn't expect. Wow.
Yeah, this was crazy. I mean, one thing we did talk about before in the last game was Fuvalos, so I'm wondering if Usman has a plan. Maybe he's going to deck his opponent out
Honestly.
with the number of
honestly,
times
I
he summoned
see
from the
it.
deck.
Yeah.
So I suppose maybe there is a plan, but this was like one of the most crazy combo decks I've seen. He is running the Fuvalos himself and the Call by the Grave, so one thing we didn't see, he's also running super heavy Samurais, as if his deck was not combo heavy enough.
Absolutely. You need even more.
Absolutely.
And that's just brutal. But now I think his opponent is gonna try and return the favor with his own nice barrier combos. Obviously, there was no way we could see those due to Baguska and an extra link. So that was really not the way you should interact going second. But now he gets to go first. So again, playing a combo deck of his own, especially with Runics, you usually don't expect to have a lot of side deck cards. But he does have some interesting ones in there. One among them all, Spellbound, which we have not seen in a lot. So
yeah, it's a pretty neat card. It stops any cards your opponent currently controls being used as any sort of material. So it's a bit like Gnome material, if people remember that.
Yep.
Card from a while ago, but it's in spell card form, quick play spell form, and then it prevents all monsters, so not just one. And then this is pretty annoying, right? Because what else do you do with your monsters nowadays? You just summon them and then they make way for something else for an awful lot of decks, including this Pendulum deck, as you mentioned. This is all you want to do, right?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty good to put in going first, but outside of that, obviously, it's going to be a bit of a mind game because you see such an explosive combo deck. I don't think you are expecting a lot of entraps. And then do you bring in your, Call by the Grave and your other outs to your opponent Fuvalos? So that's going to be an interesting one. But for what concerns Usman, as you mentioned, he is maining the Fuvalos. but he has some of his friends in the side deck, so he could bring in cards like Purulia. Even Retaliating Sea is an interesting one against Runic specifically, because obviously you can use it in some of the situations, so maybe that can come in. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely. Like, I looked at that card and my eyes kind of popped out, and I was like, okay. Like, almost any time you can resolve the card, it's just absolutely amazing. And I think Runic is no break from that, right? You're banishing your opponent's Runic spells. I suppose we wouldn't know. I mean, I don't know, and I doubt Usman knows how much it annoys the Ice Barrier deck to be banishing cards rather than sending them to the graveyard.
Yeah.
But you got to imagine that's still quite annoying. So I think we're going to see it. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's largely picked up to deal with that Hallowed Azamina, but for now it can do just as well against the Runic deck.
Yeah, but as we can see now, it's gonna be on Matthew to prove his deck is worth Usman's, and yeah, I'm excited for some Ice Barrier action. Let's see what he opens up. A little bit of a shake of his head, I think, but hopefully not that bad. We do have a Runic, so.
Do you think Matthew's just one of those players that, you know, looks at the hand, shakes their head, and does full combo? You know,
I mean,
I think we've all played with people like that who look at their hand and it's not absolutely
course.
perfect, and they go,
Yeah.
"Oh, you know, it was terrible."
very different concept. Oh, are we gonna see an Ash? No. Okay. We get to the fountain. The most important
Exactly.
piece.
And for Matthew as well, like, I mean, maybe he doesn't know the full suite of hand traps that Usman is running, but once you've activated and resolved Hugin, like, there's no Retaliating Sea, there's no Fuvalos, there's no, you know, Shifter, there's no anything big that could come down, would have come down on this Hugin. And I feel like most players would just negate Hugin as well, if they could, so
Yeah.
probably almost nothing, right?
And yeah, totally agreed. But wow, the Ash was actually held. Interesting. I did think he had it and decided to wait. And this could be brutal because if Matthew goes for this lumber, it might mean that he doesn't have a tuner to play and to get rid of this Yugin. So this could be it.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. Like, he's used, what, 3 cards to do this so far, so he's got 2 remaining.
What do you think of the Ash? Would you have Ashed the Yugin or?
I feel like I'm an Ash the Hugin kind of player. What's going on?
We
Is that a tribute summon?
summoning. Wow.
Is that the Wayne again? Can add when it's
I think it's.
yeah, it's adding the medallion. So it's probably
it's Wayne.
it's a pretty good play here. Now, if you've got any more Runic cards to follow up, you'll be able to use it next turn because your extra monster zone is empty. But yeah, to answer your question from before, I think I quite like ashing the Hugin, just preventing the fountain, because otherwise, you know, your opponent's still going to have a pile of Runic spells in the grave, and then if they ever resolve one, the fountain's going to be there. Whereas, like in this case, right, the difference would just be that the fountain's just in the deck rather than on the field.
It's close, I guess. Yeah. And there was also some merit whether Matthew, I guess he wanted to draw into a tuner, but he could have also gone for the Wayne first and then use, you know, its lumber to just special summon and maybe extend his plays a little further. But
yeah, I don't know how different, like what kind of different plays.
But yeah, again, shaking his head. It doesn't seem like Matthew is that happy with this. But
Yeah, so he's
I think
added
it's George's.
Yeah. So what does it say? While you control another Ice Barrier, you can only use each effect. If you control an Ice Barrier monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. And then if it's special summoned, you can get a level 5 or lower, but I don't think he has any other Ice Barrier monsters
He
yet.
does not, and you can see it again. Not too happy with this. I think it's also a level 6 and a level 5. But now we see a card that is actually being played in Sprite 2.
Yes, it is. So this is the I can't remember the name actually, but it allows you to special summon an Ice Barrier from the grave when it's activated. So I guess we're not going to get that effect at the minute. And it's very helpful in Sprite because it can turn just one Swap Frog into a totally awesome all by itself. But I guess in Ice Barrier, it's just going to be even more powerful. I hope, at least, than in the Sprite deck.
Yeah, you would guess so from the Phrygian chains. But no, that was it. So Usman gets to play. So the shake of the head was probably actually quite truthful from Matthew. And we see another of those engines in the Pendulum deck. Makes a lot of sense because with the Dragon Slayer's cards, you discard a lot. And so Fenrir is a great tool to just, extend, but still give you a card that you can easily discard. And we do see the Super Heavy as well. Wow.
I mean, Fenrir has been playing at 1,000,000 miles an hour here, and I guess he's all right too, right? Because Matthew, all of his cards are face up. He's got none left in his hand.
Yeah.
I don't think the Freezing Chains actually does anything right now, because you have to control 3 or more Ice Barrier monsters. So this card just, I think it just does actually nothing. And Usman starting with the bike, which I guess from people who remember the Super Heavy Samurai deck, I'm pretty sure the bike was a premium starter.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually not even too sure why he activated it, because you would bring back something, but it didn't seem like that any merit. But yeah, just look once again at the speed from Usman, showing us some of the new Magic Spectre combos, or I guess, as compared to when Dragon Slayers was getting played back in like Tier Elements format. And
do you know something very entertaining is that General Wayne banishes spells and traps.
yeah.
So when you're playing Super Heavy Samurai now, you're never going to have any spells and traps in your grave. Isn't that fantastic? Actually
Fair
helps
enough.
your opponent.
And we do see Ignister come down, a card we have not seen all match, right?
No, not
No.
even once.
And actually going second, it's even better, because the additional disruption effect is actually insane, because it doesn't target, so you can easily get rid of a lot of cards. And this could be a quick one, because we get rid of the entire field from Matthew, and unless we are holding another Runic, which doesn't seem like is the case.
Usman just showing off a bit here.
Yeah, I mean, we take those.
I feel like he's got quite a lot of attack. Probably more than 8,000 on the field. Got to make sure this is a fire, which I
Now
guess
we skip the
Tugaras
Barface, imagine.
is. Yeah, I don't think he's got. Okay,
Yeah, I
just,
think
he's
this might
doubling
just be it.
something.
Yeah, quick one. Wow. What a dominating performance by Usman and Pendulums.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Shame we didn't get to see full force ice barrier action. Usman, I guess, having that Ash Blossom prevent those 3 draws from Fountain, which probably would have led to some more shenanigans had that not been the case. But it's all about the Pendulum today.
Absolutely, and again, we mentioned how tough competition is going to be this weekend, and how you really cannot afford to lose much to try and make it and become the UK Open champion. And Usman starting off strong, 2-0 score with Pendulums. Wow.
Yeah, and I really hope that I don't know if we are going to see Ice Barrier again today, but I'm really interested to see, so I'm going to have to go and have a read up of all of the things that they can do. A Medallion of the Ice Barrier being the old school card to me that I remember being absolutely crazy powerful, search any Ice Barrier monster in your deck any number of times per turn. Super cool, but all congratulations to Usman, who should be the happy victor of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, sometimes it can be in this kind of matchups also a matter of die roll, and that has to be said that Usman was the winner, so he got to just completely combo off game 1, which is probably the craziest end field that we're gonna see all day long. An extra link, I think it has been 6 years ever since I've seen one. So that was a very good show. I mean, it's always fun to see these other different decks and how they're gonna approach. But obviously, I think we do, just like you guys at home, have a lot of questions from Usman, and I think this time around is gonna be Tom handling them. So thank you guys for being with us. As a reminder, 7 more rounds of Wiz wait for us, but before we do that, we're gonna go on a short break, and we'll be back with the winner of round 2, Usman.
Hello and welcome
Yo.
back to the UK Open. I'm here with our round 2 winner, Usman. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure being here.
So how do you
Amazing.
feel? We saw you playing at 1,000,000 miles an hour on that feature match. Is that the speed you normally play with your Pendulum decks, or were you just very excited to be on the stream?
Yeah, I'm hurt by the news of Speed Duel, so I'm honoring them. You feel me? So it's one of those things like my deck's really bad going into time, so I have to put a lot of practice in my combos, so I'm not wasting anything, so I just know exactly what I'm doing when I'm doing it. Combo's really complicated, but when you practice more, it just comes second nature to you.
So, I mean, it sounds like, well, it looked like you knew it extremely well. So you've workshopped this, you know, like, if I draw this hand, this is what I do. If I draw this hand, this is what I do. Is that about right?
It's just like my version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like how it's meant to be. So like back in the day, you'd play cards you like, you'd make strategies and make them work. It's exactly what I did with this deck. Ignis to Prominence is my favorite card. So as soon as I summon him, he makes all of what you saw. Trigate Wizard, I missed from Spiral format, so I did that. Firewall Dragon Singularity, I like the look of it, so I use that. And it just blends together perfectly. Like, you just play Yu-Gi-Oh! The way you want to, and it just works.
Yeah, I mean, that Ignista, like, it looked like you used its effect like 5 times or something.
It's usually like 7 times. I think I went easy on the guy.
So, like, did you work this out? You know, is there any combo? Can you use it, like, you know, summon your whole deck with it?
As soon as you summon him, it's over. I don't know if like it picked up. I said owarida, which is it's over in Japanese.
Oh, okay. So, the deck, like, tell me about how did you pick it all up? You've got a couple of different engines going on. You've got the Draco Slayers. You've got the Abyss Actor Curtain Raiser. You've got the Magispectors. I mean, do you pick your favorite Pendulum cards? Do you...
It looks like that.
Yeah.
It really does. So again, Ignis to Prominence, my favorite card. So I'm going to summon him as much and consistently as possible. So everything, like it's either level 4 non-pendulum, level 4 pendulum tuner. There's a level 5 Disablaster, which can combo with Revolution Synchron or Ash Blossom in the side deck. But the Mulchami for Auros, so you see in the extra deck there was a Clear Wing Fast Dragon, which I didn't summon. But that and any level 4 pendulum with Revolution Synchron makes Ignista because you synchro from hand. So in this scenario, you'll normal for Auros, synchro from hand, make Clear Wing Fast Dragon. A Revolution Synchron sends top card of your deck to your graveyard, summons itself as a level 1, then you synchro for Ignista. That's your full combo.
I see. So it sounds like your deck is just like summon Ignista and then like go, 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 go.
From Saryuja Turbo, we're now Ignista Turbo, so it's just the evolution at the end of the day.
Is this like your favorite way to build decks? Then you pick your favorite. You pick your favorite.
I do like loops, to be fair.
Summon it as many times as possible.
Yeah.
And tell me about. I mean, that end field looked absolutely crazy. There was the extra link, plus the Baguska, plus the Wizard. So I mean, tell me about that.
So I was talking to my opponent. I think everyone's like asking if it's legal to do the V-Link, but it genuinely is. And the cool thing is, like you saw it, like the Trigate Wizard is not a once per turn negation. So you have 2 universal negates plus Baguska, and what other deck can do that? And you have the Princess Ambler Whale in the graveyard, so it's like 12 interruptions, and it's really good.
Yeah, that's super cool. I mean, how did you like figure all this out? Like to use the seal, because obviously when people are playing, everyone just thinks seal, okay, it just tributes itself, but you can just tribute any card with seal, I guess in this case the Wizard, and then just brings back the Trigate. I mean, has that been like confusing people a lot?
So no one expects it, obviously, but like Trigate Wizard, like I said, I just played it for fun because I missed Spiral. Then I realized it was really good. And then other Pendulum players, which they do exist, figured out the seal and the Trigate. I'm like, yo, that's really cool. I'll try it. And it was really good. But there's another thing I want to touch on. Magispector Unicorn Kirin, which it doesn't make Ignista. It doesn't help you combo. But in those niche scenarios which you can't prepare for, which you play in every tournament, it's really, really, really good. And it just stares down SP Little Knights, Unchained Soul of Rage, Appaloosa when it was in the game, and it's just there. Same with Disablaster. My round 1, it just overperformed because against Labyrinth, he set a card. I searched Disablaster with Beyond the Pendulum, summoned Disablaster in the column, summoned Beyond, summon a level 4 where Beyond's pointing to, so it can destroy 2 cards, and the column's negated at the same time. So no one's going to expect that. So the surprise factor with this deck is like what does push it over the edge in a lot of ways.
And do you find like the Kirin, obviously this is a card people remember from a long time ago, it's like an absolute menace. It was so powerful and it had to get forbidden. Do you feel like it stands up in the modern game?
Like I said, yeah, SP Little Knights, Unchained Soul of Rage. and just a bunch of other cards it just interacts with. Like, you can't target it, you can't destroy it, it's just there. Sometimes it can be a brick, but if you don't play it, you're going to miss it, and then, like, you don't want to risk those games. But everything else is just tailored to make Ignista as consistently as possible, and obviously loop it the way I did.
So we talked a lot about what your deck can do. So what about what it's doing against other decks? So do you feel like there are good matchups, bad matchups?
Well, because my deck's like the only one in the room like that does what it does, it is genuinely difficult to go second. But in some matchups, like the Labyrinth matchup, it's really easy to break a board and whatnot. Against the decks like Snake Eyes, Amina, and Yubel, they're just going to make an unbreakable board, so you shouldn't build your deck to try prevent that or break through. You just deal with it, and then just focus on building your deck the way it's meant to be played, and then let your side deck deal with everything else, because you're not going to win every game at the end of the day. So just do what your deck's meant to do.
So your plan is to try and, like, if you don't win the game 1, then you can do what your deck's meant to do, and then game 3 have those powerful side deck bombs. So what kind of cards are you using?
Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere mode, and the Super Heavy Samurai Soul Gaia booster is so Wakaushi can make Beyond without my normal summon, because Sphere mode does use your normal summon. And the Mulcharmy Perulia paired with the Fuaros, the Ash Blossom, which you saw, like, as long as you hold that card for the correct timing, it's very, very powerful. I just feel like people shotgun it a bit too much. I'm usually not a fan of hand traps, but as long as they have added synergy with the Fuaros, they can make Ignista. With Ash Blossom, it can make Ignista. Perulia is just for the side deck. So it's honestly really good.
Great. I mean, it looked super cool. It looked super smooth. It looked like you knew exactly what you were doing. So, I mean, do you have any words to aspiring Pendulum players out there?
Inspiring Yu-Gi-Oh players, just play what you want. Just put the time and effort in, and yeah, that's honestly it. Like, try not to care about what other people think too much. Try not to follow the norms too much, because the only hand trap I'm playing is Fuaros, because it helps you combo. Every other hand trap is like, well, Ash Blossom does help you combo, but like with one card. Same with Fuaros, but Fuaros is much more powerful. So yeah, just play what you like. Take time. Just pour all the effort into it. And shout outs to everybody at Gemini Games in Huddersfield and everybody who's lent me cards, and hope everyone enjoyed watching me combo like that.
Great. Well, thank you so much for the feature match, and thank you for the interview, and good luck in the rest of the round. And for you guys at home, we will see you soon for round 3.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of Destruction! To fulfill my promise to the Pharaoh, I'll need an unparalleled new strategy. I won't accept anything less than your best. And you'll have it! Meet Gandora G, the Dragon of Destruction! This can't be. To think such a monster exists. It sure does, in Legacy of Destruction! It's time to duel! 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
And welcome back to the UK Open 2024 from London. We are now in round 3 of 9 to declare who will be the champion. And we have got an exciting one for you guys, as obviously some of the past events have involved the YCS Lille, but most importantly, the World Championship in 2024. And one of the players that managed to qualify for it is Gabriel Netz, who has had some dominating performances and very consistent across the field. And for this event, though, he decided to show up and do some math, Tom, right?
Yeah, this is a little bit of everything we've got in his deck. So the new, I suppose, two very powerful new cards for Labyrinth is the Fuvalos, as we've been talking about, and the Dominus Impulse, which is a very powerful trap. And I think Labyrinth get a little bit more use out of it than other decks because you can reset it with Lovely, or you can use it to trigger the effect of the Lady. So Labyrinth obviously works quite well with trap cards, whereas other decks are just like, oh, it's just another hand trap, whereas Labyrinth, they can like use it for everything. So that's super cool. And we've seen kind of a mix of both the furniture and a lot of traps. So that's quite cool to see. I think we've seen players either run like tons and tons of engine, all the furniture, or like 30 traps, you know?
Yeah.
But this is a bit of a mix.
But as mentioned, he's playing the cannons, and he seems like he has taken some inspiration also from the recent top 4 finish at YCS Niagara Falls for the Labyrinth deck. But on the other end, what we can mention is there is quite a different situation, because Andre has actually taken inspiration from himself, going all the way up to second place at YCS Sacramento. And he did it with Tempai. He stick with that.
I really love that idea of taking inspiration from yourself. It feels like a very, mentally wholesome thing to do.
Absolutely.
I'm my greatest supporter. And Andre's like, yeah, I thought this deck, the top was really, really cool. So
Yeah, why not?
I'm going to play it again.
Yeah, we did mention the Shifter as the first card activated by Andre, but is he going first or second? Obviously, it seems like he should be going second, and unfortunately for him, this is not quite the matchup that you want to throw Shifter in.
Yeah, it can be a little frustrating for the Labyrinth deck because of all the furniture pieces needing to send cards to the
Yeah.
graveyard. However, if you can just chain them to Shifter, so it's really not the end of the world. So maybe it even hurt Andre more than Gabriel. This can be a bit of a rough matchup. If your opponent's got all their traps, they can just use any of them as and when during the battle phase.
It could have been a quick one, because as many Tempai duelists are, he is maining Lightning Storm and Feather Duster, but doesn't seem like those have been picked up. But it's the one copy of Magnamut, which is actually really strong against the Labyrinth version that Gabriel is using, but he's going to use it on his own Shifter instead.
Yeah, I like the, slow rolling. Maybe he's just slow rolling the Feather Duster. Probably not, 'cause he's gone to the battle phase. But yeah, it is a bit of a shame. But I guess it's sort of nice that the Shifter always gives you a target for your Bystials if needs be. I was going to say maybe he drew it for turn, but he might have just had it in his hand, because Gabriel didn't ever put any monsters on the field, so it's never been a quick effect. This Chandra, I'd be very surprised if it resolved.
Absolutely.
But Gabriel does have to have something here. It's quite a sneaky effect, right? Because you can activate it, and then if you attack with it, and if your opponent tries to destroy it, then you can just chain its effect, and that's very, very threatening, because you can summon the Ascendant Tempai Dragon here, which would prevent Gabriel from using any effects during the battle phase. So Gabriel has to stop this Synchro Summon from resolving. Otherwise, he will be not able to use any cards, and I don't think Andre will need much more of an invitation than that.
Yeah, at the same time that it's not enough to win the game on his own, so he could just allow it, and obviously can be quite risky if there is a Sangen Kaiman, but
Yeah, that sounds like very, very dangerous to me. You got a bunch of trap cards, but let's see how it goes. You don't really want to use a cannon here. Maybe that's what Gabriel is debating. But it feels so dangerous just to turn off all of your own cards. But as you say, there is only the one trick, which is the Kaiman. But like if they have it, you do just lose, right? You can't use any card effects. You're already going to take 3,000.
pretty much.
I think Gabriel's doing the math on the cannon here, I'm guessing.
But it's a different
Oh,
kind
it's
of
the
cannon.
wrong
Yeah.
cannon.
Different one, and actually end up putting everything face down. We could still see the Kaiman if he wishes, and yup, it was in there. So good spot not using the impermanence column.
Oh yeah, it's always important. So here we're going to see
And this is still
Chandra
a lot of
Mark
damage.
II. Will it go through?
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting from Gabriel there, because I mean, he had to use the impermanence, but like, why didn't he just start with the cannon, right? Like, you just have the impermanence set, because you can't, if you chain Chandra, then whatever you synchro summon will get set, so the dragon not so threatening if it's face down. I
Yeah.
feel like the impermanence just, you just took 2500 extra damage from the Magnamut, and
I do agree. And now this is still a lot of damage. And although we mentioned the shifter is not amazing against Labyrinth, the fact that those cards were banished can be quite relevant for Lovely as well. Because an easy reset on the Daruma is actually quite huge against Tenpai. But we do have the Ardron Lady, which is nice to at least survive.
yeah, what do we do about this lady, right? It's quite big. I mean, Andre seems to know exactly what he wants to do. I'm wondering if it'll be a Black Rose Dragon.
Yeah.
In defense? Come on. It's
It's
Tenpai. You got to put it in attack.
It's going to be a clear unless Gabriel stops it. Those are all of its cards. And it doesn't even help due to the shifter that if you have something chainable, then you can use the lady because the card is still going to get destroyed and then banished. So
Come on, you can't have to read. This is the most classic Yu-Gi-Oh card. You got to know.
yeah.
You got to know what's about to happen here. Black Rose Dragon. I mean, it does have other effects, I guess, but
Yeah, you can see Gabriel.
it looks like it's going to resolve.
It's gonna resolve. And
Oh, wow.
wow.
Because Andre's still got a few cards left, and he's going to get the Magnamut Search in the end phase too.
Yeah, this is big. Again, very well played by Andre. Experienced with the deck. And
Look at the Ice Dragon's Prison just got. We were thinking, you know, that Shifter not doing too much, but how are you going to use Ice Dragon's Prison under Shifter?
yeah,
You could have actually chained that to the.
to just take the shifter.
Yeah, the Shifter. Take the Shifter, stop the Magnamut coming down, but then Magnamut would still be there forever. Gabriel not really got a lot going on here.
Ooh, top deck. I think that might have been the cannon,
Did he just
actually. But yeah, doesn't attack with the lady and just takes safe.
Do you like
Wow.
that? Not attack. I'm a bit confused.
Wow, that was yeah. I mean, obviously, with the Hydra we knew, but this is rough. Tenpai wants to play in a simplified game state, of course, because every single one card can easily get you game. And yeah, just look at the amount of advantage that he's able to generate.
I'm not hugely sure I like summoning monsters in defense mode. I know it's a habit for a lot of players, but if you're playing against the Daruma cannon, you kind of want to keep them in attack, because that way you don't have to switch them to attack before your battle phase, and if you
Yeah.
get cannon, then you can
Good
just flip
point.
them up again. Whereas, I mean, it is just a habit, but it's very unlikely to come up, but you do have to watch out for it sometimes.
Yeah, that's a great point. And now, however, there is not a response from Gabriel. So we do set up the one copy of Summoning.
Yeah, this is really threatening now, right? Because you can make your big Transcendent Dragon in the main phase, and then by the time you get to the battle phase, it'll be too late for Gabriel to do anything about it. So it's kind of a 1-2 punch of protecting your monsters during the main phase and then switching off all of your opponent's effects during the battle phase. I don't think he's playing anything sneaky like Solemn Strike to prevent a Synchro Summon or something like that.
No, it's a very straight up deck. A lot of free offs in the deck.
I just want to see like somehow the third Chandra getting hit by Bottomless Trap Hole, and then all of his Chandras will be banished. That would be a sad way for it.
And he actually is stopping Andre here. The problem is the summoning is there, so it's not too easy. But yeah,
Yeah, I'm wondering what kind of card could stop, like what trap cards can get around it. Like just the skill drain, maybe.
and the Bident coming down. And yeah, I think Gabriel has seen enough as expected after that Black Rose Dragon. Andre takes game one quite convincingly. I mean, it probably would have worked against most decks. We did mention that Tempai has gotten much better with the Fuvalos, and obviously the Shifter still remains a threat for most decks. We did think for a moment that maybe Gabriel could still get it, because at the end of the day, you got Shifter, but you had Lady plus 4 traps. So
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't really get hurt too much by Shifter. I mean, it turns off the Ice Dragon's prison.
Yeah.
I gotta say, like, yeah, maybe it was just that impermanence. If you just used the cannon straight away to set everything, which you seems would have worked fine without the impermanence, and then you'd still have the impermanence for when the Black Rose tried to resolve, would have been quite helpful. But now we're gonna see onto game 2. What do you think with the Labyrinth deck? Are you gonna go? I feel like you're kind of fine going second because you've got all the furniture pieces, which basically let you play on your opponent's turn anyway. So I don't mind it at all, really, going second. And I don't really think the Tempai deck does an awful lot. The only annoying card that Tempai can play against Labyrinth is that Kwakemiri Drago, which we see in a lot of players' side decks. So maybe there's that to consider, but otherwise I don't really think there's much of a threat allowing the Tempai player to go first.
Yeah, in general, I do totally agree that when you're using this version of Labyrinth, you can still go second. But I also wouldn't be shocked if, for the same reason, it just decides to go first, brings in just barriers and, call it a day. On the other end, however, Tempai, we mentioned it, as you would expect, is already maining Lightning Storm and Feather Duster. But in the side deck, there is some additional help with 3 copies of Cosmic Cyclone. So
yeah, 3 Cosmic, and we're seeing a couple of players actually choose to side out the Crossout Designator with the Dimensional Barrier. I mean, Andre's got 3-Dimensional Barrier, which I guess is just for the mirror, well, just generally useful trap card, I guess, if you're made to go first. But in particular, you can side it in, prevent your opponent's Dimensional Barriers from resolving. But yeah, I feel like that key card is that Kwakemiri Drago, so we'll see if that comes up in this game.
yeah, there is obviously a few cards that you want to take out, as the Mulcharmies are not that great. But Dominus Impulse can actually be quite good. So it's definitely a different scenario. And yeah, I'm mostly interested in seeing this decision now from the player with Labyrinth, Gabriel. Will he go first? Will he go second? We are about to find out heading into game 2. Our players have drawn their hands, and I think, yeah, he let Andre go first.
One thing about Dominus Impulse is it's quite interesting. In Labyrinth, it's actually really relevant that it's a trap and not a monster, because on the one hand, Ash Blossom cannot be used if your opponent has a Lovely on the field, but then if they have a Lady and you chain Dominus Impulse to a trap, then they can just chain their Lady to your Dominus Impulse. So it's kind of trades getting better for one thing and getting worse for others. And we start with a Shifter.
We start with Shifter, to which we could answer with a Stovey or a Chandelier. And I think Gabriel is debating about it.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying. It stops Gabriel from being able to wait until the end phase to do anything. Anything would have had to be done straight away. Here we see the cutest Tenpai.
It's going to have a reader there. Yeah, it's mostly a one-of in the deck. Sometimes they play it, sometimes they don't. But yeah, it's kind of like an extender. As you can see here, you can get the Chandra, and then you can special summon it if you want. But in this case, you go for Roku.
Yeah, I'm interested in like keeping in the Shifter. It doesn't really feel like it does an awful lot against Labyrinth, but I suppose it depends how much of the engine they draw.
But we do see the impulse that we have talked about. But again, we open the Magna mode. Wow. Just like in game 1.
Yeah, Seal, you can just make it still works under Shifter.
Yeah.
You can still bounce, still summon. Less of a good target now that the Magnuma is gone, but still something.
Maybe that Kokimeru might have come in, and that's, yeah, it's going to be quite annoying. And he gets Chandra, yeah. I mean, the usual suspects. Obviously feels nice that you had this exchange of Impulse and Magna. And now pressure is on Gabriel. He doesn't seem happy with what he's got, but let's see if he's also one of those players that exaggerates with the reactions. Or
yeah, I mean, there are a number of cards that you could have drawn for turn that you just wouldn't be able to use under the Shifter, like the Arias or any of the furniture pieces, all requiring you to send to the graveyard rather than just discard. So we will see. I mean, you do have to do something. You can never just pass against the Tempai deck. Obviously, it's most famous for just taking advantage of players with weak starts.
And yet, not a surprise, we are sending some... is it gonna be just a couple? No, seems like he has at least 3.
Gabriel playing some mind games here, I think. Because, I mean, do you like, if you have lots of cards to set, I'm kind of a fan of, you know, you just kind of shuffle them up in your hand and set it to try and give away
Yeah, for
nothing.
sure.
But I suppose if you want to like go the extra level and sort of mind game your opponent, then why not?
Yeah. Sometimes obviously it's not too relevant in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, but I do like to shuffle them in a way where I don't even know where.
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
gonna
You
be
don't
set.
want to
Yeah.
know. If you don't know, your opponent can't know. Taking a trick out of Yugi's book, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely. And wow, okay, we get to resolve Pydra. Are we going for the summoning?
It looks like a
No,
Hyman from
Hyman.
the little edge of the card I can see. Amazingly, well, not amazingly, but Black Rose Dragon is a fire, so, you know,
Yep.
if you have the Kaiman, it can protect your Black Rose Dragon and help it resolve, which is
Why fix it?
kind
if
of
not
crazy,
broken?
yeah. The seal, though, just not doing a huge amount, can only be used on the opponent's turn. It's not really an easy way of tributing it in the Tempai deck.
Yeah, and I think Gabriel is considering his options now for that Black Rose.
Just put the fear into him, because now he's going to have to
Yeah.
react somewhat.
Maybe it's time to bring those Starlight Roads back.
Exactly. Going to be playing that 2011 Time Wizard format in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Surely they must be better than something like Starlight Road now. You just have Waking the Dragon, right? And
Is it better though? I mean,
yeah, you just summon something ridiculous from your extra deck,
maybe.
surely. Like yeah.
and yeah, I think again asking for confirmation, and this is not too easy to deal with, unless you have like an answer once they actually go for, you know, they play. Because once they Black Rose, it's easier to deal with it. But like now, as we've seen in the previous game, if you try to do something, they can just chain them, and it's almost impossible to interact.
Oh,
But wow,
a Link summon
yep.
in Tenpai?
That's a tricky one, and it's actually gonna resolve right away, which is gonna be huge. Getting rid of both Tempais and leaving this princess.
Yeah, I mean, the Princess restriction actually isn't too bad for the Tenpai deck, right? Because most of their monsters are fire. The Black Rose Dragon is fire. So, shouldn't be the end of the world. But, yeah, it's still a pretty nasty trap there. The Ice Dragon's prison, preventing the summon, and then banishing a monster to boot. Interesting, Andre. Like, I guess your opponent having face down spells and traps, unless you're, like, really used to it and you know kind of what they are,
Yeah.
you know, as to whether just go to the battle phase and start attacking or not, and like force them out that way rather than making link summons, can make a big difference into how much value your opponent gets out of them.
And I wouldn't have aided that Black Rose right away. Obviously, he was trying to go for this, but fell into this Ice Dragon prison. So once we get to see what Gabriel is holding to, we can also consider this, whether it was just, you know, a play where he could just immediately go for the Black Rose and still just seal the game afterwards. With Kaiman, let's see, the second one was...
This time, I guess the Imperm is a bit safer. Oh.
Trap trick, so that also wouldn't have helped. Well, now Gabriel is giving up on his other face down, essentially.
All but one. So I guess this will have to be the Daruma cannon, most likely.
Yeah. But he already took the damage from the princess as well. So that feels good if you're Andre.
Yeah, it's one of those decks where you start counting your opponent's life points a lot more than it.
I mean, it's unbelievable to me that you can activate Power of Prosperity and just still, you know, TK. So, yeah, 5,000 is not a lot.
So I guess Andre has used the Sangan Kaiman, so Daruma Cannon is more or less guaranteed to end the turn, unless there's some crossout designator, you know, advanced technology going on. I feel like doing it for the dimensional barrier is probably enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even that is a bit debatable, if you ask me. But
Is Gabriel trying to figure out if he can resolve an equation cannon? That's what I'm feeling like. He seems to be doing a lot of counting.
no,
It's quite tricky against this deck, right? Because they only have very low-level monsters.
okay. We are reading our own impulse.
He's maybe checking if you can impulse the Chandra, which I don't think you can. Because unless a card says otherwise, you normally can't use it in the
Yeah.
damage step.
And yeah, after a long consideration, it is indeed that Daruma, which sure keeps you alive, but at the end of the day, you don't mind that that princess is going to the graveyard.
And then it's Gabriel just... he's got a couple of cards left, actually. I think... How many cards did he set? Like 4?
No, it was 3, and then the impulse, so you should have 2 cards left.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good number for your Labyrinth.
Yeah.
Enough to use a Stovey Torby or a
Yeah,
Chandraglear.
which he couldn't, cannot do the shifter. So we could see that now, and yeah, that's exactly the case. We go for Stovey, and that's great news. So he did have a second copy of Trap Trick. This could be big. If, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was thinking, like, there's just no way you can ever use 2 Trap Trick in a turn, so it makes sense to hold that as your last card to discard. I'm wondering if we can have a read that, like Andre's set, is very likely to be a Dominus Impulse
Yeah.
of his own, because I don't see what else would have been face down for so long. Maybe Impermanence.
But yeah, it's not even guaranteed. I guess you might not have enough cards to take out, but yeah, it's one of those cards that you could consider taking out as well. And yeah, I mean, it's big welcome, and it's mostly gonna depend whether this is able to resolve a... Wow, it was a Cosmic. He very, I think, he played really well with it, just keeping his patience and waiting for this. And this is huge, because this is a +1 Cosmic, essentially, unless Gabriel is able to find a way to recover the Stovey. And he draws into just 1 card. It's a trap. He passes, and this is big.
Yeah, here comes Chandra again. You only set it face down, so you're going to have to deal with
Okay,
it for a
just
second. Oh,
Taking it. Wow.
I think taking a hit from Chandra is like a sign of very bad things to come.
Yeah.
So if you can't stop this, then how are you going to stop what
The
more is
rest.
coming? I mean, it may be Dimensional Barrier,
Yeah, I
but
was thinking about barrier as well. He already attacked with that, but yeah.
yeah. It's the Tenpai mindset, you know.
Yeah.
Attack, attack, attack.
And okay, effect the barrier was picked up, but it doesn't do much because you can just chain the other one. This could be just over here, and it is. Wow, picking up his card. Eradicator was the card sided by Gabriel, and that was face down. Didn't do anything at all, and wow, Swift Chuo by Andre. What more can you say? Well played.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like Tenpai. It's such a brutal deck to play against, right? You have to, you know, your deck has to be performing because otherwise your opponent will just summon 1 monster and they will attack you, and it's so hard to interrupt them effectively. Yeah, that was a crazy game. Like, just Tenpai doing its Tenpai thing, that Bestial Magnum putting in such a lot of work. Dominus Impulse, nice to see that new card coming down.
Yeah. Again, great card for a lot of different reasons. We all know how good Impermanence is, and the effect is actually better. So if you can afford to play it, the fact that it just plays around the cards like the Triple Tactics, it's huge. And yeah, even the Call by the Grave, which is now popular. So it's definitely a great card. But at the same time, Tenpai is showing off why it's one of the top contenders. If there was a deck that even the top 4 at Niagara Falls showed that maybe could play against Tenpai, was the Labyrinth, I gotta say. So I'm surprised that we saw this 2-0 dominating, showcase, even against a player such as Gabriel Nats, obviously, were competitors. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was clean from Andre, though, right? Just shutting the Labyrinth deck off the engine. A lot of times, the deck is very, very vulnerable if you can just negate that or stop that first welcome or big welcome from resolving, right? And now we have the Ash, we have the Impulse, And Andre, they're showing you can even use the Cosmic Cyclone if you hold
Yeah.
it for the right time. Like, how many players would have just, your opponent sets 3, just activate the
For
Cosmic?
sure.
Whereas he, left it, you can add that way you can handle, like, if your opponent had, like, a there can be only one kind of style effect or anything like that. Super clutch holding the Cosmic
No,
Cyclone.
absolutely. At the end of the day, again, this shows you the difference between what are really, really top level players. We mentioned that just as early as this past August, he managed to go all the way up to second place finish at YCS Sacramento. So with the same deck, Tempai. So of course he's very well experienced with it, and that's why we want to hear it from the man of the hour, the winner of our round 3, and obviously looking good to keep his streak as they now is undefeated, going on with a 3-0 score. But we have 6 more rounds remaining for this UK Open to find out who will be the winner. But before we move on to round 4, as mentioned, keep watching because we'll be back with the winner, Andre. And we're back with the winner of round 3, Andre. Congratulations for the match. Very dominating performance. How do you feel?
Really good. Like, that is probably my least favorite matchup, playing
Yeah.
Tempo Dragon's Labyrinth. So I'm glad that I got that win, and the hands I drew were definitely enough to win that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great start of the day, undefeated still. And yeah, we did mention it that if there was a deck that maybe could have gotten even a bit more popular due to the top 4 finish of Niagara Falls, could have been Labyrinth. And I mean, you made it look easy. So how do you feel in general? We did mention that you've had a really strong performance with the deck at YCS Sacramento. So what are the main reasons why you brought the deck?
So I'm really comfortable with the Tempo Dragon deck, and it did quote-unquote get some support with more
Yeah.
Chummy cards. So consistency was the main issue with the Tempo Dragon deck. So the new Molchummies really helped. So I was really excited to play kind of a more consistent Tempo deck, really confident with the mirror match especially, and all my other matchups. When it comes to Labyrinth, though, that completely goes
Yeah.
out the window. It's a hard matchup with the dimensional barrier that I was expecting.
Absolutely, but yeah, you did get some other tools, because outside of Fuvolos, the Domino's Impulse is also an amazing
Yep.
card that can help in this matchup. And you've also showed us the difference that, you know, playing Cosmic Cyclone in a way, especially against, you know, this furniture version can make, because most players probably would have just
Yeah.
randomly used it, so that was well played.
Yeah, so I've played Cosmic Cyclone pretty much for the last year. I really
Okay.
enjoyed that 1-for-1 removal and kind of when to activate it, especially in the Labyrinth matchup, because I'm using it to stop them from setting from Lady. That's mainly what I'm
Yeah.
trying to do, because the game will go to a grind game. So if it's a case of where I have seals on my Tempis, what I need to stop is the Lady set and D barrier.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess you do have ways, as normal, you are maining cards for going second, such as Lightning Storm and Feather Duster, which are helpful in the matchup. Although in game 1, the MVP was the Black Rose Dragon, right?
Yeah.
I was wondering whether in game 2, before making the Promethean Princess, you were debating about just going.
Yeah,
for-
I was debating going straight for a Synchro, but I just had the read that he actually had Dimensional Barrier. He was really thinking about the attack points of my monsters, and I was
Yeah.
actually, if it was just Dimensional Barrier sex, I had the Ash Blossom for a big welcome or a welcome Labyrinth, so going Promethean Princess would have won me that game in that sense.
Yeah.
Obviously, it still resulted in a win, but I was making that read of Dimensional Barrier.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. We couldn't see the Ash Blossom in hand, so as well, I was considering whether it could make sense to just go for Black Rose, and in the end, I mean, it would have paid off, but it just matters that you managed to navigate that really well, and especially the Cosmic, I think, in the end won you the game, because his last interruption was that Stovey, and yeah, you navigated that pretty well. So outside of specifically Labyrinth, what do you think of the other matchups that you're expecting?
So kind of expecting some mirror matches, and I've played a lot of mirror matches. I feel really confident in
Okay.
that. In a mirror match, because how many games I've played with Tempai Dragon, and then obviously you've got the Snake Eye, which has dominated in the last YCS. I do have some things on my side deck for that, and I feel quite prepared for that matchup as well. So it's more these rogue decks or these trap decks that are going to be causing me issues where, again, I'm going to keep mentioning Dimensional Barrier is the really scary
Yeah.
one, so hopefully avoid those.
Yeah, it's quite similar, although obviously very different decks from what was back in the day with like the branded Despia deck. And a trend that became popular was to actually side in against almost any deck, cross out +1 barrier going
Yeah.
second. So is that something that you usually,
I feel I have to do it at this
Yeah.
point, because I think everyone is kind of adapted to the new meta, and they're playing Thrust to set D barrier or an alternative Floodgate. And as well, Impulse is obviously a big card that I'm expecting in nearly every person's deck, and it's just another card that can hit Kaiman, so cross out does always have a use if it's not for D barrier.
Yeah, no, it seems like it has been quite popular, because obviously a lot of decks are also preparing for the Fuvolos, and so their main response is, if you're not playing Tempai, is to either just play a deck that is a little bit, safer to play, like Centurion, and if not, we have seen a lot of triple crossout main for that reason. So yeah, it obviously makes sense. I guess one last question is about another card that is gaining a lot of popularity, which is in the side deck, and it's the Retaliating Sea.
Yes.
What do you think of the card? So
I think it's just another copy of Dimensional Shifter, and I think it's a really good card. Obviously, they do have the chance to banish it with SP Little Knight, so it does definitely have its downsides compared to Dimensional Shifter, but I've really enjoyed the card in testing, so
Yeah, it makes sense. I do totally agree that it can help a lot. And I mean, this match you showed us that you're also pretty good at drawing that
Yeah,
shifter.
yeah,
Hopefully, it's better against other
Yeah.
matchups. So we're gonna wish you good luck and you keep on drawing it where it matters,
Yeah.
maybe. But yeah, this. Thank you for having this interview with us. We're gonna wish you good luck. Maybe we'll see more
Cheers.
of you later
Thank
on.
you.
And yeah, thank you guys for being with us and for watching. This is the end of round 3, but don't go anywhere because we are gonna have 6 more rounds of Swiss to crown the champion. So stay tuned and keep watching. And we're back live from the UK Open 2024. We are now heading towards round 4, and this is where stuff gets serious because you're already guaranteeing yourself to be among the top players that remain in the event. But 9 rounds of whist are what are needed to declare the winner, the champion. So we'll see. But before we move on to the match, we have a very cool one for you guys coming up.
Yeah, we searched far and wide and we found a very cool looking Mimigul deck for you guys. I'm very excited to see this in action. It's archetype that's come out fairly recently, and now we've got even a few more cards in the latest set. Some extra XYZs, which are very powerful, and a couple new main deck monsters to be special summoned. But I guess we'll see who is gonna go first.
It seems to me as if actually Kieran will be the one. So he is on the regular Snake Eye deck, which is something along the lines of what we expected. He has decided to forgo a heavy Finsmith engine to just play more around the Fuvalos, but he's still playing one Lacrima and one Engraver, so that he can just use, you know, the closed moon at some point.
Yeah, you can still get quite a lot done with just one of each. Now, I guess you can send it from your hand with the Snake Eyes Deception if you happen to draw that. Here we see that very popular Called by the Grave. Players just kind of laughing to each other there.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate from Daniel, because he is not playing crossouts. There is only the Call by the Grave to stop this Ash Blossom, but once again it is picked up. And although this wasn't the best opener from Kieran, I mean, this can still be quite good.
Yeah, it can still get the job done with Snake Eye. Just one of the things that makes it such a powerful deck is even though you start with that suboptimal start maybe of just a normal summon Poplar, you can still get into all of your Snake Eye engine, and any 2 monsters can get you into Moon of the Closed Heaven. So then you can start playing with your Fiendsmiths as well. You can get quite a lot going. So I suppose at a bare minimum, we'll probably see like a Flame Burge with an IP and a Lacrima maybe on the field after all is said and done.
Yeah, and as mentioned, although he's not playing Tractus, he still is on the Fiendsmith main monster, and now he's gonna access them. Seems like he's thinking about it. He's just reading Call by the Grave.
Maybe he's got his own Ash Blossom somewhere, but yeah. Call by will negate it for 2 turns, yours and your opponent's. So you do have to watch out. It's very easy to forget if you've
absolutely
called by your opponents just to throw your Ash Blossom away for nothing.
And this is again, thanks to Rage of the Abyss, what makes a lot of difference when even if you don't want to count on the Fiendsmith. The Lacrima makes so much sense, as you can see here. Just gives you an additional body and Fiend. So
I'm going to keep asking if there's going to be a SHUEISHA, but still no. Yeah.
I know, Tom. I know.
One day.
The time will come. And yeah, it seems as if Dan only had that one interruption. So Desiree is going to be summoned.
Yeah, this is pretty nice here. So we're going to get the Desiree, and then you can link off the sequence before equipping it to the Desiree. You've also got the nice little benefit here of being able to negate the Princess with the Desiree, which prevents you from not being able to summon fire monsters. So you can just link away the Princess straight into something like an Illusion Rabbit or an IP Masquerader. I suppose you can't go into IP Masquerader because it's a link monster, but Illusion Rabbit it will have to be.
And he actually has, that's why he was reading it, he has the talent in hand. So he was reading Call by the Grave to make sure that he can still activate, and I think he's doing it again, as you can see. He's unsure whether he can activate this talent here.
Yeah, maybe he's not played with it. It feels like it would be second nature to me almost, but maybe he's not played with it that much.
Yeah.
Is he really going to draw? He's shuffling his deck like he's going to draw. Like, it feels like to me you're fully set up. You're just always looking at your opponent's hand here. Like,
wow. Yeah.
That surprises me the most out of anything I've seen so far today. I love looking at my opponent's hand. It's so much fun. You know, you just get to see everything.
Not so much for them, but
not so much for them. No, fun for you, right?
And I think it would have helped a lot because, you know, knowing that your opponent is on Mimigul, out of all things, obviously can change. And as you have mentioned, he's now gonna do this nice interaction where he bypasses the restriction from Princess and still able to end on this Silhouette Rabbit, which is just so popular.
Yeah, like drawing a card first as well before making the rabbit. Seems a little bit playing with fire, and not in the Snake Eyes way.
Yeah. All according to plan, Tom.
Yeah.
All according to plan. And yeah, I mean, this has resolved, and we might just be approaching an end phase. I tried to take a look at the end. I think there was a bonfire there,
We
but
should probably use the flamberge, maybe?
I don't know, 2 bonfires. We're just gonna set it.
Have we not used the flamberge? Okay, we don't want to use the flamberge.
And play is now back to Daniel, who is gonna start things off with the terraforming. Probably the last field spell Kieran is thinking about is the one that is gonna be revealed here. We are reading it.
Dungeon.
We are reading it.
This is one of the
Yep.
most powerful field spells the modern archetype has got. Every turn it's on the field, you can just add a Mimigul from your deck or graveyard to your hand. So you can grind with it, you can, yeah, I mean, it gets you to your engine and then just gives you that repeated effect. And it has a bonus, which stops your opponent from normal summoning monster while they control a face down monster. So you can summon your Mimiguls to your opponent's field until they have flipped them up and activated their negative effects. They won't be able to use their normal summon, which can be quite annoying. Kieran just having a read.
Mimigul Mine, maybe? We could, yeah. Switch the name up. But
We can just destroy it. Yeah, this is really mean, actually. So Rabbit having that extra effect.
yeah. And again, Kieran obviously not too familiar with this strategy, but we add a second copy.
Second time is the charm. If he's going to allow it. Well, I suppose we don't actually have an IP, so the only way to negate it would be with the Desiree. But this feels like quite a heavy investment for the Desiree.
Totally. The thing is, if you don't know the Mimigul cards, and then you don't know what to expect, you know, we could also see it, because...
Yeah, I mean, it can be a little scary, right, if you don't know what's going to happen. And it's very reasonable, I think, if you don't know what's going to happen, you just negate it. You just say, the field spell is probably quite important.
Yeah, but
I'll just negate it, but not today.
it's not going to be the case, and Daniel is thinking about which to pick. And in the end, I think he went for Fairy. Yep.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. I guess maybe he's got another couple of Mimiguls in his hand. I feel like the Dragon is a very popular one to start off with, because when it's normal summoned, you can add any Mimigul spell or trap, I think, from your deck to your hand. So that's pretty helpful as a sort of starting piece, but maybe he's already got the Dragon. Because Mimigul Fairy, yeah, you can special summon it if you control a Mimigul monster. So goes quite nicely with as your second Mimigul, I'd say. But let's see what's what. Oh, it's the Archfiend.
Yep. It's a normal summon of the Archfiend, to which Kieran obviously is going to read it. And
Oh, that's really funny, actually. It's got quite a good effect. When it's normal summoned, you can change a monster on the field to face-up attack or face-down defense position. So that's pretty good. Like, it doesn't say it targets, so I guess the Desiree has to negate it, right?
I don't know, but it's a face-down monster.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's less
Yeah.
exciting. I was
Yeah.
really excited there. I thought it was just going to set the Desiree.
No, unfortunately not. It's kind of the other way around. However, we just special summoned the Fairy and moved on to Fucho, and this is big, but
This,
obviously...
yeah, it negates the summon, right? So I don't think the protection of Fucho will do the trick.
Yep. And as you can see, yeah, he moves on to negate it, and I think that is it. Good effort by Daniel, trying to go for what could have been a Zeus line, but however, in the end, the setup with the Silhouette Rabbit was enough to take it. The Call by the Grave on Ash Blossom plus the talent, which again, interesting decision not to look at his opponent hand, but ended up paying off. Yeah, I mean, we are familiar with the Snake Eye. In this particular instance, we didn't really get to see the Azamina portion still, but it is in the deck, and alongside it, as we instead saw, is this Finsmith Lacrima, which has just been so good every time it has been on stream today.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Fiendsmiths, like, you're going to see them every game, more or less, because you only need to draw, or just get 2 monsters on the field somehow, and that's all your Fiendsmith monsters.
And yeah, unfortunately, I have bad news for Daniel, because close to the 1 copy of Call by the Grave, he's only playing 1 talent as well. So that was the other one off. But I mean, we're not gonna tell him. And for now, though, we can take a look at the side decks. The Mimikul deck is actually playing just a couple Snake Eye cards of his own. So I'm really interested in just watching what he has come up with as a going first play. But there are some interesting tools coming in handy, right? What do you think?
Some of these absolute classic cards to side deck. When you go first, there's some very powerful continuous trap cards. We have Anti-Spell Fragrance, we have Gozer Match, and we have There Can Be Only One.
Yeah.
All very powerful cards in their own right. I suppose you'll have to pick and choose which of those you want for a particular matchup. So like the Gozer Match can be a little annoying, but obviously the Snake Eye deck can play quite well with fire monsters, but There Can Be Only One, again, sort of so-so, but like the Anti-Spell Fragrance feels like 100% going in.
Yeah, and in case of doubt, he also has 3 copies of Solemn Judgment to just protect those and any of his other openings. While on the other hand, it's as expected slightly, I guess. His opponent is not really familiar with the deck at all. So he's going to take a look at his side deck, where he has a lot of tools for going seconds, but I'm not quite sure that he knows what to bring in. So we're going to find out now that game 2 is about to start.
One of the things I'm wondering might be a tad unfortunate for Mimigul in this matchup in particular is you rely on giving your opponent flip monsters and kind of leaving them on the opponent's field, and they can't really flip them up or anything like that. But the Snake Eye deck can send it with either the Deception or the Witch. So they actually have quite good use for those set monsters that other decks would have to like either leave or flip up at some point. So there's a bit of a downside of this matchup for Mimiguls.
But we start things off with Shifter here, and the only interruption is an Ash Blossom that Kieran did not use on the field spell, and
he saved it here for the Mimigul Maker.
yeah, that was a good call.
Which maybe he knows like that this is a very powerful card in Mimigul rather than just negating the search from the field spell.
Yep, definitely well played, and we're gonna see the Fairy once again, but I doubt this is gonna be a Fucho. Yep.
Turn 1 Fucho, it is not Tenpai.
Yeah,
so
it's the Giant. And now we get to search 1 Mimigul card from deck, and the choice is actually a one-off of the trap card that he's using. So just 1 room in the deck.
yeah, very powerful trap. It can summon a Mimigul and it can flip a monster on the field to face down defense position or face up attack position. So 2 very good effects, and it has an extra effect in the graveyard. So a little bit of everything, but that's kind of like a good 2-for-1, getting a Mimigul from your deck and then like kind of setting one of your opponent's cards can be really powerful.
Absolutely. At the same time, Kieran has picked up his talent once again. So that's the card is gonna be there. But yeah, it's gonna ask for some translations, probably foreign language.
I mean, Talents is a very powerful card, but you do need something to pair with it, right? And under the Shifter, it might be quite difficult to get Dan to actually activate a monster effect. I mean, he's not actually got any cards that look like monster effects going to activate straight away.
Yeah, because we see this room getting flipped in the draw phase, and we are gonna give our opponent, I think the one-off, is it? Yeah, just the one-off Slime.
So I guess maybe he's just giving it to Kieran to play around cards like Evenly Matched or something like that, or Lightning Storm. I can't see else why you'd activate it straight away. I don't think you can flip summon that, right? Yeah, he's just pointing it out, which is it was just summoned this turn, so it's going to have to stay face down. That downside I mentioned of giving your opponent a monster is less of a downside when you already have a Shifter
Yeah, I mean,
lined up.
I think that was actually gonna be super detrimental if he flipped it. Like if he could flip it, because like it's gonna give so much advantage to his opponent. But yeah, it's good for Kieran that he can't. And
Yeah, you can't tribute summon either because of the effect of the Mimigal Room.
yeah, I mean his hand, he does have a ruler, which is alright, but yeah, it's a very interesting deck because it plays by giving your opponent
Tribute
Ooh,
set, here we go.
yeah.
This shifter plus room causing a lot of issues for Kieran. Oh, it's the dungeon, not the room. Here we see, so he's got that oak, and for players who don't know,
That's it.
oak can get a monster from the banish pile as well as from your graveyard, so pretty helpful extra effect.
But that was about it, and now, obviously, as you mentioned, he's gonna get this oak back, but Daniel is in the driving seat, and he's gonna get to add the second copy of Maker, this time safe from Ash Blossom.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty powerful. He's got the giant Mimigul as well, which can destroy cards, I think, equal to the number of face-down monsters they control, something like that. So Kieran's going to have a couple of face-down monsters for sure in a minute once the Mimigul Maker resolves and special summons 1 to Kieran's field. That'll be 2, so you'll be able to pop a bunch of things. Feel like we're going to get to see some proper Mimigul action now. Here we see the field spell getting another search 2 turns in a row, which I feel like is more powerful than like any other field spell I've
Yeah,
seen.
definitely. Usually the camera cost of like discarding a card to do so, but no, this one is a straight up value machine. And once again, is this the fairy?
Yeah, the Fairy, quite a good addition to the deck, allowing you to have a lot easier access to those rank 1s.
Are we resolving? Yeah, we are. So the Maker, such a strong card, finally gets resolved. And yeah, this is gonna create a lot of issues.
Yeah, it's a shame the Mimigals, you can't attack them, right? They have to, they only get their effects when they're flipped during the main phase, so Dan gonna have to find a way to activate them, and that might be with the Mimigul Throne, which will let him get a Mimigul Master from his deck. I think the Mimigul Master, oh, and with the Archfiend as well. Oh, that's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Flip it up. It's gonna destroy his field. And then pass over. Wow, look at this. Field destroyed. Then the dragon comes back. I'll have that after it's just destroyed your whole field. Can Mimigul do a lot of damage? What do we reckon? They're all quite small. I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
they are. That's for sure. And probably that's why he has included a couple of Snake Eyes in there to just transition afterwards if he gets the option to, access the engine.
I think the giant gives them extra attack points somehow. I'm not sure how though.
Yeah, no, the field spell also helps because they gain attack equal to the defense, so it can help a bit. And this is exactly the case.
Okay, so yeah, this is going to be quite a lot of extra attack then. Plus the giant Mimigul. Oh, they can attack directly. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, no, this could actually end up being a lot.
Oh wow, so you can detach material, then target cards on the field equal to the number of face-down monsters your opponent controls, deal 1,000 extra damage, and then we're going to get to attack directly with all of our Mimigulls. So yeah, you're right, this could be a ton of damage.
Yeah, he's explaining all the effects to the opponent, making sure they're all in line with what's going on. And we still had the fairy holding up from before.
How much defense has the fairy got? I feel like it's quite big.
Yeah, I mean, the giant alone represents 2,000, so...
But that can't attack directly.
No, well, you can...
Suppose you can just destroy your opponent's monster and then attack directly the old-fashioned way. Has he maybe
Oh,
used
wow.
his...
Is it access code?
Oh, yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, it is access code. Gonna use access code. This is 63.
Yeah, but there's already been
Yeah.
1,000 from... I think the giant... Does it gain attack equal to its defense? Or is
Let
it...
me check. Yeah, they do. Then
Oh,
that's
okay,
enough.
yeah, that's big.
That's enough. Would have been enough because thanks to the field spell they do gain, but
Plus the 1,000 from...
yeah.
Oh, but we have one last trick up the sleeve from Kieran. The lesser known effect of Dival Star the Black Witch. So if it's sent to the graveyard during your opponent's turn, you can send a card from your hand or field to the graveyard, I want to say, and special summon it back. And yeah, looks like that's not going to be the game.
No,
so
it
has
was a very
saved
good
him.
recognition from Kieran, and this can be problematic because we have used a lot of resources to just try and push for game, and now we need a backup plan with only one card in hand.
Yeah, and I suppose he had no other Linker monsters to send away. So if he just made like another Link with a different attribute before, would have been excellent. But yeah, Kieran's no longer under Shifter. He's hardly used any Snake Eye cards, and I think he just added an extra one from the Poplar. So he's probably going to have quite a lot of action going into his next turn.
Is it just SP or? Yeah.
Well, I guess the Oak can't come back if you banish the Oak.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, Kieran found the one way to stay alive, and unfortunately, Daniel just couldn't do it. And now the scenario is completely turned up because we are just facing an SP, one card in hand, and there is so much that the deck can still do.
So we see the SP, and then this is going to go into talents for a second time. Surely.
I mean, actually, here you can draw if you don't have anything, but like
he has
thi-
everything.
yeah, this is the big difference. Like before Rage of the Abyss, this might have been actually a tricky spot, but the deception makes so much of a difference. And yeah, surely this time, as you mentioned, he's gonna send back the last card for Daniel, who is now defenseless. And we are finally getting some Azamina action.
Now, I think the deception is just going to be sent away, right? Because you have to tribute a monster, but Kieran's got no monsters. But it will be a face-up card.
Yeah.
Oh, here we see the original's already in the grave.
You can get it. Yeah, that's why.
There we go. Put it back and then search out the ash.
Or I think he's actually just revealing that he has. Yeah, exactly.
And I think once we know what the ash does,
Yeah.
we'll kind of know this is going to be a lot of damage coming down for Kieran, and no tricks for Dan as far as I can see.
Nope. So, no matter how good of an effort this has been a really good show by Kieran, who now gets to use the deception. He's holding another wanted, so he has another way to actually use and go for some fusion summons.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun using the wanted with the Hallowed Azamina because you can activate it in response to the Hallowed Azamina.
And that's what's going to happen.
Get the extra value out of resolving a spell and sending it, all for one card.
Yeah, that's a really, really good interaction. As you can see. Playing the usual suspects in the extra deck.
Yeah, we can negate any of the opponent's cards that they don't even have anymore, just in case some magic monsters come out of the graveyard. Yeah, Kieran's just got everything he could ever want or need in this situation. The Ash to get the Flamberge. Maybe he has already... Well, maybe he took the field spell out of his deck because he didn't search it with Poplar.
There comes Flamberge No, because I think it was already. Yeah, either he started out. I'm pretty sure he didn't have it, but at the start.
Did we not use the witch already?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we did.
Just got to be careful. Not to
Yeah, good catch from the judge. Obviously, I mean, it's understandable. Your opponent is on 0 cards. You are quite excited to just, advance with a 4-0 record, but you still gotta keep your composure. And okay, we're actually translating. Just
You see the moon. Just checking that there are targets for Flamberge. I'm not sure that there are because no effective Flamberge because that Poplar is in the spell and trap card zone. And I think the oak got banished.
you see here just some recycling, and then having it shuffled back. We just summon it again by sending the deception, and now we can access the Lacrima plus engraver.
Yeah, it's so powerful, the ability to recycle. As we see with the Fiendsmith cards, they send themselves all back to the deck rather than banish or anything like that. And then the same for these Azamina cards. You can get so much extra value throughout the game, and you have to devote fewer slots in your main deck to these engine pieces, and instead can just put them back and use them again as needed.
Seems like he's just trying to figure out whether he has enough to push for game,
Yeah,
or
here
just
comes
gonna.
the sequence, and then surely we can go into a princess.
Yeah.
We should
But I
do
mean-
the trick.
Worst case, even if you passed on this, like they are top decking a card, you have a negate, plus you can negate the field spell already. So,
Yeah, you got to watch out the field spell, the ever-present value.
and as you can see, he's just reading to make sure he hasn't, there are no secret effects in the graveyard from these Mimighouls. And yeah, battle phase, just gonna push.
So not quite enough to end the game this
Yeah.
turn. But yeah, as you say, it's difficult to see what could go wrong when you are going to have the Desiree to negate the field spell, and then your Azamina monster to negate whatever is left.
And yeah, you can see Daniel smiling.
Maybe he could draw a lava golem. That's
Sure.
but then the
To then,
Desiree.
to then, exactly.
Oh yeah, we've got to remember
yeah,
the
we do have the SP, but there he goes. Still very tough. Drawing to one more card in hand. This could be it from Daniel. But he's gonna start things off as expected with the field spell, trying to force out a response. Okay, it's gonna be
Makes sense to
Yazamia.
negate it with that, because if you negate it with the Desiree, then the SP would respond, force out the Azamina.
yeah.
Does he run the Typhon? Anything I can think of that would do a lot here?
Let me check.
But if not, it feels like
No, I think he's only playing Zeus.
just a couple of attacks should be able to end the game in short order. Yeah, you can't target that, can you?
Yeah. Yep.
What's happened here?
No, they basically activate the effect, so they were correcting it because he tried to use it on the Desiree.
Yeah, and I feel like you can just attack, right? There's no...
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably entering just want to be safe as possible
just a few
mode.
more cards.
Yeah, but I mean, this is obviously over, and it will be Kieran who will be advancing with an undefeated record here in
Just
round
have an
4.
extra negate, just in case. You can negate anything your opponent throws at you. Maybe if Dan has a negate attack, that's a counter trap that would end the battle phase.
Yeah.
But other than that, can't really see what would keep him in it right now.
Wow. Okay, this is a bit much. We just normal summoning Purulia into a Gozen. Okay.
This is one of those cards that could flip a game on its head, but I think we have many ways to negate this. So, well, you have to be careful, though, because this negates effects and not activation. So if you respond with this, then the goes and does actually resolve, I think. Oh, he's just letting it resolve. And the Desiree can still attack.
Yeah. That's about it. Still resolves, an attack goes down, and it is Kieran winning 2-0.
Yeah, pretty clean from Kieran there. Keeping composed in the face of a Dimension Shifter. Not doing a huge amount on his turn, but then just saying, okay, you know, what are you going to do? Having that heads up to summon the Black Witch back after it was destroyed was enough to keep him alive for a turn and then come back the next turn. So that was really clutch. Like, I don't think that's a super common effect we've seen used at Black Witch, so very, very easy to miss that.
No, absolutely. And sometimes, especially when you're facing off against a deck that you are completely unfamiliar with, what matters is how well you know your own deck, because then you know how to adapt to different situations, and this is exactly what we are seeing. If in game one he had it easy with a pretty strong opening and no real chance of fighting back from Daniel, game two, honestly, we thought we were gonna go to game three at some point, because once the access code hit the field, it seemed all over, and instead. Yeah, as you mentioned, well recognition and yeah, well deserved the win. In the end, unfortunately, we didn't get to see a lot of these Mimigoul's combo, but we did a bit in game two, fair enough, and we'll take it. But regardless, I think congratulations to both. They're both still with a very good score, obviously 4-0, but on the other end, 3-1 is still totally reasonable, and since there are 5 more rounds, there are definitely chances that whoever wins it is not necessarily undefeated throughout all 9. So we'll see how that looks, but regardless, very good chance of making it all the way down. And yeah, it was a great round. So thank you for being with us for round 4. But before we move on, obviously we gotta hear it from the winner interview. So keep watching, and we'll be back soon.
Hello and welcome back to the UK Open London 2024. I'm here for a round 4 interview with our winner of that round, Kieran. Congratulations.
Hi, thank you. That was rough. It was very interesting because I did not prepare for Mimigal at all. So as you saw, I was constantly checking the card. His field spells were in Italian as well, so I kept immediately forgetting the effect as soon as I had read it on the Neuron app. So the judge had to help me like twice because my memory was just like a goldfish.
Yeah, I mean, it has got a couple of extra little effects, doesn't it, that you got to read. I mean, there's the main one to add cards, but then there's the other two which restrict you from doing things. So you do actually have to keep it in mind, right?
Yeah, I do. It was really important, especially because all of my deck is focusing on essentially normal summoning Snake Eye Ash or Snake Eye Oak at some point in the combo. So getting around that was incredibly difficult. One of the games as well, on top of that, he also had a shifter, so I couldn't do Special Summon Witch to then start my combo as well, so it was very rough to start.
So, yeah, I mean, in that second game, there was the shifter, and you came up with the play of, like, setting the Witch, so how did you figure that one out?
I wanted to clear his set because I didn't want him to flip up and gain too much advantage off of it. So the only way I could get it off of my side of the field was to tribute set Black Witch. And thankfully, because Black Witch has the third effect of when it leaves the field during the opponent's turn, it doesn't really come up a lot, but my opponent either forgot about it or didn't know about it enough. And because of that, he didn't have enough access code material in Graveyard to clear his board and then kill me. So I think that specifically helped me win game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that shows, I guess, you've played with the deck a lot, because I don't think a lot of players, know that even if they play with it themselves, they summon the Black Witch 100 times.
I have seen some people just never use the Graveyard effect of Witch, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed pretty clutch. So you said you've not prepared. Do you know anything about Mimicals?
I know vaguely a bit. I obviously knew that the normal spell, I believe it's called Maker, Mimical Maker. I knew that was very important to stop because he gets too much advantage off of that. But in terms of like what they were actively trying to do beyond Floodgate, because I stopped looking at it very quickly on when they were trying to do, was it Hounds? They were trying to special summon Logq, like day 1 of the archetype coming out, to my knowledge. So I haven't really paid it too much attention to it. I will be paying more attention to it now because I definitely made some mistakes. Obviously, I tried flip summoning the monster he special summoned to my side of the field during my turn. That was a silly, I don't know, game mechanic that I should have remembered. That was completely my fault. As you saw at some point as well, I accidentally tried to use Witch twice in one turn. So I was relying on that as well. Like, I forgot about the first one, but I was relying on the second one to get lethal, which is why I ended up swinging with like 3 bodies and then just like passing on essentially Desiree control.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess like it's very easy when you're, playing something unfamiliar, maybe in the feature match, you might make a mistake. I mean, I guess because the Mimicals, they normally give you the monster on their turn, right? And then you can just flip it up, but this time...
It was fine though. We were both like a little bit tense. For both of us, it was our first feature match, and it was a lot of fun.
So you recommend it to people at home? You think it's good fun to come and get on the feature?
I think it depends on your opponent. My opponent was a really great guy, and I'd love to play him again. We had a good back and forth. It was a good time.
Well, I mean, congratulations very much on winning your round 4 feature match. So how are you feeling? Do you think you're going to make it all the way, take those 5 extra wins?
To be honest, I never thought I'd get this far on its own. Typically, I've had a bad luck of like consistently losing dice rolls or playing horribly and then losing quickly. This is like the first event I've gone 4-0 at this point in time. So I'm excited to see where it goes, but honestly, I'm mainly here to see my friends and have a good social event today.
Great. Well, that's as good a reason as any to come to a Yu-Gi-Oh event, but congratulations on your 4-0 record.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll see you in the rest of the day.
Hopefully.
And for everyone at home, I hope you enjoyed that feature match and interview, and we'll see you shortly for round 5.
There once was a monster so powerful, it was split into 5 pieces and sealed away. But now the time has come for you to unseal this mighty monster. Behold, the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. Can you handle its unlimited power? Yu-Gi-Oh! The Infinite Forbidden, available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the UK Open 2024 here in London. We are at the middle of the day as we approach round 5 out of 9 to declare the champion, and wow.
Yeah, I mean, we were like having a look around for a great feature match for you guys, and on table 2, no less, we have a clash of the titans.
I don't know where to start from, honestly. Yeah.
Well, you know, the biggest and baddest of them all, we have Exodia on the one side. Got a bunch of new cards recently, and Rage of the Abyss has added yet another with the new Blue Eyes monster. I'm not sure of the full name, but it lets you add a Millennium Ankh and then has an extra interruption effect in your graveyard. 2 very powerful effects to add to this Exodia Millennium deck.
But at the other end, when his opponent is going to ask, how many cards are you running? Michael is going to answer 60 because he's on that grass. Looks greener. Paleozoic. What a throwback. And I'm in love with the deck, so I want to see also what he can do with a lot of new support. But it's going to be Ben going first. And
here comes, the Millennium Shield, number 1. Not sure how the name's changed. What is it actually, the proper name? Because Millennium Shield was obviously the original Shield of the Millennium Dynasty. There you go.
He's going to allow his opponent to read this card. I mean, in this deck, you can do quite a few things because he's really good at OTKing usually. And you can set up an oppressive field with Secret Village of the Spellcaster. But, I mean, that is not particularly strong against maybe a Paleozoic deck. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But something that is absolutely insane is going to be Exot Fires of Rage. Because that's essentially a Feather Duster in the end phase. And how do you get that?
I mean, not only that, but the Exodia monster, I think it has a once per turn negate a spell or trap as well. So if you're just going to, if your plan is just set 5 traps, then you're right. That's going to be a bit of an issue. Yeah.
Also, obviously, the typical strategy has not changed with the 60-card Paleozoics. You usually want to activate like a spell, a power spell, and then set 4 or 5, depending whether you go there first or second. But if your opponent is setting up exactly 1 negation plus a Feather Duster, that's, I think, the worst possible opener that they can have. And this is exactly what we are witnessing here. We go for the Unstoppable Exodia.
I thought the original Exodia was, you know, unstoppable enough, but this one must be more unstoppable. Very powerful card. Has the monster negation. It attacks for a bunch of damage, equal to how much your life points are.
Yeah. And I think Michael won't be happy reading this Exit Fires of Rage.
Yeah, does it let you set during the end phase as well? Yeah,
so
oh my goodness. Is that what he set?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems quite tricky to play around.
That's about it. And you can see Michael not too happy. It's going to be tricky to find a solution. I honestly don't see it. It's probably something along... Because the problem is, even if you just don't set 5, then they just OTK you. And wow. Yeah, I think that's about it. Wow. Only 2 minutes are what's needed for Ben to win game 1. What a crazy start from the Exodia deck. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we thought Tenpai was quick, but that was just done and dusted in minutes. No need for this combo, just straight up.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rough day with a lot of up and downs, and as you've mentioned, Tenpai is to be expected, but I mean, it is unstoppable.
It is unstoppable. I mean, that's got to be like fewest cards activated in a game, I reckon, of a feature match. That was just like
could be it,
like the Millennium Shield, the Millennium Ankh, and then the Exod. That was it. 3 effects, game over.
And I mean, it kind of is, because the beauty, but at the same time the risk of such a diverse format as the one that we have today is that you can play against whatever deck, and sometimes you're gonna be facing off against what is the perfect counter to yours, and it seems like this is the case. Obviously, maybe whether he would have won the die roll, it could have been a bit of a different one. But like non-maining, I think any interruption, any entrap at all, there was no way he could have stopped this. And with, as you mentioned, the latest support in Art of the Blue Eyes, the deck is super consistent.
Yeah, just like one extra way to get that Millennium Ankh, which the whole deck revolves around, and you're definitely going to get to that Exod on the first turn. Like, yeah.
How do you beat that? And yeah, we gotta find that out, because now it's gonna be the Paleozoic deck going first, and obviously that helps a lot. The card you really wanna see would be Grass, of course, because that's gonna help out. But there are some interesting options in the side deck.
Yeah.
Obviously, Dimensional Barrier is a way to stop it.
Have you seen this card? Boo Boo Game? I've never seen this card in my life, but it seems to be some spell and trap removal technology there. It's if it's destroyed, then you can set 2 normal traps in your graveyard. So you just set it along with your...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing so much spice, even a card that I haven't seen in years, which is Fiend Comedian, which, wow. I mean, probably not going to be the greatest in this matchup, but it's a really fun card to play around with a tossing coin, you know, mechanic. But yeah, he has a lot of interesting tools, and he opens up with the lesser known of the Morganite spells, I want to say.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think its main effect is really that it just searches the other one, because so it says you cannot activate monster effects from the hand after you use it, and then monsters you control can make 2 attacks during each battle phase. And then if your opponent's monster battles an opponent's monster, the damage is doubled. So I'm not sure those are the effects Michael's interested in, but when it's in the graveyard, you can banish it to add another Morganite card from your deck to the hand. So yeah, that gets the original time-tearing Morganite. But it's very expensive, like, because you have to use it, and then you have to activate the other time-tearing Morganite, and that's not going to start paying off until a few turns in the future.
Yeah.
Kind of down to 3 cards? Like, this is bold.
But I mean, I do think it adds a little bit of consistency, and although you don't get the benefit right away, it still can be good. But wow, there is another card that he can't set unless he has maybe a Dinomiscus, and yeah, he doesn't seem too happy. And just 2 face downs. If Ben has one of those aggressive ends, this could be a very fast one. But yeah, let's take a look. I think it starts with Golem.
Yeah, the Golem. So they all like special summon themselves and then search. We're going to start. Okay, we're going to get that Ankh to the hand straight away. Save you from paying a bunch of life points, because if you don't have the Ankh in your hand, then you have to pay life points each time rather than just reveal it. So paying 2,000 life points a pop for each of your effects could start to add up pretty quickly, because you only have 8,000 to begin with. That's only 4 effects.
Yeah, and with 2 face downs, the Ankh is actually scary, because, okay, as expected, by holding a card in hand, he had them Dinomiscus, and yeah, this means that it just has to get rid of... Oh, that's a good combo, though, with the Jack back at least.
The classic. But, like, what do we do? Like, you just activate the Millennium Ankh, and that's, like... and threatens 8,000 damage.
Yep.
Like,
yeah.
negates a spell or trap card. Like, Michael's only got 2 cards left to play with. Well, assuming that the backjack hits something, which given his deck is like 90%
Yeah, I mean,
normal traps, it will probably hit something.
Yeah. Is there anything against this Ankh? No, we are not seeing any Dimensional Barrier. So at least I think there was one of the Exodia pieces in the end, pretty sure. So
Yeah. He's assembling all 5 pieces, but you know, it's not the official way of doing it. I want someone to just actually do it, like
yeah.
on the feature, you know, they just go, "Oh, whoops, I drew Exodia."
I mean, it's bound to happen at some point. Yeah.
You'd have to play a lot of games if
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh before that happens.
But at some point, that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is brutal.
This
'cause
is like just 8,000 damage, unless Michael has something to say about it. Ice Dragon's Prison, maybe? Just to defend himself? Yeah, and
that's gonna be negated. Do we use the Jack back? What's on top of the deck? That's the last card.
I want to see a Dimensional Prison or something, you know, just...
I think Ben is reading whether he can use the Ash Blossom. He's thinking about that.
Oh. Is that just it? That's just 8,000? No way. There it is. That's game.
Can you? Yeah.
Yeah. the
I guess, yeah, because otherwise send it. No, I was thinking whether you can, but yeah, I guess it says otherwise send it to the graveyard, so that's why you can actually still use Dash. And wow, this has been the fastest future match that we probably commentated ever.
absolutely, like Exodia gets it done. 10 minutes.
Probably less.
Yeah, we thought Tenpai was the quick one, but obviously it's just Exodia. You activate your Millennium Ankh, you attack for 8,000 damage, and that's it. That's it. Game over.
Yeah, I mean, it's unstoppable. We mentioned it. The card says it, and it's 5-0. 5-0 at a UK Open Exodia
There we go.
2024.
I'm seeing it. I'm believing it. I'm beginning to believe in the heart of the cards, which he's got the heart of the blue eyes. He's got
Brutal.
everything.
Yeah, that was absolutely brutal. I mean, yeah, we did mention it. I think it's probably just an impossible matchup, and there is not much that the deck can do. And yeah, I guess in the end, well played by picking the deck rather than probably just showcasing. Because I mean, it's working out. I doubt he has played 5 Paleozoics in a row, so it's definitely working out. It has some interesting cards in the deck. It still can play Shifter, and he has a lot of tools, as we will be able to ask him directly, since this is definitely a unique choice. But the deck has been performing. I'm pretty sure there was one who actually made it to the top cut, probably even in Niagara Falls, I'm thinking. So it's a deck that you should never take for granted. And yeah, I mean, you just saw it. If you just don't know what you're up against, you're gonna get obliterated.
Exactly. I mean, can you imagine though, Michael just going to go and say, "Oh, I just had this, my really rough matchup for the deck," and you see your friend say, "What has he said, Exodia?" And they just kind of look at you and think, "Wait, what? What are you talking about?"
Yeah, I mean, it's one for the books, I guess. He can always just say, "Yeah, I've lost on stream to Exodia," and yeah, that did happen. But again, I guess there is not too much to elaborate on when it comes to this one. So what we can do is probably try and get him on stream so that we can know a bit about this deck and how Ben decided to bring it and build it for the event. So thank you for being with us. This was a very short round 5 brought to you by the UK Open 2024 in London. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be back soon with the winner interview. And we are back with the winner of round 5, the man of the hour, the hero of the you watching home, because obviously Exodia. And congrats, Ben. It was an incredible showcase of the deck. Wow.
Yeah, it's not bad.
How do you feel? You're still undefeated, 5-0, impressive start of the day.
Yeah, I feel very lucky. I
Okay.
feel very lucky, yeah.
Humble words. But yeah, I mean, first and foremost, outside of this matchup, which was definitely unfortunate for, Paleo, just the way that it lines up, what went behind your choice of bringing this deck?
The main choice was the new Molchami cards.
Yeah.
This deck doesn't really care about those.
True.
I don't summon from the hand. I can't because they have to be
Yeah.
placed in a spell and trap zone, so they won't be drawing off that. And I usually do 1 or 2 extra deck summons at most. So those 2 cards combined with me being allowed to play Shifter and Lava Golem, I thought it's good. It's a good choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely working out, and we have been mentioning it. The Blue Eyes helps. The deck is still quite consistent,
Yeah.
getting to the ank, and you can set up going first, or you can just easily OTK going second. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
definitely a deck that, when you're not prepared against it, it can be scary. So how was the day overall? What were the matchups that you have played until now?
So I've played against, I believe, 2 Tempai, which is an interesting one because
Yeah.
it's all battle damage. I've played against a Voiceless Voice, and obviously now the Paleo. I think maybe it was 3 Tempai then.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
I think we're doing okay against Tempai because they let me go first. So
Yeah.
So that I will always choose to go first, regardless.
Absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
I think they regret it once they find out
Yeah.
what you're playing, and yeah, it's something that again most duelists might not be too familiar with, even though it is having some success. So have you been playing it for a while, or no, just a recent choice?
I've been playing with it online for a while. This is the first time I've ever
You've
played it in
tried
person.
Nice. Okay.
So,
you have
so
been-
I'm familiar with it because I've
you
played
followed
online.
you
Yeah,
followed
yeah.
the action online from other tournaments, and yeah, now I guess we can also take a look more specific into some of the choices that you have.
I know what
you
you're
have
going
had.
to ask.
Yeah. Okay.
I know what you're
I
gonna
mean, first and foremost, the extra deck.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'll explain.
9 cards are in there. Okay.
Yeah. I only need 3.
Okay.
I only need 2, really. Silhouette Rabbit and, of course, Exodia.
Yeah.
Exodia probably should be at 3 just in case, like, Castor Unicorn or something.
Fair enough.
Maybe. The Bahamets and the Toads, they're non-playable. It's literally for prosperity. So
Fair enough.
you should put some generic links in there.
Yeah.
But out of the hundreds of games I've played, I've only ever summoned Silhouette Rabbit and Exodia. So
Okay. That's fair
all I
enough. So
need.
so are Bahamas, Shark, and Toad just your favorites? That's why you picked them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like
Oh, fair enough.
sharks, so they're good.
I mean,
Yeah.
you mentioned that you have been lucky. Maybe it's your lucky charm. Then it
Maybe,
makes
maybe.
sense. So you should consider it. And I think 9 is my favorite number. So I totally support.
It's a bit
you.
random. It's a
Yeah.
bit, it should be 15, but you know.
I know. I mean, we do love, to just see this and pair it with an Exodia deck, so why not? But in terms of going back to, something more standard, your side deck I really like. It seems like it's a lot of re-offs, which I'm a big fan of when you
Yeah.
move to the side deck. So what were the main matchups that you were trying to cover?
Well, Spooky Dogwood for me, I was considering main decking it over Shifter
wow.
because the life point gain would go onto Exodia's attack.
Yeah.
So in the main deck, it would be a good choice.
True.
Nibiru is kind of random. It's not done anything today.
Okay.
Evenly, I'm a huge fan of Evenly. It would definitely be in there. I would change the side deck actually and probably put more
Okay.
going first cards in there in the future because
Mm.
I only have anti-spell.
Yeah.
So when I'm going first and I've got lava golems and dead cards going first, it would help if I had maybe some going first solemns or
Yeah.
more.
I mean, I guess it might be also the free tempai that
Yeah,
make
yeah,
you
yeah.
speak because
But
you have gone first a
It's
lot.
good at going second. You know, I've got lava
Yeah.
golems in the main, shifters, imperms,
Yeah.
ashes, and I've got all these side deck cards. So it's
I
good
mean,
coverage.
yeah, it's probably like the main deck is well-rounded enough where you don't even need to side deck that much,
Yeah.
and it is working out. A card, and that's gonna be one of my last questions that obviously can carry the deck, not quite against Paleo, is that Secret Village.
Yeah,
So-
I've used it today.
Okay.
Exodia Secret Village set 4 against Tempai, and he had 5 spells. So
Wow.
so
Okay.
if you get to it, maybe
Yeah.
maybe I could play 2 or 3 and make it more consistent. But
Yeah.
with the terraforming, that's 2 copies. Maybe a set rotation would have been nice.
It could be, yeah. Or I
Yeah.
mean, you can just side more. That could be your going
Side
first
of,
side.
yeah, maybe
for the
maybe
future.
side more. So if I'm going first,
Yeah.
make that a play.
I guess that could be some room for consideration. But yeah, I think you just showcased the deck really well. And for anyone watching from home, I think I suggest you also give it a try and maybe bring it to YCS Bologna. We never know. Yeah, we want to bring the deck more justice. But hopefully, thank you for being with us and
Thank you.
congrats again, Ben. You left some free time, I think, to just
it's quick, yeah.
hang around and watch the other top tables. But we'll obviously wish you best of luck, and maybe we'll see you later on again, trying to claim the
Hopefully, yeah.
title.
Hopefully.
So thank you guys for being with us. That was the end of round 5, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back with more content coming from the UK Open Live. Welcome back from the UK Open 2024 in London. We are now in round 6, and well, with more and more rounds coming up, more and more decks are coming up as well, as this seems to be such a diverse format nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, everywhere we look, we're seeing different decks. We've got one that's very trendy at the moment, I feel like, the Centurion deck list. It saw some success at Niagara. I think a lot of players are picking it because it is very good against the new Molchami Foalos, so you don't have to special summon too many times from the extra deck. It's also very neat into Tenpai because you have a lot of ways to prevent those destruction effects like Raigeki and Lightning Storm. And then on the other hand, we have a very fun deck, which is the Chimera deck. I really love this deck.
Seems like there was no time to waste, starting things off right away here for Niroshan. And yeah, as mentioned, we have already featured deck that have tried to fight against Fuvalos by main decking 3 copies of Ash Blossom, 3 copies of Crossout, and Call by the Grave. But these 2 duelists have chosen a different strategy. They have picked up decks where they can set up an ending field through Fuvalos that doesn't let your opponent draw that many cards, and that is still quite scary. And I think that makes a lot of sense. For Niroshan, it's obviously relying on Chimera Fusion. While for Jamie, it seems like he has picked up what was Pakawat deck from YCS Niagara Falls, which was the winner of the Swiss portion. And I mean, again, if not broken, why fix it? So he's gonna try to replicate the same success, which for this event would mean he would be the winner of the tournament. So does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a cool deck. I love the mix with the Bestial engine. It's so cool to be able to play that branded Regained whenever you get the chance in any deck. It's very nice. You can make good use of those level 6 monsters to make some good synchros, giving you access to level 10s like the Chaos Angel and the Bestial Disbarder. But on the other side, we're seeing the Chimera deck, which just seems to have a wealth of different options every time you play against it. It can make fusion monsters, it can make 6s, it has ways to fetch out the Captain Gold from the deck, which gets you straight into the Fiendsmith engine. It's just so much fun. It's just such a synergistic pile of cards to play with that I just really enjoy seeing it.
Yeah, and most importantly, it's made mostly of illusion monsters, which you should not take for granted, because we have seen now the other utility can be quite annoying. And yeah, the thing is, when you're not interrupted, things can go actually quite mad for this deck, because you can still access the Fiendsmith engine very effectively. And you can set up a Chimera Fusion, you know, to just bring out Guardian Chimera during your opponent's turn. And we know from back in the day with just branded how much advantage that can generate. But a Nibiru from Jamie. Is it gonna just prompt a negation? What's gonna happen? Let's see.
Looks like it's
resolved?
gonna resolve.
Wow.
There is quite a lot of recursion that the Chimera deck has. So both of the Chimeras have effects in the graveyard. We're also going to see the original Chimera that can discard a card from Jamie's hand during his end phase. He's only going to start his turn with 4 cards, but with the Centurion deck, that is plenty. It's very good at just starting with only 1 card and playing from there. So we'll see if Niroshan can do anything else this turn after the Nibiru.
Yeah, that's very good. Mirror's Word Knight is a way that you can set up, you know, an interruption from the graveyard, but not in this exact spot. And yeah, this is brutal. We mentioned it. Sometimes Nibiru is not that popular, and then you just play recklessly into it, and that's where it's gonna hurt the most.
Yeah, just gonna get that discard still though. So yeah, what's has he got any cards left in his hand?
Ooh, that's a good one. I don't think so, actually.
One thing we didn't mention about this matchup is I think the Bestials put in quite a bit of work on Jamie's side. I think they have a lot of powerful graveyard effects. I'm not sure everything is a light or a dark in the Chimera deck, but I think there's a good number of lights and darks to be banished with the Bestials.
Yeah, no, it surely is very annoying, and I think it was a very good snipe. Obviously, you can still use it from the graveyard, and at the moment, though, Niroshan is gonna take advantage of his previous turn plays to just bring back one of his fusions, and now it's up to Jamie.
Yeah, I'm not really sure the need for summoning that straight away. He's not going to fuse with it by any chance. Doesn't seem to be.
Oof, and that's a great way to start things off here with the emblem out.
Yeah, it's one of the best starting cards in the deck. It lets you pick any Centurion monster from your deck and put it in the spell and trap card zone as a continuous trap, or you can set a Centurion spell trap. So you could get the field spell if you really wanted, but probably more to the point, just get any Centurion monster you want, put it as a trap, and then they just summon themselves straight away. It does lock you into only summoning Centurions from the extra deck while you control that monster, but not the end of the world because the Centurion deck's got some very powerful synchros to summon.
Yeah. Especially as of lately, as emblem out has recently became searchable. So the deck has gained quite a lot of tools. And as you mentioned, that what he goes for seems like he's going uninterrupted, but now we are gonna use the Sword Knight. And let's see.
Yeah, the Centurion deck can use almost everything as a synchro material, but I think Nibiru has slightly too many levels.
Yes, it's a bit much.
We're not yet got to the level 14 synchros being released.
You never know.
But yeah, any old Bestial would be really powerful here. It's amazing how the deck can use... Oh, is that a Typhon?
Wow. Without even committing his normal summon, but the problem is you can't, right? Because of the oath.
Oh yeah, you can't summon
Yeah,
from the extra deck,
so,
yeah.
yeah. Luckily, it was caught by judges as well. And yeah, what we mentioned. I mean, that was very surprising though. It seems like, is that really the best that you can do? Maybe Jamie has thrown into a lot of non-engine, and the snipe, again, of the Lubellion was crucial. Well, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine the cards that are in his hand, like nothing.
Anyway, it's just a lot of entraps.
Yeah.
That's about it.
It's like any Bestial, any Centurion card would let you play,
Yeah.
with the exception of the Gargoyle, I suppose.
Yeah, and that's it. It seems like he doesn't really have much, so I don't remember the monsters that were tributed off Nibiru, but I'm pretty sure the token is quite large. So
Yeah, I think he's just passing, so maybe it's too big to attack.
yeah,
And is the fusion an illusion or is it a beast? The is it Baphomet? This one? Yeah, Baphomet, the king of mythical phantom beasts, is a fiend. So I don't know why you couldn't have attacked that. There might be some reason to be passing right now.
I guess. Yeah, because you could then banish it and special summon back the other target, so maybe that's why I didn't do it. But Tract is one really good top deck here, so
Yeah.
absolutely.
That'll definitely get you going. There's a lot of different ways to play for this deck. Very easy access into the Fiendsmith
Yeah.
engine. Surely you'd know that there's no Bestials likely to come down from Jamie, so...
Absolutely.
But he's got to be thinking that there's some other interruptions. So I guess maybe another Nibiru to think about, or... I guess you can't play Dominus Impulse in this deck, so it's more classical hand traps.
Yeah, I guess a bunch of Veilers, Impermanence, stuff like that could be face down or in the end.
Do you think it's a read that it's like not an impermanence? Because a lot of players like to set the impermanence in the same
Yeah.
column. So that would leave it being the Phalanx trap card that can banish a monster for a turn until it gets special summoned again. Which may not be enough to keep Jamie alive, but...
I guess there is a wording which is droplet too, maybe. Well, I guess, yeah.
But I feel like with most of these cards, I think you just kind of play and wait until it gets activated of its own accord. You never need to target it with anything like that.
And that's going to resolve, so Nibiru is cleared, and it's going to be up to Niroshan whether he just wants to switch the token to attack position. We have no idea how big that is, because this could easily be game and on his own.
Yeah, I think it is quite large. So I think it had like a Baphomet and a Captain Gold.
He had 3 monsters. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure. Yeah.
So this is a bit like attacking with 5 monsters.
That can be tricky if it's the droplet, but nope. Attack resolve, and let's see if that is going to be enough. Might be a little bit less than what's needed, but yeah, no real way to tell it for us.
Is Primera not 1800 attack as well, or is it 16?
Yeah, okay. No, I was about to say I thought he picked up his cards, but it is indeed the one of the 2 copies is running of the Centurion Phalanx.
Yeah, lets you banish a monster on the field, and then it gets special summoned.
Which I thought, I guess, had some merit for just considering using it on the token as well, right? Because then they can't get it back.
I thought he did target it on the
but
token.
yeah, they're still obviously debating about probably making some calculations of how big the Nibiru token really was. And yeah, the thing is, as we expected, a bit of a rough end from Centurion with just that one Primera.
Yeah, that is something to say about the Centurion deck, I suppose, is, you know, all of the starters do get hit with most hand traps. You know, you can Veiler, Ash, Impermanence. They all kind of trade 1 for 1 with your starter cards. So it can be an issue. If you only draw 1 or 2 starter cards, if your opponent has 1 or 2 hand traps, that can kind of just be it, compared to other decks, which I feel like are slightly more resilient. Take the Chimera deck, for example. You know, if your first couple of pushes get hit with effect negation, then you can go into a Moon of the Closed Heaven and then make Fiendsmith monsters and start playing from there. Whereas it feels like it's possibly slightly more games with this deck, maybe, that you end up with kind of having to pass on very little.
Yeah, but I mean, it's definitely a matchup that is gonna be about grinding. It's not like you really have these auto win fields going first sometimes, and you're also gonna grind a bit with you know, either end traps when it comes to the Centurion deck or just engine when it comes to the Chimera deck. But I guess now the roles are reversed, as it's going to be Centurion going first and trying to set up I mean, some of what we are now witnessing thanks to the Auxilia, I think. It's definitely a insane support, which also synergizes really well with some of the side deck cards, as we have mentioned previously, deck lockdown, as it protects space up spell and traps. So that works perfectly. And in the side deck, there are 3 copies. So that is something that we could bring in. What do you think his mine is going to be at?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is a super common matchup, so I'm not sure how prepared he will be, but the deck lockdown feels like a very good catch-all. Like, it's hard to imagine decks that it doesn't do anything against. Like, it's really hard to think of, like, anything, to be honest. So you just put it in, activate it, and then, yeah, see what happens. Like, the Chimera deck, obviously it searches cards from the deck, it summons cards from the deck. Like, it stops Fiendsmiths, it stops, you know, the Nightmare Apprentice Magician from searching a card. So I feel like you're going to be quite happy with it.
Yeah. At the same time, though, it's always about you know, adapting and looking at your side deck and thinking, can this be it? And with that regard, I think he has a lot of interesting cards. There can be only one used in the right spot can be annoying against the illusions, but most importantly, retaliating C against the Chimera Fusion can actually be really good. So I'm interested in seeing what he's gonna do, but outside of that, he's following this trend that, as we've mentioned, he picked up from Pack at the last YCS, which was siding one copy of Bonfire, just because, you know, conveniently, you can just add one of your Centurion engine, and then just siding Prosperity, so, you know, making your deck more consistent going first, as you don't have that 6 card. On the other end, though, when it comes to the Chimera deck, he's one of those that does not have, you know, a lot of room for non-engine, so they gotta be a little bit, you know, more thinking about what to put in. And yeah, we're gonna see whether that will be the case as we approach the start of this game. 2 is going to be Jamie going first.
Yeah, that card we're seeing in the side deck now is King Tiger Wang, who is so cool.
Yes.
Very cool against the Yubel strategy in particular, because all of their monsters are very small.
Okay, but it's a really good start once again with the Oath.
One thing to keep in mind with the Centurion deck is you can't just use Ash Blossom without thinking about it, because a lot of their cards they go into the deck, but they place spells and traps. So that's one of the few things that Ash Blossom can't negate.
Yeah, but what a start here.
Yeah, here it is, the Wake Up Centurion. Special summons a token. You can choose the level. And then it has another effect that you can use in the same turn, is to banish it and send a Centurion card from your deck to the graveyard, and that's often Centurion Phalanx, which can then be banished to special summon a Centurion Synchro from your grave once you've got one in there. So we may be seeing all of those things happen this turn. But yeah, like a card that summons a token, like a quick play spell that's going to summon a token and then later on like summon a Synchro back, is a very powerful card indeed.
Yeah, although it's just a one-off, because usually, you know, you can access it. But we do see the Draw and Lock from the side deck from Niroshan. Very popular card this weekend for a variety of different matchups, but decided to give it a go against the Centurion. And
yeah, that's quite annoying actually, because the Centurion deck adds an awful lot of cards, so you can, I mean, the level 8 Synchro that I assume Jamie was planning on making lets you add the Oath, but maybe he wasn't going to go straight into that on account of the fact that he's already used an Oath this turn. But the Auxilia, like level 12, is also adds a card when it's summoned, and the Legatia, all of the, I guess, Centurion Synchros, which which you're going to probably make one of right now, have to add a card or get a benefit of adding a card.
yeah, luckily though, the stand-up does not. It's one of those effects that you mentioned, just places one of your Centurion in the spell and traps, so this is what's gonna happen right here. But most importantly, it is the effect during your opponent's turn that's relevant, because it allows you to just synchro summon during both turns. So
yeah, it's super nice, that card, because oftentimes the Centurion deck can end with a couple of monsters in the trap card zone, which can then be special summoned to your field during your opponent's turn. So having a card that allows you to synchro at that time is very useful. It's also got a built-in protection effect, which is very handy, which is if you control a Centurion card, it can't be destroyed by card effects, so definitely one to keep in mind.
don't waste your Ghost Ogre, I guess.
Exactly. When you read a field spell that has to discard a card for cost, you think, boy, let me just Ghost Ogre that, but not in this case.
And yeah, seems like
yeah, so the Trudea gets summoned, and then it goes quickly back into the spell and trap card zone to use its effect, which lets you place another Centurion from your deck as a continuous trap.
And it's going to be the one-off of Atri.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice there, because the Atri, it has a very powerful effect, which is when it's special summoned, you get to draw a card as long as you have an Emblema or a Centurion. But in this case, we have a Drawn Lockbird, so no cards for Jamie.
Yeah, it's a very cool addition. It's kind of like an Eat Soul for the deck, where you can special summon it easily during both turns, and then you just get 2 cards. And this time around, he's gonna only be able to draw one during your next turn, but still, pretty nice addition.
Yeah, something with the Legacia rather than the Auxilla here, which not really sure. I mean, they both can't use their effects, but the Auxilla has the extra effect of protecting your spells and traps, which is quite a handy thing to do. I mean, I don't think you probably think too hard about like a Feather Duster style thing, because your monsters would just get summoned anyway.
Unfortunately, as you've mentioned, he's gonna miss out on the Legacia effect to draw due to the roll, but can still send the trap. And it seems like this is going to be almost it. So we move to the end phase. And yeah, this way we can use the Legacia effect. And that's it. So draw back to Niroshan, who is still facing a very threatening field. The good thing about summoning Auxilla is mainly that you also have a built-in protection effect, because in these kind of scenarios, cards like Feather Duster, Lightning Storm can be annoying. At the same time, the key difference with the regular trap cards that summon themselves as monsters is that they remain a trap, while if you summon the Centurions, they don't. So we are starting with Tractus once again.
Well, one thing to note maybe is the Crimson Dragon that you can make. I think it has to target a dragon on your side of the field, so you can use that if you have the Auxilla, but you cannot use it. Oh, it just targets a Synchro. Okay, we're fine then. It targets any Synchro and summons a dragon. So you can summon it with either Legacia or the Auxilla and get access to the Cosmic Blazar.
And here we're gonna go wild, because we get finally to special summon in the main phase a lot of these Centurions. We're gonna draw a card. And then let's see if there is an answer to the field spell. Niroshan is thinking... but no, allows it. So, as mentioned, pick up a card and then still make a Synchro. Which, as you have mentioned, is going to be the Crimson Dragon. Crazy card.
Yeah, it's going to summon the almighty Cosmic Blazer Dragon, which just negates absolutely anything you would like. It can negate a summon, it can negate an attack, or it can negate an effect and then banish itself until the end phase, at which point it will come back again. Very difficult to cleanly deal with this card, but I suppose you just stop it being summoned in the first place.
Yes.
And you never have to deal with it. Perfect.
Droplet for 1. And yeah, gonna get to resolve. But now we follow that up with the There Can Be from the side deck. We did expect this card to come in. Obviously, it's gonna be annoying against the illusions, but in this case, it's targeting the fiends, making it so that this Lurry cannot just get Niroshan into his Fiend's mid-engine.
Yeah, keeping the Lurry honest, right? Normally Lurry, very quickly has a bag of tricks and turns into a million Fiendsmith monsters, but today Lurry is just Lurry. Just going to sit as a 200 and 400 monster.
Yeah, but this Gazelle is pretty good. It's also a beast, so this means that still he could summon now an illusion or just turn these two, depending what options. I'm gonna take a look at his extra deck if he has anything interesting that could be used outside of the SP, which doesn't really do much.
I guess the extra deck's very tight for this deck, so I'm wondering maybe just a Guardian Chimera with the help of a Chimera Fusion, if that's what he's added, would do the trick. Pop a couple of cards on the field. One of them could be there could be only one.
Yeah, that can be really good. But
although having said that, I'm not sure how that works under there can be only one.
Yeah,
because it is a beast. I know fusions work slightly differently to other things under these kind of style of effects, because I'm not sure you have to declare what you're summoning kind of at the point that you activate it or not. like technically. I mean, most people just kind of resolve fusions as and when
Yeah.
they want to, but you have to know how it exactly works. Oh,
Ooh.
here we does
But
this?
we do have the retaliating.
Yeah, that's very annoying. It's going to banish a couple of cards for
Yeah.
Neoshan that he'd probably rather went to the graveyard.
For sure.
I don't think it's like the end of the world here,
No.
right? Because you're probably making Guardian Chimera anyway, and then you're just going to pop the retaliating C almost instantly,
we
but
are
this is
not,
not a Guardian Chimera. What is that?
We are not going for Chimera. We are going instead for. Is it the Asamina? Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
Asamina Soul. And this allows us to send a card to the graveyard, which, if he wants, could be. There can be, but
I guess you got to pick one. Maybe you can just use the battle phase to clean up the retaliating C.
no, I think what they're discussing might be.
Does retaliating C need to go after a normal spell? Or anything like that? No, I don't think so.
No, because I mean we did mention against Runic it
Yeah.
being good, so no.
Okay.
I think maybe because the text from Azamina Soul says if you Scary Fusion summon, you can target a card, send it to the graveyard. So maybe they were asking about that, but it's not really relevant that there is a macro-like effect, because that would be only if it was cost to send to the graveyard. But it could be the case.
Also, retaliating C only makes your opponent's cards go to the graveyard, right?
Mm.
Get banished. Doesn't make your own cards get banished.
And yeah, as expected, Sol is summoned and gets rid of this There Can Be, but now do we have a way to actually push?
Well, I guess at worst, you can just use your battle phase
Yeah.
to clean up a couple of monsters. I feel like without the Crimson Dragon, maybe some of the grind game of the Centurion deck will be a little bit weaker. Here comes Captain Gold.
Yeah, that's has to be careful because he's getting a little bit ahead of himself, forgetting about this retaliating. And no, still decides to keep on going.
Yeah, he wants to.
Just go SP and banish it, I guess. Yeah.
This feels very expensive. He's got to have a big plans for this main phase 1. I feel like, but he can't directly now. So I feel like if you're not going to attack directly anyway, maybe it was more efficient just to use the battle phase to clean up the retaliating C.
He does have the option to.
What? Yeah. What banished the There Can Be Only One? Maybe it was just should have been banished from the retaliating C. Maybe
Yeah.
I was just making it up when I said. And no, it's any card. Okay. Yeah, I think I was remembering a different
Makes
card
sense.
that banishes your opponents. I thought he was banishing it for some effect. I was
Yeah,
like,
that
what
would
is
be-
going on? There Can Be Only One has
You've
a bonus grave
activated,
effect.
my secret trap card, yeah.
That can, yeah.
I mean, there is a way to just push here, but it seems a little underwhelming if you're just gonna use the effect to pop one. Because it also looks as if he has no cards in hand, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this
think
is kind
so.
of the,
But we do go for Necro Equip into bringing back the Engraver.
yeah, where do you get to with this? Because you can make an Aerial Eater, I hope. Can you make an Aerial Eater? Because he sent a lot of a lot of his light fiends ended up banished rather than in the
Yeah.
graveyard, owing to the retaliating C. So maybe he's thinned out his graveyard too much. Because the Requiem is gone, the Lurie is gone, and the Captain Gold is gone. So
Which could have been in the grave, by the way, because he could have just gone for the SP before, but
oh yeah,
yeah.
this cannot
Okay.
be the.
Wow.
Oh, and there's probably. Did he take it out? No. Okay, he's still got the
No, he does
the
have it.
statue.
So goes for the Silver Rabbit. No, he does. He has taken it out. Wow.
I mean, it's like quite a reasonable thing to do going second, but maybe he just
looks
kind of forgot.
Pretty confident that, yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah, the future match obviously can get to you. We have mentioned it multiple times, and yeah, probably gonna receive just a warning and will be allowed to proceed.
But yeah, turn not quite got according to plan for Nirishan. There's going to be an extra. Oh god, he's still got the Trudea. He's still going to get to put another Centurion in his spell and trap card zone during the end phase.
Yeah, if that's it.
Yeah, there's so much stuff about to happen now. It's hard to imagine Nirishan surviving the next turn, given all of the stuff that's going to be accumulated. Plus, did he not even attack the Crimson Dragon?
No, he did not. Wow.
Oh no.
I mean, yeah, I think he's probably realized that this game is over regardless, so Nirishan just passed back, and yeah, this is gonna be a quick one for Jamie to find out. But at the same time, we shouldn't forget about time, because actually there are 13 minutes left, and that's not that much. Although this game should be over during this turn. I mean,
yeah, unlike our last two duelists, these guys are here to give everyone a show
exactly.
rather than ending the game in 10 minutes.
And yeah, when it goes to time, do you think one of these decks has, you know, an advantage over the other, or assuming that they are gonna get there? And yeah, I think this is enough. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the time conditions each deck has. Like, oftentimes decks will include a little something to either gain life or do some damage, but it kind of tends to be quite specific from deck to deck what is the best.
Yeah. And I mean, in the end, though, they picked up the cards when it was around 30 minutes missing, so we should still have time. But given just how these decks play out, we could totally still end up in time while they are playing, because it does take a little bit of just, you know, grinding through the plays. But we briefly mentioned what the strategy should be. But now the Chimera deck is going first once again, so the priority should be to put back all of those, you know, maximize the engine. And do you think there is a world in which we see the King Tiger for this matchup? I don't think.
I don't much as I want to. Does the token that comes off the, you know, stand-up Centurion?
Yeah, I guess there is a world in which that can happen. Well, outside of that, obviously, Dimensional Barrier is a card that's quite scary. Stopping all the synchro action can be, you know, quite impactful. So we can assume that will be in, but on the other end, we have already mentioned it. But something interesting, again, the Centurion deck has picked up is one of the few duelists this weekend that is not maining any copy of Mulcharmy cards, but he has the full 6 in the side decks. So we could see some amount coming in now that he is going second. So we'll see whether that will be the case. And regardless, though, I think we can expect something similar to game 1, where the Chimera deck has to play around a lot of end traps, but then gotta figure out what they want to end on.
Yeah, I mean, playing around hand traps becomes a whole different ball game in game 3, right? Because we're going to see much more powerful ones in the form of the Mulcharmies and that retaliating sea. Like, that could be an awful lot of disruption for not very much kind of input on the side of Centurion player. So if any of these cards come down, I feel like I'm putting the ball in the court of the Centurion deck.
Yeah, and we should, though, expect that, because he's siding 9, and I thought he was maining at least another 12. He's like 3, 6, 10, 12, plus Bestials. So
the Bestials too.
He has like 15 in the main deck plus 9, so he goes up to 24 interruptions going second, which is wild. And yeah, that could definitely be the case. But regardless, again, they're going to try their best. It's 9 rounds, but it's only Swiss, So if you want to make it to the top positions, all you can afford is probably one loss. And to win the event, it's probably around a draw. It's going to depend on the last few rounds. But yeah, you really don't want to get another loss here. And they're going to try their best to advance with a 5-1 record, looking up into the last 3 rounds remaining for the day. And regardless, I think it has been a pretty good match. Probably the most back and forth we have had all day.
Yeah, it's been great to see. We're really seeing both decks kind of show what they can do. Interesting to see. I like kind of watching the kind of looping gameplay of the Chimera deck. In the first game, using both the fusions, they can kind of banish themselves to special summon the other and really have a lot of follow-up. And we'll see what Niroshan is capable of showing us going first into game number 3.
9 minutes remain to find a winner for round 6. Oh, and we start things off with the Lurry, not the greatest.
No more Charmies though, and although it is a downside, you know, if you start off with your Fiendsmith engine before using any fusion spells, then you're kind of a little bit safer from Retaliating Sea. You can get quite a lot done before it comes into play. So even though it's an extremely powerful card, as we've been talking about, it does have this downside of, you know, if your opponent can do a lot of stuff beforehand, they can kind of choose when you get to use it, which isn't really what you want from a hand trap most of the time. You kind of want to be able to use it on your own terms rather than have your opponent play around it pretty much at will.
At the same time, it's interesting that this might be the first deck with the Fiendsmith cards that is not playing the Lacrima. So, yeah, interesting decision. We'll see whether that becomes relevant, but for now, we can go. If this resolves, it doesn't. Yeah, I would have been shocked if this resolved, and yeah, it's to be expected that it gets negated. Do we have anything else from the Chimera deck to follow this up?
Yeah, I mean, a quick play fusion spell here would be pretty cool, but no, nothing.
And I mean, the normal summon of Lurry smells weakness, and that might be it. Wow. Kind of a weaker opening from Niroshan, who just set 2 face downs. And Jamie, who was probably in his head thinking that the most he could get out of this might have been a draw, now feeling really comfortable with plenty of time to push some damage.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what's Niroshan's got to fight back with. The deck's got an awful lot of engines, so I'm wondering what kind of non-engine he's got going on at the moment. He's got some Ash Blossoms, which were really key in the first game.
Could be holding, you know, maybe Book of Eclipse that he kept, but against, yeah, we'll see.
It has to be talents, right? I think that's the rule. If your opponent plays Infinite Impermanence and you have no other plays, it's because you have like 3 talents.
All right, at least it's an impermanence of his own. And let's see if Jamie draws into some engine as compared to game 1 where he didn't and he only had 1 piece. And also careful about it. Okay, now the Lubellion is there. It was there, by the way, in game 1 too. It just got sniped.
Yeah. But now it's not, and it's going to come out in full force. It's going to do so much work now, right? You get the Bestial, you get the Magnamut, which is only at 1 copy, but if you play the Bestial Lubellion, you get 3. And not only can you get the regain set up, you also then can use the Lubellion as a tuner, like as a non-tuner. What other decks actually do this? Like, it's absolutely crazy. You get all this value, you get the regained, and then you also need that level 8. It's absolute madness.
It's really strong, and yep, this is gonna be the beauty of it. Yeah, I was about to say you should summon an attack, but
I feel like Jamie does the same thing. Everyone, like, you know, you put it in defense because you always put it in defense, and now
yeah, I mean, it's got 3,000 defense, so fair enough. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, luckily, it seems like he has dodged the impermanence column. I think it was the middle one, right?
Yeah, and this just seems like so much advantage now. So the Auxilla or the Legatio gonna resolve.
And yeah, explaining the effect, but finally it's the field for the first time in this match, but it is a powerhouse, one of the later pieces of support that the deck received, but it's an amazing one. it does so much for the deck. Not only does it protect, and in this case as well, it does protect the regain, which is a nice interaction between these two engines.
Yeah, it really ties the deck together. Just one extra useful synchro that you can go into on turn 1, getting that protection, searching a card, Fuvalos for turn, doesn't even matter. You know, as your 6th card, it's normally a very sad sight, but in this case we can get perfect use out of it. And we're going to be able to get 2 synchro monsters on the field, I think, but will it be enough to deal 8,000 damage? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it might not be, but I think you're happy regardless. Because, I mean, there are 4 minutes remaining, most likely a little bit less once you pass if you can't close this one out. And you're going to get ahead, but yeah, that's big, yeah. We do get the token, but... Yeah, okay.
Yeah, here comes no draws, but I don't think any draws are needed. I'm not sure what level we made the token here, but I think any of them will do. And you have the option of pretty much whatever you like. You can make the Crimson Dragon, or you could go straight into Legathia. Here comes the Crimson Dragon. Gonna let you turn into a Blazar Dragon, if that's what you need.
Close one. And for now, we just enter battle phase and deal the first damage of game 3, which could be enough again. But we're not done yet. No response to this Crimson. This is huge. We get the Cosmic Laser.
Yeah, it's a nice little extra optimization from Jamie there, because if anything could possibly go wrong with the Crimson Dragon, then it's nice to have it as a quick effect instead, because that way you've already got the attack through with the Phalanx. So if there was a card like Book of Eclipse, for example, which I don't know why Niroshan would have held it all this time, but you know, even so, you're guaranteed to either get the attack or resolve the effect. So
yeah.
Nice to hold it as it's
And
quick
we're
effect.
done. We go to the end phase. We put back a Centurion, and Niroshan needs a miracle to pull this one off with only 2.5 minutes remaining and down 5,800.
Did Jamie remember to add his Bestial during the end phase?
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I think he's just realized now. Yep.
Always got to remember that one, because it is an effect you already activated, so it's not like you kind of forgot it. If it activated in the end phase and you forgot, then you've just kind of forgotten, but because you activate it on the summon, then you kind of have to resolve it in the end phase, but it shouldn't be too difficult to repair.
And it's actually quite big, because you can get, as you think he did, the Bold Drake, which is yet another interruption potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it does quite a lot, right? It gets you a draw off Branded Regained, it interrupts your opponent's grave, another Retaliating Sea, just because.
That's a little nice interaction with the Regained as well, I guess. Some synergy.
Yeah, the Regain does a little bit of everything, right? You can use it with the Phalanx as well, which is quite fun. When you banish, put it back. If it's your opponent's monster, I don't know. This just seems like way too much from Jamie, right?
And it was talent.
It was the talent. That's the rule.
That's going to be negated. The Cosmic Blazer gets banished, and that is it. Niroshan has seen enough. Goes for the fist bump, and it's going to beat Jamie. Ooh, very well deserved. Pulls off this reverse sweep. Well played.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching the Centurion deck there. It's very cool. I like the synergy with the Bestial package. We didn't get to see it in the first game, unfortunately, because the Lubellion got taken straight out of the hand. But in game 3, we really saw what it can do. Like, providing a level 8, providing a Branded Regained, and providing a Magnum, get to banish a card, get to search another Bestial. Like, just does absolutely everything.
No, it's definitely... We did mention it already in game 2 that it is the most grinding and back and forth we have had all weekend, and it is to be expected, because both decks don't necessarily close out the game right away, and they get a lot of these ends where you just throw and trap back and forth, and then you can, you know, grind. And I think it was a good show from both sides. in the end, Jamie kind of got punished in game 1 because we thought he could have the edge, but surprisingly enough, he only had one Centurion card, and the rest, yeah, it wasn't getting him there. Otherwise, we might have even had a Shuo on his side, but he kept his composure, and although he was playing on stream, still managed to, put up a very impressive fight in game 2, and then, yeah, complete this comeback in game 3. So very well played. Gotta feel bad a little bit for his opponent, because just like the opening from Jamie in game 1, the opening in game 3 was a little bit on the weaker side. But I mean, I guess sometimes you gotta take those, and that's how it goes. But yeah, this was the end of round 6. We still have 3 remainings to crown the UK Open champion. But before we do that, we have to quickly hear it from the winner of round 6. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with the winner's interview.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the UK Open London 2024. I hope you all enjoyed our round 6 feature match, and we're here with the winner of that round. Jamie, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So you're playing this Centurion deck. It's a very cool deck. It seems very trendy at the minute.
Yeah.
How do you feel? How did you pick it? What went into it?
Well, I was thinking about the format as a whole, and I do think that Snake Eye is the best deck, and I would have played it, but given, topping this event is less of an achievement compared to the win, I thought I'd play the deck that I think gives me the best chance of winning every round. So I decided on this deck because it's not as impacted by the Furos and the Shifters. So yeah.
Yeah, so that's a pretty cool reason. I think that's why a lot of players have thought this deck is a very cool deck. Have you been enjoying playing with it?
Yeah, it's way more. There's way more to think about with the deck than I thought, which I quite like. A bit more of a complicated deck. So yeah.
And how have the matchups been today? What kind of decks you played against?
I played against 2 Tempais, and then everything else has been sort of all over the place. I played 2 mirror matches, actually. So yeah, popular deck today.
Anything off the wall?
Not really. 2 Tempais, 2 mirrors, the Chimera Fiendsmith just now. And I can't actually remember what the 6th was. But oh, Labyrinth. Yeah, very standard decks.
Okay.
Today.
And tell us about what the game that just happened. How did you feel about it? So, I mean, the first game you lost, but
yeah, the game 1, I looked at my hand and I had 2 Nibiru's, and I'm like, my deck plays 18 hand traps, and Nibiru is one of the few that are hard ones per turn, drawing 2, so that wasn't ideal. But yeah, can't always draw perfect.
so like Nibiru is a card that I feel like players have been sort of exiting a little bit recently in favor of the more charmies. What do you think about it? Has it been performing?
Nibiru's, it's interesting because although like the Azamina cards can counter it, given that your deck's playing 18 hand traps, you've got 16 other hand traps to try and stop them getting to the Azamina negates, and then you've got Nibiru to punish. And then it's not great versus the Yubel deck, but I thought I'd be willing to, play the card just because of how good it is into the other matchups.
And then another card we saw like that was super impactful today was the Retaliating Sea.
Retaliating Sea. That card is amazing. It's one of the few hand traps that's like actually good versus these fusion decks, like the Branded and the Chimera deck. I've given it a floodgate, so you can sort of drop it. They don't really have an answer to it, and you're guaranteed a turn. Also, it's even cooler in this deck because it's a level 4, so it's an extender for your Centurion plays.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to argue with that, and we saw what it was doing in the game too. It felt like it single-handedly like deleted 4 or 5 cards from the opponent.
The droplet from the Crimson for the Crimson Dragon, the Teekaboo didn't do too much, but then Retaliating Sea just carried.
Yeah, it looked like all of those Fiendsmiths went away, and then.
Yeah.
So are there any decks you're like scared of that you don't want to play against?
I don't particularly like Yubel. It's one of the few decks where like you can almost never hand trap it to stop it completely. And the Centurion cards aren't great at breaking the board with the engine cards. So yeah, I'd like to avoid Yubel.
Okay.
Now I've said that, it'll be my next 3 rounds.
Because the deck is like, it seems like very hand trap focused. That seems to be like a smaller engine plus a lot of hand traps.
Yeah, so it's 22 engine cards, 18 hand traps. Or 23, 41 cards.
So you feeling happy? You feeling confident that you're going to be able to take the last 3 rounds?
I mean, I'd like to think so. Give it my best shot.
Well, congratulations on winning that round 6.
Thank you.
And everyone at home, I hope you enjoyed that. And hopefully you'll catch round 7 soon.
Say hello to Dark Magician Girl!
And welcome once again from the UK Open 2024, live from London. We are now down to the 3 most important matches to find out who will be the winner, the champion of this incredible Open, with over 400 duelists traveling here. And well, we still have some surprises in store, and something we definitely did not see come. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just as surprised as you are, Marcello. We have on a 7-1 record, table 7, I think, 6 samurais, no less.
Yes, 6 samurai, 2024. Obviously, new cards, new support, and the deck is still performing really well. I'm honestly hyped.
Yeah, this is a real blast from the past, and I'm really excited to. I'm really. I don't want to like root for one of the players, but I really hope that Mitchell wins the dice roll and we can.
Yeah, and we can just
we can see
witness.
what's about to happen. We can witness it. I'm guessing he did not win the dice roll, but it's a good start for him nonetheless with his one of.
Exactly. Yeah, he's playing one of the Purulia and just opened it. So if you're Zeki, do you ever think Tempai? 'Cause honestly.
I guess it depends who won the dice roll, right? But yeah, Mitchell is running a unique approach, I guess, with one of every hand trap.
Yeah. The thing is, he must have won it, because I'm pretty sure Mitchell would have gone first. So I'm actually pretty positive that your mind could be on that Tempai deck. And I'm not sure whether, that's going to be positive for Zeki or for Mitchell. We'll see. But yeah, the one of Purulia is actually going to get an additional draw, so that's a pretty good trade-off.
Yeah, this is like crazy. That one of Purulia. It's a very good draw.
Yeah, I think we have mentioned it already, like the strategy to just play around Fuvaros and the popularity of Crossout in the main deck. Mitchell has taken it not 1, not 2, probably like 10 steps forward with just maining every single one-off that you could think, including Dimension Shifter in the main deck for that purpose. So that's, definitely an interesting approach.
Yeah, he is not messing around. He has got one of everything.
Yep.
And here comes one of number 2 hand trap. I mean, I suppose at this point he is running like 10 hand traps, even though they are one of each. There, so it still works, this approach. And it's a pretty good one, to be honest. Like, negating that Ash is going to stop a Flamberge coming out, which is a pretty useful thing to do, I'd say.
It's actually really good. And you can see Zeki might be panicking a little bit, because if you expect that to actually be Tempai, you know that you cannot end on this, because then you're just getting OTK'd for sure.
Yeah, I mean, here we're seeing maybe what might be a bit of a downside of the lack of the Fiendsmith cards that Zeki has chosen to go with. And you were talking about the Fuvalos, and I think it's pretty fair. I think a lot of players are basically dropping the Fiendsmith cards pretty much just because against Fuvalos you can't really use them. So just maybe take them out of the deck, maybe make the deck a little bit more consistent, take a few extra engine pieces out. But with the Fiendsmith cards here, you wouldn't even have to think too much, right? You'd be like, okay, I have 2 monsters, I've been interrupted a bit, but now I'll try my other line. But without them, I'm not sure what you actually do. Like, do you just make an IP? Is that it? Or an SP even? Which feels very weird thing to do, right? Banish the Ash? I mean, like, what? It's
okay, sure. Yeah. And that's it. Wow. So definitely a very good trade for Mitchell.
What's wrong with just, like IP and then summon the Ash during your opponent's turn?
I guess, he's afraid that his temple is not gonna stick around, and
yeah, Mitchell just reading it there very intently.
Yeah.
Something bad is gonna happen to your temple. You could have the one of Ghost Ogre.
You can see the smile on Zeki's face.
He's like,
yeah, the smoke signal as soon as that comes down. Yeah, you can see him shaking his head.
What is about to happen to me?
Real? Am I not playing Time Wizard? And no, the deck is actually incredibly real, and hopefully we'll get to see that right here.
You know, because it's a feature match, your opponent's just going to activate Gateway and Summon
course.
like 17 Six Samurai monsters.
Roll
I
of
don't know.
drums, roll of drums. Do
Here we go.
see-
It is!
Get away. Oh, wow. Yeah, what an unbelievable opener.
Only
Yeah,
one copy, but
That's crazy.
one copy can be all that you need. This can generate so much advantage. So for people at home who don't remember what this card does, because I mean, why would you if you aren't old people like Marcello and I? But this card was absolutely insane when it first came out. So every time you summon a Six Samurai monster, you can place some counters on the card. And then as many times as you like in a turn, you can remove counters of it to activate one of its effects. And one of the effects is removing 4 counters and special summoning, searching your deck for a Six Samurai monster. And you can do that as many times as you want per turn. So you can keep summoning Six Samurai monsters, keep getting more to search from the deck, and there are plenty of Six Samurai monsters. You can just straight up special summon if they're in your hand and you control another Six Samurai. So this can very, very easily create infinite loops. And we'll see if Mitchell can assemble that right now.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable pickup. And yeah, we do get to those 4. And that is where I think Zeki is going to regret what you were mentioning about going for SP right away instead of IP. Because he could have gotten rid of the getaway with the SP, but that's not the case. And we are going to go for the first of what could be many synchro summons.
Oh, the Anarchist is a tuner as well.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so powerful.
And now we see, I think, the new Shien synchro monster, which is the legendary Lord. At least, yeah, that's it. And this card is absolutely crazy, because not only do you search your deck for a Six Samurai or Shien, but now he's getting a quick spell thanks to the Anarchist. And you also have a negation on place, because you can negate a monster effect, for example, the SP with the Shien. So, yeah, I smell trouble for Zeki.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get 2 searches, 2 counters, now the negate. I mean, the only thing you can really do against the Six Samurai deck to stop this flood of monsters is get them to none on the field at some point. But with that monster negation, it's going to be quite difficult to do. So once they start flowing, I don't think he's going to run out for a very, very long time. This is just, like, crazy. This is really what we wanted to see from Six Samurai.
Yeah, not going to lie. Annoyed towards Zeki, of course. But, yeah, we didn't expect the Six Samurai to be performing this well, this late. And, yeah.
Wait, is it got some targeted removal as well? Or did Zeki try and use the SP? Oh, this is the battle phase, maybe?
Could be.
Yeah, because they seem to be writing down some life points, so maybe Mitchell just saying, I'm just going to clear this and then use my main phase 2. And I feel like he's going to do a lot in main phase 2 if he's willing to not try and use the battle phase to end the game. Instead, he's just going to summon so many Six Samurai monsters, we don't even know what's about to happen. That's 2 searches right there. So as a repeat, you can use the same gateway as many times as you like in a turn. It doesn't have to leave the field and come back again. 8 counters, that's just 2 searches. Wow. 10 counters, he's just going to see how many counters he can get.
Yeah, he wants to just hold the record for most counters, Mushido counters on a future match.
And here we go. I think you can now... So in order to... there's an infinite loop involving a couple of Six Samurai monsters. And I think you just need Gateway and an extra card that produces the same kind of counter. And this new Six Samurai Link monster can actually provide that for you. When it's a Link summoned, you can discard a card and search something that puts Bushido counters on itself. So there are a couple of options, but I think we might see the Shien's Dojo.
Yeah, he already has 12 counters. And Zeki's thinking, but the Shien keeps everything in check.
So, yeah, this is the new version of the legendary Six Samurai Shien, which was a super powerful card back in the day.
And, yeah, Mitchell is debating, but no, he's like, I'm going to keep my Shien negation for something like an Ibiru or a little bit more threatening.
It's a bit of a mind game, that Effect Veiler, because Effect Veiler could be used on the Lord at any point. So I feel like you should just negate the effect Veiler, even if it's pointed at something that's not the Lord. But in this case, he's chosen to forego it. Maybe he just doesn't need the extra Bushido counters.
And yeah, we now start assembling some of these 6 samurai thanks to Gateway, which essentially means that just for 2 counters you can search and special, because you are gonna get 2 from the one you then special summon. And yeah, as you can see,
Wait, can you use this twice? No shot. You can? You can just use it again?
no, because it says no, you can only use this effect once per turn, right?
Oh, yeah, I
Yeah,
see,
yeah,
I
yeah.
see.
But still, the thing is, you can remove Bushido counters from other cards, not just from Gateway.
Oh, yeah, no, I know that. So, but this puts counters on itself. Oh,
Yeah.
that's excellent.
So you can keep on special summoning in the zone, and this is exactly what we're gonna see here. Now we are getting 3 Bushido counters for pretty much every 6 samurai we summon. That's ridiculous. Because yeah, as you can see, Gateway adds from the graveyard as well. And yeah, this is absurd. Wow.
Yeah, we're not going to be running out of 6 samurai monsters anytime soon. Or in fact, ever again.
Is it gonna be the
This is-
cowboy? No.
It's
Okay.
Dugares.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, I was looking at it, you can, like, get infinite 6 samurai monsters to your hand using this combo, but I'm wondering, like, has that Dominus Impulse really not been able to be used this whole turn? But yeah, I'm wondering what he's going to do with his, like, infinite collection of 6 samurai monsters now that he's got it within his reach.
And you can see Mitchell not really flinching much at this. He still has a lot of searches available. But yeah, I'm with you.
Oh, can you use this from the hand? Or is it just a spell?
Yeah, you can just revive a level 4 or lower. So
I thought that was a trap.
no.
Oh, it's just a spell.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I mean,
It's just next to the infinite
Yeah.
impermanence on the deck list, so...
fair enough. And yeah, as you can see, there are now a total of like still 9 Bushido counters throughout the field. The Grandmaster making an appearance, the OG, played as a one-off in the deck, but yeah, now we're gonna get rid of the 4 on the link for yet another search. This is crazy. But you're happy, Tom, because we might actually see soon enough your favorite link.
We're going to see more than 1 copy of SHUEISHA, I think. There are a full 3 copies in the extra deck for Mitchell. And I
So
think
yeah.
we're going to see all of them.
There comes the first. You can see Zeki just being like, all right.
What is going
Yeah.
on? Like, I don't even know what is about to happen.
I mean, today we have witnessed an extra link from Pendulum, an Exodia, and now we're seeing Gateway, Saruya, Infinite Loops, most likely. I mean, I don't think we could have asked for more, but still plenty of duels left.
Yeah, I don't know what the end goal of all of this is, but we're just along for the ride. We're
course.
gonna see so much. Here is the dojo. So now when you summon a 6 samurai, you get 4. So
Yeah.
they just fully replace themselves.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
essentially gives you
Infinite stuff.
potential monsters, as long as you're able to summon them.
1, 2, and 3, 4. And then this is what we used to call red and blue back in the day, but they do have the Mizuho and Shizuho, I think.
Yeah, they can also easily replace themselves. You can use them to destroy also your opponent cards, and then just keep on recycling them, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so when one is one can tribute a card. So the red Shizuho can Mizuho even contribute a card to target a card on the field and destroy it. So the aim was to have 2 copies of blue and 1 copy of red, and then when the blue one is tributed, it can add another 6 samurai back from the grave to the hand. So because all the 6 samurais just replace themselves straight away, you're kind of getting, because each time you're kind of adding one back for free. Adding one back for free means you essentially just end up with infinite counters.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're going to see that now. So I don't know what as we said, infinite counters means any number of adding and searching and summoning 6 samurai monsters. So yeah, this is the like classic loop. I don't know how this is officially supposed to work in a tournament. You just say, look, I have infinite counters now. I'll just use them forever.
It's probably close to that. And the funny thing is that obviously the battle phase has been used, but you can and you do have an additional effect on getaway that boosts by 500. So eventually you can get an infinite attack, monster. So
yeah, that's
fun.
Yeah, one of the myriad of things you can do. Looks like he's adding the Xian Link monster back to his extra deck as well. So yeah, let's see what the plan is. Where we go from here. Are we just going to see SHUEISHA number 2?
Trying to figure it out as well.
He just said no effect of SHUEISHA. So there must be some like. Can he like
Surely
reuse
cowboy,
the
right?
yeah? So the cowboy.
Okay.
And he has an emerald, so I'm wondering maybe the emerald can somehow get back to the hand. So you can reuse the emerald again and again.
Yeah.
But I don't know what bounces the emerald.
Could it be an Ishi? Let me check. No, because that is only
So we're
monsters
gonna-
your opponent control.
So we link off into SHUEISHA, and we add both of the both of the Kizans
Like
back.
he's not even using the effect. Wow. Right?
So clearly, yeah, he's just got some infinite
yeah, he's got some
setup.
something to just seal the duo.
So 2 Kizans.
Yeah, I mean, it just needs something to bounce a card, and that
He just
is
needs
enough,
any
but-
way to bounce
'Cause
the
this is emerald, right?
emerald. Yeah, this has got to be emerald time now. I guess we'll find out.
I
Is there
guess
some
Omega, maybe? Could it be Omega? Could that be enough? I think with because maybe if you're able to just make a level 8 synchro, you make Omega, then you link them off, and Omega shuffles back itself an emerald. Maybe that's the way he does it.
That feels like it takes a long time, but I guess it doesn't matter.
It could work, right? I
Yeah. How easy is it to make a level 8 synchro? Well, they're tuners,
think, I
right?
mean, with infinite monsters, it's probably quite easy. Because yeah, I think that might be it. Yeah, I think that's an 8, right? Isn't it? Yeah. Wow. Like even like thinking about something like this is crazy to me. Yeah, it is the
Yeah.
Omega, so that's how he loops it.
So you get
Makes
the
sense.
Omega, you get the Kizan back, you make another SHUEISHA.
I got there.
You got
At
there.
least-
You
at
figured it
least.
out. Yeah,
least.
that's cool.
But it's yeah, it's insane. This is crazy from Mitchell.
You just have to make sure you have more cards in your deck than your opponent has, like multiples of 800 life points, and then you're
so
you're good to go.
That's good. Yeah, because essentially you can just always recycle those two, and that's it. Yeah. Wow. Wow. What have we just witnessed today? This just takes it to the next level. I mean, Gateway is a good card.
Gateway is a good card. This just in. I mean, that was super cool. I don't even know what to say. Like,
Yeah.
he went second against Snake Eye. You know, a couple of hand traps, and then
And then Madness. I mean, actually a bit more. Like he was still phasing outside of the SP. Dominus Impulse. Then another interruption from the end. I mean, wow. What a infinite loop. We have just witnessed something quite rare in Yu-Gi-Oh! But if you're Zeki, you are scared. 'Cause now, I think, yeah. You probably saw that Purulia, and we expected him to be playing around, Tenpai. That's what he did. Well, turns out you can lose in another way, even like that. And I guess the only thing he can do is just go first and hope that you're not gonna get some of these interruptions. I really want to see the one shifter now. just being kept in there, and he just drops it. But I guess, yeah, he goes first. Probably brings in the usual suspects.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an awful lot of ways to put a halt to all of the party that, that we were having. The dimensional barrier can cut you off from the synchros. Different dimension ground is probably going to put a halt on any infinite loops, and the skill drain, of course. Feels like there's any number of ways to prevent that from happening if you draw the right cards to do so.
Yeah. At the same time, unfortunately, he's not one of those duelists who is playing Cosmic Cyclone. I'm pretty sure he would prioritize having that card for the gateway. Oh, of course, we are adding more. I'm in love with this. I just opened the side decks, and of course, to complement the one-offs in the main deck, we have the one Gamma, the one Driver, and the one Delta in the side deck. So we are not even adding the second copies of the Molt Charmies. No, one is enough. So, wow. At the same time, though, the rest of his side decks looks really, really, really good for going second. So, I still think he has a good chance, but let's find out what's going to happen in Game 2.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one goes. Zeki probably got to figure out his plan. I wonder, like, if you played a Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood against that deck, is there a backup plan? Obviously, you can no longer just burn your opponent for 800 forever.
enough.
There's presumably like something else you can do that doesn't just, maybe there's a Trishula in the extra deck, so I'm wondering if you can just Trishula your opponent to submission
I guess so.
the same
Yeah.
way.
I see a lot of traps in the end for Zeki. Ooh, I think that might be it.
That's that's not what you want to be as your first card ever. It's very good
Yeah.
as your last card, but as your first card, it means not much is going to happen.
Wow. Definitely not what we expected from Zeki, who obviously is going to slow his opponent down, but at the moment has a rough start, and there are a lot of cards in the side deck from Mitchell that can help in this spot. From Evenly Matched to Feather Duster, and any of them could just seal this instantly. So
Yeah. Deck Lockdown doesn't quite have the same, I don't want to say synergy, but, whatever you like with the Snake Eye deck is a lot of one of the super cool things about Snake Eye is if you have a floodgate effect, like Skill Drain, Rivalry of Warlords, you can use your Snake Eye monster to send your own floodgate effect and switch it off at will, but the
yeah.
Deck Lockdown you can't do that with because you're not allowed to activate the effect in the first place.
Oof. And there is an Evenly Matched, which is just going to take care of that face down, I think, impermanence. I mean, as you mentioned, you're not even, too worried to just pass here if you don't have much going on. Like, how is Zeki gonna play through his own Deck Lockdown? Like, he needs specifically, I guess, the Witch, but yeah.
Is it Kageki Kagamucha, the classic?
I don't think it's playing Kaijamusha. I would be shocked, but yeah.
But maybe even just hold the impermanence. I don't know what it's achieving, really. Not the impermanence, even the evenly matched. Just use it next turn.
But we are extending it.
Oh, is this Trish? Go on, Trish. Oh, that's not Trishula. It could have been. Here it is.
Oh, no, apparently it's... no, it was only 5, so it could have been an 8, I guess. And because this is the OG Shien. So we are setting up a spell and trap negation. This looks like
This is an old school.
old school 6 samurai.
Yeah, I mean, Deck Lockdown is old enough. Actually, I don't know when I feel like Deck Lockdown was Light of Destruction. I might be making that up. So
Oh, it's quite old, yeah. And still there. So one more turn of that card before Zeki will be able to also play on his own terms. But
he's having a big long think here.
interesting spot.
Maybe, it's exactly the Witch that can let you play with the Deck Lockdown.
Yeah,
Just
but
send
like
it off.
He passed, so the chance, he needs to top deck the
Yeah, he
Witch
needs to have drawn
now.
it for turn.
And yeah, he does not. He passed back, and if Mitchell picks up any more of his monsters, this could be it, because the Kageki actually gets to 1700 attack points. So this is 40 Shu at the moment. But he only has a couple cards.
Yeah, this is a classic Six Samurai beatdown. This is what we're
Crazy.
used to seeing,
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. This is,
This is
giving
it, the
me
Xian negating.
2011 fits back. Yeah. Nostalgia is hitting hard, and no, we just swing.
Will the Xian be enough on its own to
That would be crazy. Like,
seal the
if
deal?
we just see a Xian Kageki win the match, that would be unbelievable. But yeah, this is 4,200 damage, and we might just see a pass back. Let's see. And now the deck lockdown is gonna be off the field.
Yeah, deck lockdown really putting in the
Yep.
work here.
One more draw. Can Zeki finally pick up some of his engine? Deck lockdown is out. He has still a lot of cars, so I think it's 6. So
Yeah, I mean he's only used
like-
used 2, so he should have 5. I want to say. But will any of them
Yeah,
get
5.
the job done?
I mean, 3 of them we can assume we're not really engine related.
And he's got to figure out a way through this Xian.
No, is he?
He's
is
got to
really
play the
setting it?
mind games.
I think he has a Nash and Impulse, maybe? No way. No, no, we're not seeing Xian
It's
Kageki
the,
win.
it's the Xian
No.
beatdown.
Well, this is insane, and that's just a T set.
What is the what sets are there in this deck? Like nothing, right? You're just setting Ash
Just
Blossom
again-
probably just to try and live.
Yeah, most likely, because he has an Ash in hand, but he did not set that one, I think. So, oof, that's a great top deck. Or probably was there, and yeah, you need to use the Ash on it.
God, this is really bringing me back. Smoke signals.
And wow,
Rhoda.
reinforcement of the army.
Kizan,
No
make
way.
it. You just got to summon Kizan and attack, right? That's Kizan's 2,100 when you have 2 other
This is
6
unbelievable.
samurais.
I mean, you can just go Mizuo and win, right? If you just go Mizuo, tribute Kageki, and swing, you just win.
Yeah, I like the Kizan more. Attack over.
Fair enough. But
More vulnerable to effect Veiler this way.
because I mean, you just stop the face down with your own Xian. That's like almost irrelevant. So
I guess he's not in it for the nostalgia, and we're going to make the
No.
new Xian number 2.
and yeah, he's gonna, thanks to the anarchist, search for an either extender, which could be the double assault to just bring back. Oh, and there is the Kizan.
Yeah,
This
here it is.
unbelievable. Wow. Yeah, not much that he can do. Enters battle phase. This might just be over.
He's just doing the counting, but that looks like a lot of damage to me.
Yeah, he's smiling it off, and that is it. Wow. Zeki gives the handshake, and Mitchell wins 2-0. What a show off. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, this is unbelievable. Six Samurai just completely dominating round 7 of the UK Open in 2024. No time wizard.
No time wizard. Xian Kageki gets the job done
Yeah.
now as it did then. God, hard to argue with that. I mean, if only like if you had the Dimensional Fisher, I feel like it could get the job done legitimately a lot of the time. But for now, no Dimensional Fisher needed. Just Xian Kageki attack,
Yeah.
42 attack, game.
Gotta love to see it. And yeah, I mean, if game 1 was a full-on demonstration on what the deck is capable of doing when it gets, you know, Gateway, we just accomplished, I mean, he accomplished something insane, which I can't wait to just ask him about, because like I want to know how he figured it out. And yeah, it's something very creative and absolutely unbelievable. But game 2, obviously, you gotta feel a little bit worried and sorry for his opponent. He just didn't open playables, and yeah, just deck lockdown, pray that it was enough. But Kageki, Xian.
Yeah, I mean, we see there like the difference between deck lockdown and any other almost continuous effect. Because if it was some other, like, if it was a skill drain, then you just summon the Oak and you send it with the skill drain to get Ash, but you can't do that with deck lockdown, which I guess is like a tangible downside of the card.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, not much to be said. If not the 6 Samurai, it's 6-1. So 2 more rounds, but there is a very good chance for it to be among the top 8, decks at the end of this Open. But as we have mentioned, we are only going to be playing Swiss, so we'll find out who will be the winner soon enough with just 2 more remaining rounds for the day. But before we do that, I can't wait to interview, just the 6 Samurai monster from now on. And yeah, thank you guys for being with us. This was the end of round 7, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon with the winners interview. And welcome back from the UK Open 2024. We are here with the legend, I gotta say, after today. Yeah, legendary performance, Mitchell. Congrats
Thank you.
on the incredible match. First of all, how do you feel?
When I lose dice roll with this deck, I'm a bit nervous because it is a very deck that can brick, or like it don't have a very strong going second. But it turns out if you open gateway, you just win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently you do. And sometimes you do, even if you don't.
No,
That
yeah.
was the case. And obviously, what a showcase. I don't think... although the deck received some very strong support,
Yeah.
it wasn't
Very.
on top of the map for a lot of players.
No, it fixed a lot of problems the deck had where can't stick bodies on board, or you'll try to go to the link and you don't have enough bodies. Searching the quick play spells, definitely a big improvement to the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, obviously it's still early to talk, but I think going 6-1 is quite impressive.
Yeah,
and
6-1 with 6 outs.
Yeah,
you gotta represent it.
absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, everyone watching home, I'm pretty sure will be cheering for you in these 2 remaining rounds. But I mean, you just showed that you can play whatever deck you're more comfortable with, and yeah, you can get there. And obviously, we gotta talk a little bit about your choice in general.
Yeah,
so, have you been playing 6-Ums in the past for a bit?
It's my favorite deck of all time. I pretty much played it since it's come out. I've always wished these new cards seem like custom cards for the deck. It seems like someone at Konami, you know, actually liked the deck and was like, let's make this on the map.
That's great. That's great to hear. And yeah, it was great witnessing it. We were actually looking at your list, and while you were playing it, trying to figure out with Tom, because we knew there was a loop somewhere, and then yeah, when I saw the Omega, I got it, but like it was beautiful to showcase it. So I mean, that must have been tough to figure out all the different.
Well, obviously, what is this, round 7?
Yeah.
Going through the rounds where you have to infinitely explaining to your opponent every time, it gets a bit tedious, but little headache, but nothing we can't push through.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And something quite interesting about your deck is obviously that it's focused around cross out as well.
I love that card.
You have so many different one-offs, so why don't you go through?
So my process of running the one-offs is pretty much down to the multi-enemies draw you. I don't want to draw into 2 ashes, so I can't activate it. With a deck that requires so many cards in the archetype to combo off, you need to, like, the non-engine needs to be literally perfect. I've play tested a lot online on it, but drawing into one-off hand traps, these are most of the hand traps I thought that was in the format, that I can actually activate myself. I know that Trap Impulse is in the format, and Typhoon, but I don't feel like I don't need to play Typhoon. It is a hard counter to the deck, but it's one of them, I can't fit everything.
Yeah.
But playing one of 9 hand traps through test, and I seem like I open 1 or 2. It's nice even. Also, Crossout has so many targets. Like, I played against a Yubel player, and they shifted me.
Wow.
And I had the Crossout, and the guy was like, "There's no way you play shifter." I was like, "Yeah, I got a one-off shifter."
Yeah, that's definitely the one that caught our attention the most, because he's not out there, especially in the main deck. But I mean, there have been a lot of Tempais around today, so
yeah, unfortunately, I haven't run into any of them.
All
I'd love to go first against them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm imagining that. So in general, what do you think about the matchups the deck has? Like, what did you lose through today, or like?
I forget the name of the deck.
Okay.
My only loss was, it's not Mimikyu, it's the other one. It's
Memento?
Memento.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to lie, I never heard of it until today.
Fair enough.
So when he was doing his stuff, I was just thumbs up, just learning it.
Okay.
And then the game after that, I had Memento again. So obviously I've learned it, so I beat it. Matchup stuff, I've had the Memento, I've had a lot of Yubel. But if Anishi in the extra deck, when I summon him, I chain block him with one of the new tuners. So he's chain link 1 target cards to bounce, chain link 2 to add a quick play spell. So they struggle to negate it, and I just get rid of them, and then I can just attack them.
Yeah, that's nice. Works out pretty well, and yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me that you have played this deck in a lot of different versions throughout the years.
Yeah, a lot of versions.
You know what you're doing, and yeah, you just tuned it up perfectly, I would say. I mean, it's not much to be said about it. I guess in terms of side decks also, I'm very convinced, since your deck is very good at going first, I mostly
side deck is literally just for second. I feel like their deck's perfect going first. Delta's actually come up a lot, negating certain cards. It's very like jump scare hand trap for some people, because they don't expect their spells to be negated.
Yeah.
When they have monsters and they have searches, they're expecting it. But with Delta, like negating a fusion spell or something like that is pretty like jump scare. They're not planned for it, so it shakes them off a bit. I love it.
Yeah, no, Gamma has been in the past, I think, by far my favorite entropy. So I'm glad that somebody is representing it still today. And yeah, it does make sense to just
Thankfully, I haven't drawn the driver, so that kind of helps.
Okay.
But in combo with the link, you have to discard 1 anyway, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, no, it can happen. And no, again, I think enough said from my side. It was just really beautiful. I think most people will go back and rewatch it, because it was an incredible.
Probably learning the
yeah, exactly. It's the best way to just learn how to play this deck. So obviously, we're going to wish you best of luck, and hopefully we'll see more of you later on. But just in case we don't, I'm going to give you the option to just give a shout out to some of your friends that are
Yeah. Shout out to TJ and James, who's watching this in Discord. Love you guys. Shout out to Play Nation Games in Croydon, the locals I go to all the time. And shout out especially to Ryan, who bought me McDonald's today.
Okay, that's nice. Always need some support from friends,
Damn straight,
especially in
damn
such a
straight.
long day. So thank you again for being with us, Mitchell. It was a pleasure. And thank you guys for being with us. This is the end of round 7, but don't go anywhere because we still have 2 rounds to crown who will be the UK Open 2024 champion. Thank you for watching. And we are back from the UK Open 2024 live in London. Only 2 more rounds remain to crown the champion, and still new decks appear, or maybe crawl, I would say in this case, because we have a big surprise for you guys, an insect deck among the top tables.
Yeah, here comes bee troopers, battle wasps, and I don't know what other kinds of insects we have. Just some good insect stuff going on. I have absolutely no idea what this deck is trying to do.
I'm terrified by it.
You're terrified by it. I mean, you should be. It runs Retaliating Sea in the main deck because why not? It's an insect monster, fits with the theme. On the other side, we're seeing a deck which players are probably a little bit more familiar with. Fire King Snake Eyes won the most recent YCS.
Yeah, something that, though we have not seen the entire day. We expected it to still be actually more popular than the regular version of Snake Eye, but apparently has not done that well, but we're actually facing off against a Hubel, it seems. So maybe we got the wrong deck list there, but...
Or maybe he is running a lot of cards, so maybe it's Fire King Snake Eye Hubel deck.
Sure. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, maybe we got the wrong deck for you
I'll
there.
check it.
Sorry about that. Does look a lot more like a Hubel deck to us than the Snake
There
Eye
it
deck.
is. Fixed it, and yeah, it's gonna be Hubel against the insects, and yeah, unfortunately for fans of that archetype, the Hubel deck won the die roll, and we have mentioned all weekend that it still is the deck that, if uninterrupted, if the Fuvalos is not used, can still set up the strongest field. And it seems like the start is in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with what the Hubel deck can do. You can't really argue with it with hand traps from your hand, so yeah, it's very good at negating those with the Phantom of Hubel, which you can set up again and again and again. And yeah, we're going to see that. 45 cards from Tom. Do you think you'd be sticking to the 40 card limit with Hubel, or are there cards you don't want to draw, or there are cards that you really do want to draw?
I mean, I'm pretty sure the World Championship was won by a 50 card Hubel, if I'm not mistaken. So we have seen, you know, a lot of different directions with the decks, and yeah, when you have a lot of one card, you know, starters, I guess you can play around with ratios. Well, it's still something that you should obviously take into account, especially when you're using cards like Fuvaros. And yeah, I'm mostly surprised that he doesn't have a solution for it. Like, he's only maining the one code buy, but I guess Ash, of course, but yeah, you know, he's not on the cross out and still playing, you know, full-on Hubel engine.
Yeah, you just don't let your opponent draw it. You know, better not have it. This cross sheep, I feel like this is somehow a new innovation. I don't think there's any new cards that have come out that have made this card better or worse, but maybe it just, I wasn't seeing it at all at YCS Lille, but now I'm seeing it a bunch more. Maybe it's just there's somehow an extra spot in the extra deck, but I'm suddenly from having not seen it at all, seeing it everywhere.
Yeah, it has been played a lot. And it does make sense. You can easily, you know, just summon fusions nowadays. And it's nice to have this kind of extender.
Yeah, it's quite easy to trigger because it doesn't have the effect that occasionally you might think it has the first time you read it. It's it only needs a fusion monster to be pointed to. It doesn't need to be the fusion monster that you actually summon it. So you could have a fusion monster already there, like Phantom, and then you could just summon something else, and then that would still work to trigger the effect, summon a level 4 or lower monster. But in this case, we're just using the Area Leader anyway.
And yeah, there comes the OG Hubel.
I want to see what the B Troopers can do about this.
Yeah.
To fight
I might be worried because obviously, I mean, I had higher hopes if it had won the die roll, just specifically because it's Hubel. But, and yeah, it's just tough for any deck to just go second against it. But We'll see. It's gonna put an effort to just try and break this. He's on escape. So again, the second time today that we have seen the Ubel players actually preferring escape over chamber.
Yep, and we're going to get that in a second with the Shavara. Do you think we're going to see like full combo? I need to learn my full Ubel combo lines where you end up with every kind of negation. You know, you end up with the
Yeah,
with the Desiree and the rank 10 and the escape. I think it's a bit harder to do with the escape because you need to do more messing around with your Unchained monsters to make sure you end with the Soul of Rage on the field, which in the other line you don't. But this does look like we're going to get a 10 in a second.
Yeah, still piloted pretty well by Tom. He's also on the Lacrima, so something that we have seen some players forgo, but he has gone full out Fiendsmith. He's playing 3 copies of Engraver and 2 copies of Tract, so not really worried about Fuva loss.
Well, Tract, you know, never summons from the deck.
Yeah, you guessed
Adds from the deck.
really threatening Lurie.
I want to see someone include a Majesty's Fiend to search with the Tract.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I would do it. If it
You'd
was
do
me,
it?
I'd do it.
That way, if you draw Lurie, you know, you just search Lurie,
Combo.
tribute summon.
And yeah, let's see what these insects have to say about this opener.
Yeah, this feels like quite a tough nut to crack. Is he
But
even going to
yeah,
try?
I think, and I was about to say this, he picks up his cards, concealing the information. Makes sense if you know that, you know, your deck cannot beat that opener. Why reveal to your opponent what your deck is?
Hide the technology. I mean, having said that, like, you could show your opponent a B-Trooper just for fun, and then, like, what are they going to start? You know, what are they going to do about it? You see your opponent start with a Battle Wasp Sting the Poison. What are you... What are you side decking
just,
in?
You know, casually drop it and then pick it up and still
just confuse them.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you can mind game, but regardless, I think I mean, your opponent has no idea what's going on right now, so they'll probably stick to their main deck and call it a day. But now we're in for a treat. I really want to see some of these insects combos. And with some help from the side deck, specifically against Ubel, we can see, oh wow, we can see the MVP, the Killer Needle, normal monsters that is in the side deck. Just a straight up 1200 is the supporter, is there for the team, taking it.
Yeah, maybe there's some cards that specifically need a normal monster, I'm wondering, but
regardless,
for
I
now,
love it.
Yeah. Maybe just the different dimension ground, and perhaps I don't think Rivalry of Warlords is super strong against Ubel, so yeah.
But yeah, you do have as mentioned different dimension ground with Trust, just as a way to play around your opponent interruptions if you think they're on entraps, and yeah, I'm not gonna pretend I know what the line against Fuvalos is if you get hit by that, but. Yeah, we're gonna try our best to follow things up. On the other hand, as we mentioned from the Ubel deck, we can expect things to stay the same. He has a very solid main deck with what are, I think, 15 entraps with the Fuvalos in the main deck, so he is well equipped for going second. Maybe if he feels like it, he can just take out the escape and side something else, but like, I mean, I do like how stable his deck seems to be.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you know nothing. Maybe you just have a sort of generic plan for going second. So maybe things like talents and thrust get a little bit better. And as you say, the escape not so good going into your deck going first, going second even. So it feels like there's a lot of generic cards nowadays. Oftentimes people's side decks not only do they have cards that are specifically targeted for matchups, but you just say these cards are going first, these cards are going second, rather than like matchup specific cards. So maybe we'll just see a little bit of that kind of side decking.
But now it's the moment we have been waiting for. Let's see what Aaron picks up. I see a lot of interruptions in the end from Tom.
It is something we didn't even know that we wanted until it was here. Tom just smiling to himself, seeing the B-Trooper starter. Let's have a look at what that card is. It's going to special summon an insect from the deck, I think.
And you can see Tom just being like, all right, I'm going to ash that, hoping it does enough. But we follow it up right away with the Bottles Wasp Sting the Poison, which just allows you to search your deck for another Bottle Wasp, and most of them allow you to special summon. This is the Rapier. And we discard the Retaliating. This is actually pretty strong because it allows you to get the Wind, so the face-up spell, which is a really interesting effect because twice per turn you get to add. It's kind of like a Black Whirlwind for insects. You basically can add something that has less attack, but twice per turn, not only once, and that can lead to a lot of advantage.
Yeah, I'm wondering the Retaliating, so it has to be sent from the field, right? You can't just search with it after discarding it. That feels like a bit too much, but yeah, here we go. These wins are going to get a lot of searches. Here comes Pin the Bullseye.
200 damage for free.
That's, you know, nothing to sniff at if the time is close to the end. But for now, just an extra insect monster to special summon. And
to just synchro summon into Sashi.
Yep, Sashi the Ceremonial Bow. And yeah, that's going to let you get another search, another big insect monster. So you can search probably almost anything, right? It's got to just have less attack.
It also gives you an additional normal summon for a Battle Wasp. So,
oh, wait, can you use this Winds like twice per copy? Oh, this would be very cool if you can. Battle Wasp Wind.
You already know, Tom. Of course.
Here it is.
Yep.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's really neat. So you can only activate one Battle Wasp Wind per turn, and you can use it twice per copy. But the first time it wasn't activated, it was just placed on the field. So you just return it to your hand, activate it again. 4 searches.
Yeah.
Madness.
4 searches. But if there is a card, it's Nibiru coming down from Tom to just completely wipe out these insects.
Imperial is supposed to wipe out the dinosaurs, not the insects, but
yeah.
Here we go. I mean, I feel like Aaron's still probably going to have quite a lot of gas left in the tank on account of how many searches he's already had. So I don't know how easy it is, though, for him to continue to summon monsters.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate.
Having already used a spell sort of extender kind of thing. Is there any more ways to get some monsters onto the field, especially when he's got a token which is not an insect, so that might stop him from summoning any more Battle Wasps.
He's considering his options, but due to the additional normal summon that he gained with the Sashi, he's just able to bring back once. Yeah, for the second time this turn, I think the Sting the Poison, is it? Because he might actually, I think it is. No, it's actually not the other one. I think it's the Twin Bow. Yeah, it's the attacker. So this one allows you to just, first of all, search your deck once again with the Wind. So you get another plus. And usually this is more of an extender. You can special summon it, so you don't really want to normal summon it. But, I mean, he's working with what he's got. And I think with a face down, things are looking rough. Yeah, a pass back. Unfortunately, this Nibiru was very annoying for Aaron.
And there's the throne. Like, it's just a very, very strong hand for Tom with his Yubel deck. 1 throne, 1 Ash, 1 Nibiru. Almost everything you could want in the Yubel deck.
Yeah, an army of insects was assembled by Aaron, but 1 rock was all it took to just completely decimate them. And yeah, the throne, we have mentioned it. Like, the Yubel deck is great, just comboing off. But once you get the throne, like, the quality of the things that you can do just goes through the roof. And
here we go.
Even the Sharvara hard drawn.
The sneaky Shavara popping your own Spirit of Yubel to dodge the infinite impermanence. So we're going to get to resolve the Spirit of Yubel and then get the other effect of Spirit of Yubel. Wow. Everything you could possibly need
Yeah, you can get access eventually to Nightmare Pain. Let's see how Tom wants to handle this, because in the side deck for going second, he does have a few tools, and yeah, as
I
expected,
mean, he can just attack now, right?
Yeah.
How big is the token?
it's probably enough.
Is it
So
4,000? Yeah.
that can be enough. He's gonna swing into the token, and unless there is a surprise from Aaron, this could just be it. No
Yeah.
idea how big that token was.
Well, there was
but
quite a few monsters under it, and then we've also got the Nibiru attacking.
is that
I
enough?
feel like
it
that's
is
gotta
enough.
be enough.
Wow. And a quick 2-0 from the U-Build deck. Unfortunately, yeah, this is a brief story of the insect deck at the UK Open. But still, I mean, no joke going with such a record after 7 rounds in such a tough field. The die roll might have been too costly. We had no idea what was in his hand because he just picked up his cards without revealing any of them in game 1. And I mean, we know how good the U-Build deck is when it's uninterrupted. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's super powerful. And we also saw its ability going second. Like, just that Nightmare Pain didn't really need to do anything. Just resolve the Nightmare Pain and then attack, and that's it. We saw that in the final of YCS Lille, the massive Nibiru token, ending the game with the help of Nightmare Pain. A real shame we didn't get to see much more of the insect deck. I'd like to see this card you got highlighted there, Insecta Picafilena, a very, very powerful card. A number of like very, very powerful cards, but unfortunately, sometimes you just don't get to see them when your opponent Nibiru's all of your insect monsters away.
Yeah, I mean, it's still at the end of the day, you have these cards which are just very generic. We have mentioned that Nibiru is actually not too popular, especially in the main deck, but that is not the case for Tom. And obviously, just like he used Ash Blossom on the first card that said something that you can Ash, I mean, he just activated Nibiru as soon as his opponent had enough monsters on the field. He had no idea, I can guarantee you that whether that was correct. But I mean, luckily for him, that was indeed the right timing. There was no more extenders from his opponent. And yeah, sometimes that's how it goes. But still, congratulations on the performance and also on sticking with a deck that you like and bringing it. We have seen it just like in the last round with 6 Samurai, that it can definitely work. And yeah, we have only one more round, Tom, to clear and declare who will be the champion of the UK Open. So I'm excited, looking forward to that, as we're going to be able to hand them their deserved trophy. So at least next round is pretty much fixed, because we are going to go for table 1 regardless of the matchup. But thank you guys for being with us. But before we move on to round 9, obviously we want to hear it from the winner of round 8. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with the winner's interview.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for a winner's interview after the round 8 feature match. I'm here with the winner, Tom. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So you're taking us with the Ubel deck this weekend. So why did you pick the Ubel deck?
Around Euros, I was playing a lot against my friend John, and he was just set on his deck, and it just kept going and going and going whatever I was throwing at it. And I kind of caved and just thought, you know what? It looks really fun. I played a couple of games of it with using his list, and this is very, very similar. We worked on a list together, and I'm just enjoying playing it at the moment. I've tested other decks like Tenpai, some Viking variants or Snake Eye variants, and this is the one I've really gelled with most, really.
Yeah, I mean, it looked clean. It looked like you knew what you were doing with it. So in that game 1, you got to go first, uninterrupted. Is this something you've mapped out, you practiced a lot?
I've got a lot of the combos. So like if you see Throne with Dark Beckoning Beast or any combination of the two, you can normally end on the full board. So Phantom, Rage, Escape, Verudrus, Desiree. And then you've normally got like 3 cards in hand with an Engraver for follow-up. So going first, if you don't get interrupted, obviously the deck can play really well through interruptions anyway. But if you don't get interrupted, you've just got so much follow-up that it's just hard for the opponent to get back into the game.
And so, I mean, we saw that your opponent just decided not to show you what they were playing. So do you have like a plan if your opponent doesn't show? Because I guess this must happen occasionally. You just like play through, you do your combo, and your opponent thinks, you know what, probably not going to do it. I'm not going to show you what I'm playing or anything like that. So what's your plan?
So in the side, I'm playing Thrusts and a Talent, and I'm also playing Cosmics. So I like to side 7 cards. So normally what I'll do is I'll side out the usual stuff like the Escape, the bigger Ubel monster, and a couple of the weird cards, like one of the Grave Squirmers. And just side those 7 in. And there's also Unchained Soul of Anguish and Abomination in the side as well, which I use those 2 as extra clear things, just in case it's like a back row matchup.
Okay.
So I could try and cover as many bases as possible, because if it's monster heavy, I've got talents to then help me clear through stuff. But if it's then back row heavy, I've got multiple ways of back row removal. Yeah,
that sounds like a pretty good plan for basically no matter what you're playing against, right? So has it been working well for you this weekend?
Yeah, I've won every die roll bar 1, which was against Tenpai, and they made me go first. Which I bricked against them and I lost that game. But
okay, so you've needed to be using this side decking strategy quite a lot then. So tell me about this deck. So you're running 45 cards. Is that like a decision that you made? You thought, I do want to deliberately make my deck a bit bigger, or did you think I didn't really know what to cut, so I'm going to run 45?
When I was originally putting it together, I accidentally put it together at 40. And I'm an advocate for a clean 40-card list. And I was testing it and just bricking more. So I thought what I'll do, I think it's around 17 or 18 starters with 15 hand traps. So it gives me a better option to be able to see numerous ways to interrupt the opponent in case I go second, but more likely I'm going to be able to play going first.
Okay, so it was like a conscious decision. You think it makes the hands a little bit better in the opening hand?
Well, I usually play branded, so I'm used to like 50.
So you thought 45 is a bit small for you, maybe?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Not many fusion monsters.
And so tell me about your day today. So what kind of decks have you been playing against?
I've just played a variety, really. The deck that I was most worried about was Tenpai, and I lost to. I've got a friend that's really on it with Ritual Beast, and we were talking about the ways that this deck can beat it. The round just before the feature, I played against Ritual Beast, and unfortunately they drew the shifter for turn after I made the full board. I also played against the 6 Samurai player. I bricked. He then FTK'd me twice.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
so
I lost to him.
Yeah, we did.
It was
actually
really cool. I had to look at his list. It's really smart.
Yeah, that might have been the person we had on the stream the previous round before. So if anyone at home wants to see what that is all about, then you can go and check out our previous round feature match. But I'm sorry, you were on the receiving end.
It was cool to see. It's different. It's unique. It's not like playing into a meta deck where you brick and then you know you've lost. Like he summons a card and you're like, okay, I survived. No, that didn't happen.
So I mean, given the story of how you picked this deck up, you tried hard against your friend who kept playing it. Do you think maybe next time we'll see you on the 6 Samurai deck instead?
You know what? I do have the deck at home. Probably not, but I might put it together just for like casual games and just not do the FTK. It looks really fun. He showed me the list. It looks really good.
Fantastic. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's great you can come to an event and it's obviously nice to win, but even if you see something cool and maybe you lose to it, it's still nice to see something new and exciting, right?
Yeah, I'd rather lose to something like that than, as an example, something that just floodgates you out of the game.
Yeah, of course. Well, thank you so much for this interview. Congratulations very much
Thank you
on
very
winning your feature match. So everyone at home, we'll catch you soon. We'll see the final almost of this UK Open 2024.
Welcome back to the UK Open 2024 in London. One last time. We have gone through 8 rounds of Swiss, and the last remain to crown the champion, the one who will get the trophy home and represent with glory and pride this round. Ahead of us, it's a clash among titans. Only 2 players are still undefeated with a record of 8-0, and we are actually gonna see a familiar face, a player we have seen in round 3 in the names of Andre with his Tempai deck, and he's actually gonna be playing against his teammate, Hamad.
Yeah, Ahmad, a very good player. We've seen him do very well at 2 successive UK National Championships, so coming second in 2022 and coming in the top 4 in 2023. So 2 excellent results. And Andre also coming in second place at a YCS recently.
Yeah.
So at least, one of them will have to come second again, but one of them will definitely get that win.
Absolutely. We did hear some friendly banter between them saying we are the team of just seconds. And finally, one of them is going to, get this deserved first place. But obviously, even though they're friends and teammates, they're going to try their best to do so. And it's going to be a matchup that is definitely something we expect to see in the following weeks.
And which side, if you were going to play this matchup, which is your favorite side?
It really depends on the build, but I do think that Tempai can be favored depending how you build it. But obviously, it's one of those things where at some point, once you make it to the top cut and your opponent knows they're going to get you go first, turns out that when there is no top cut, the deck is even better as it stands, and this is the case for the UK Open. So,
do you think this is something like that players can learn to improve? Like, I feel like it's you've got a lot of options with as the player playing the Snake Eye deck as to how you construct your field, whereas the Tempai player pretty much just has to play with the hand they're dealt. So do you think this is like, as time goes by, that the Snake Eyes might learn how to win this matchup kind of thing? Or do you think at the end of the day, Tempai will just be strong?
No, I think obviously they, as Andre mentioned in his interview, they got some indirect support with the Mulcharmi cards, and you're gonna have some non-games where you just open insane and you just win the game on the spot. But I do totally think that it's a matchup where you can improve and you can put in those reps and just make either by deck building or just by playing your matchup better. And I think that shows in Ahmad deck building, because he's playing still the Kashtira engine, an heavy one, which is something that fellow Italians have done, and I think it improves. Most importantly, the Tempai matchup. So obviously didn't open any this game, but they are there.
Yeah, so I mean, opening with that, I suppose if you get the unicorn on the field, you're probably going to get to resolve it at least once.
Yeah.
Be it on your turn or your opponent's turn, and I suppose picking off like a key combo piece from the extra deck might be quite annoying against Tempai.
Really, really strong, and actually, now that I've mentioned Italians, it's actually quite interesting because the Italian Open also showed finals between 2 teammates, which were Diego and Muselli, and in the end it was a clash. So turns out at the Opens that can happen, and it's another clash between friends. So it's good to witness it.
Here we're seeing Ahmed think through the best way of doing this. Going to use the original there, so not the kind of classic line we've seen players sort of send the original with the hallowed Azamina and then use the second effect. But I guess once you've already normal summoned the Snake Eye Ash, there's no reason to search as much. Probably better to use the on-field effect.
At the moment, only an effect Vader, but Andre is maining 22 interrupts. So that's, I would be shocked if that was the only interruptions. Obviously, no more Charmies, and no Shifter, which...
That cuts out 9, so there's only 13 left. And Ahmed not running the Fiendsmith package, so the Magnum less easy to make a good use out of, but still okay actually against the Azaminas. Oh, he is running the Fiendsmith package
He's just
as well.
running one Fiendsmith engraver, no Lacrima or anything else.
Oh wow, that's very minimal, isn't
Yeah.
it? So maybe you need to then be using the extra spots in the extra deck.
As low as it gets, but...
Yeah, that's like nothing.
Yeah, but I'm thinking he still uses.
You got to
also
have the full extra deck suite, right?
Yeah, you still use everything. So I guess you just didn't think the other cards were worth drawing with the Lacrima. Obviously, this makes the Engraver a terrible draw, but we take the risk. And he's also using 44 cards in the main deck. So
You just use the deception, you know, and send it away. Easy peasy.
And yeah, now we get to see the Azaminas. Obviously, they were some of the most anticipated cards from Rage of the Abyss, and they are showing us why. It's a very cool mechanic, I gotta say. Probably, is it the first time we have seen something like that, where you fusion someone with spells? I want to say yes, but
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely different. And also, like, the fusion summon being based on the level of the monster is not really something we've seen before.
yeah.
So we've seen, like, fusions that, you know, you have to use more monsters to get a more powerful effect when you fusion summon, but...
Especially, yeah, it being rounded down, it's definitely interesting.
Oh yeah, that really confused me the first time I read it. I was like, why does it round down? But you know, this is how we use it. I mean, I'm glad that it rounds down because otherwise it makes the card a lot better.
Yeah. Well, as you mentioned, here what makes the difference is knowing what you're up against and knowing how to play against the Tempai. I'm curious to see what he's gonna go for. Looking at his extra deck, he's not playing any. Yeah, I don't think he has any Link 4, so anything fancy like Raging Phoenix Rumble Whale. But
Oh really? No Link 4s? So maybe he just sends off. So what's the Ash gonna go with and something else? Or what's happening here? Oh yeah, so Ash
yeah,
gonna send the Poplar. So maybe we make a Link 2. Has to be a Fire Link 2, so I guess that means it's gonna be the Phoenix or the Heater.
it doesn't seem to be too sure on what to do, and yeah, eventually the oak comes down. You could even just get rid of it that way.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
makes sense. It does.
Good way to get rid of the princess. So now we've got our 1 negate, and I guess between this will get you enough link materials to make a moon and a silhouette rabbit. So I guess this is going to be pretty much full combo in the sense
Yeah.
of what you might expect from this deck without the
Yeah, and heavy Finmit core. You could also go into that if he really wants to, by the way. Well,
going to.
just because he has the engraver engraved, right?
Oh, has he already gone through the moon?
No, I don't think he did, but I don't know if he discarded that, because I saw it in engraver, but yeah, he could just go into, if it's not in the, let me check, isn't not that card? I think it's an engraver, but well, if not, I guess he can go for the close moon as well. But I thought that was that.
Oh, he's just ending.
Wow.
So no silhouette rabbit either. This looks like a bit of a skew kind of field. It didn't look like there was too much interruption.
Yeah, just probably playing into his opponent deck with this ending field, not trying to commit too much against, lightning storms and for a reason summoning in attack position. But yeah, definitely not something we expected. And I think there is a lightning storm which you need to pair with something. And wow, the 1 copy of summoning is there.
So maybe no lightning storm?
You still have to play, because like you do have the bait, right? You need of your opponent negation, so. And they might also just go SP.
Yeah, but that's so like, that's so confident that this is not going to resolve. But it's if it pays off, I'll be super impressed. Like just to use the Sangan summoning before the lightning storm, like. Lightning Storm just always gets trades at 1-for-1 with the Azamina, right? So
yeah, but maybe that's not enough, and he feels like he needs to get more value out of it, and I'm pretty positive that's in there. So obviously it would show, the experience of Andre with the deck and, guts of
that's
going
gutsy,
for it.
yeah. I mean, it's also maybe he knows Ahmad well enough. He's like,
There he goes.
they've discussed this.
Yep, and it does happen. So here, he's still protected from it, but we could see it.
Maybe he's just doing it to like see if he can throw off Ahmad and be like, wait, you used.
Yeah, yeah,
you
it's,
played
it's
a card.
in there. It's in
It's
there.
there. Yeah, you're right. I see it too.
So yeah, definitely bold play, and let's see if we'll pay off. He needs another way to force things out. Is that Fed? No, it's terraforming actually, which is quite unfortunate. He opened up terraforming plus the one summoning, I think.
So yeah, I feel like this was kind of moot. This feels like a sort of unnecessary risk.
Yeah,
'Cause
this
it-
was gonna be the line. Yeah.
It's gonna just trade with the Azamina.
And
I mean, it was entertaining, that's for sure, but quite dangerous. I'm thinking, yeah, I mean, is there any reason not to just straight away use the SP? Because once you go to battle phase, it's pretty useless, so
might as well.
just send it in. Keep any Tenpais away from the field.
He does have Princess in graveyard still as an interruption later on.
Yeah, but Princess
So-
requires a special summon,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you have to
No,
wait for
I
that.
just mean for later. And
No SP.
doesn't go for it.
It's kind of interesting to me because I feel like a lot of the time the next action is going to be enter battle phase anyway. So
Yep, as expected. Ooh, we actually see a troll in lock. A chew off in the deck for Ahmad, but
yeah, very powerful card here. Gonna stop the Sangan Kaiman from doing so much during the battle phase. You can still use it now though, which I wouldn't
Yeah.
hate, to be honest. Get the Genroku or a Chandra.
you kind of have to. 'Cause otherwise,
Yeah, I feel like add is often the more powerful effect if you can only use one of the two. So
he doesn't, I think.
or maybe
I
he's
thought
just
I heard the
thinking.
battle phase, yeah.
Oh, maybe he's just got the summon. So I guess because once you add, then the SP can be chained. But yeah, I'm kind of confused why this SP wasn't used right now. It's just got banished. So maybe he has just got a Chandra in hand or something.
Wow. Again, Roku. And yeah, just trying to cut his opponent off guard a little bit. As you've mentioned, there was really no way why this SP shouldn't have been used, but now we are moving on and attacking.
Yeah, that's just to get an extra attack declared. I'm pretty sure the Genroku is going to get attributed before the attack finishes. Got to make sure you got those that number of 3 attacks, which I think he'll get fairly easily. So here comes the Chandra. Chandra is very, very difficult to interrupt because if you try and stop it now, then with the Princess, then it just kind of does the little shuffle via the Tenpai Synchro monster. You can synchro with it in response, and then it'll get brought back. But I don't see what else you're going to do, so I feel like maybe you are just supposed to use it now, the Princess. Does the Princess still come out if its target leaves the field? I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, pretty tight game state. So you can target one, destroy them. Yeah, so it doesn't say destroy both targets. It's a bit
If
of
you do though, yeah.
yeah. So, but as long as it destroys at least one target, I think it will get summoned. Bit of problem-solving card
And he does
text
go
coming
for
in.
it. So goes for what is the last known bit of interruption, and yeah, we are just gonna chain into Bident most likely. Do we have impermanence or a way to deal with this? That's the question.
Well, the set is the Azamina, the Deception,
Oh yeah,
right?
that's right. Yeah.
So unless he's got exactly
Wow, that can be an issue. If there's
impulse.
nothing in the end.
Yeah, this feels very problematic. Is the Dival Star getting summoned somehow? Oh yeah, with
Yeah,
the
we're using the temple.
with the temple. Is it worth putting it in defense? I mean, I guess it's not really very important.
No. Like, it just has a little bit of a bait where if you attack it, you can use
Yeah, you still get the
so,
effect. Yeah.
I mean, the
But
attack has to involve specifically the Bellstar. So
this way you could get like a smaller monster can
yeah, I don't
force
know.
it to attack.
The opening from Ahmad really felt a bit odd, and hopefully for him, he will not get too punished here. But this is scary. Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting because, I mean, is there enough of a wall to not... Because I feel like against Tenpai, a lot of the time if you just survive, you're probably going to be okay. But I don't know if this is like enough of a wall to survive.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it is. So at the same time, though, Andre doesn't seem super confident. So either he's thinking about what could go wrong, or, you know, by the way he has played like round 3, he was, you know, playing at quite a different pace when he thought the game was over. So it must be that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's because his game, this time it involves doing a bit of arithmetic to figure out
Fair enough. Yeah.
how much damage exactly he's going to get. I feel like if you just make the big synchro now, it will probably do the trick. But there's only one more synchro going to happen after that.
Mm-hmm.
So here comes this. That switches everything to attack mode, prevents the Dival Star from being activated this turn in case of any sort of
Yeah, this seems
shenanigans.
pretty straightforward.
The Bident Dragon can come back, popping, I guess,
Yeah.
the field spell to reduce some attack. But is it enough attack? I suppose you just make the Trident Dragon, you
think
get
it's
2
should
attacks with the
easily
Trident
be
Dragon,
enough,
right?
Yeah, I don't see how it's not enough.
Does Trident Dragon gain an extra attack for each card you pop?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can just make a 3 attack to Trident Dragon with 3 attacks.
Yeah, this seems pretty straightforward.
No prosperities needed.
Yeah, and I think this is what we are gonna go for. And unless there is a miracle, we might have the first game.
Worst case scenario, you
From
could just make
Andre.
like a Ruddy Rose and banish your opponent's entire
I
graveyard.
think that's it, right? Just attacks.
Oh, and this comes back as well. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's
And
super
yeah.
game.
That's the game. Wow. So although Ahmad opened pretty good with a handful of different engines, we were a bit confused when we were debating on this Silhouette Rabbit plus IP, all of these options that were available to him, and in the end he just decided to pass. And yeah, it didn't really take that much. I guess a little bit of a gamble, which we like to see from Andre with the Lightning Storm. But still, I mean, got him there.
Yeah, it did. I'm still a bit like confused because I only ever traded with the Azamina anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I suppose it's still a bit of fun. And yeah, I was really interested why that, like, what happened to the SP. Like, just chain the SP, one
Yeah.
less monster, that could have made quite a big difference, I feel like,
For sure.
in that battle phase. So makes a Chandra a lot less threatening if it's just by itself, because then if you
Yeah.
target it with something, it can't be chained. But
But it's the spirit that matters, and Andre before the match told us no matter the field I'm gonna be facing, even though I know that's gonna be lost, I'm still gonna attempt to just break it, because you never know, your opponent might just make a misstep, or in any case the game is not over until I pick up and my life point goes to 0. That was Andre's philosophy, and it's getting me here. But now that we move to the side decks, it's gonna go a little bit interesting. Obviously, we've mentioned the Kashtira cards being there, and those can make a huge difference whether Ahmad picks them up. In terms of other options, his side deck has, again, some of these usual trap cards, which are really, really strong in this matchup. But I think the main issue is he going to go first?
do you feel like if you're friends, you've like discussed this?
Yeah, for sure.
But then if you've discussed, I feel like there's no way to eliminate the mind game, because you may have discussed it a lot with your friend, and you've decided we both agree like this is the correct thing to do, but then you kind of know that your friend's gonna do that. Like,
it's you can't get out.
It's
of
like
the loop.
imagine you've decided with your friend like what's the best strategy in rock paper scissors. Then when it comes down to it, you're still gonna like be thinking the same things.
Yeah, I feel like we're back in the Six Samurai match with this infinite loop going on, and we probably can get out, but I don't know. The feeling must be interesting because you just went first and lost, but just by looking at this deck and seeing the Kashtira cards plus cards like Skill Drain and there can be in the side deck, I do think going first can be better for this deck, but I guess...
But is there an issue with just having those and going second?
No, not necessarily. I guess that can still work, but yeah, I don't know. I can see it both ways. It's mostly related to your opponent and how do you think that they are gonna side, and so it wouldn't shock me even if you pick second. But moments from finding out what that will be. Let's take a look what Ahmad's decision is going to be.
Let's see what. Yeah, it's always interesting, and I never know what is about to happen.
Yeah, no, it's the most interesting part I think about it.
And I feel like with Tenpai, no matter how you construct your side deck, often there are so many cards in your deck that are tailored towards going second. You cannot effectively side them all out. Like your deck would look completely different.
And also that is really relevant because if you do that and you're not the one picking who goes first and then they go first, you have just pretty much conceded the game. But yeah, Ahmad decided to go second, and once again Andre opens the one copy of Summoning. I feels like that's the third time that has happened this weekend, and yeah.
I mean, Summoning is an extremely powerful card, but I feel like going second it's where it really shines, right? Because you're not super worried about all of your effects resolving when you go first.
Wow.
If your opponent negates something.
You opened again with the terraforming as well. That's crazy. 2 in a row with the pair.
So here we go. We have the Sangan Kaiman. Maybe time just to get a Genroku and summon it out. Yeah, it is very underwhelming, the Tenpai field.
Mm-hmm. But we're actually gonna see an Ash Blossom, which is big. Unless there is an extender, we cannot get into the Hieratic Seal, and we cannot.
Yeah, this is some premium. What happens when Tenpai go first? They're so threatening and powerful when they go second, and then they go first, and they're just these tiny little dragons that pass turn to a single Ash Blossom. And Ahmed starting with what is now probably like one of the most premium starter cards for the deck. I mean, it was very good before, but having that extra option in the Deception makes it even better. Maybe Andre has got the Retaliating Sea. But other than that, there's not really anything super powerful. Like, he can't use any of his Molchamis. He couldn't have an Impermanence in his hand if he had that. He couldn't use a Shifter. Like, most of the stuff that you're really scared of can't really happen for Ahmad. So he's, without getting too far ahead of himself, he can probably be quietly confident that there's not going to be too much stuff coming down from Andre.
And yeah, just them being teammates is also quite relevant because there is a good chance that they know their deck list. And for example, Nibiru is not in the deck, so that already saves you some, some thoughts. And
yeah, Ahmad said that he's always going to play around Nibiru forever and ever. After having a very unfortunate incident with it in the final of the UK National Championships 2022. So he might just be playing around it regardless.
He knows that it's not there.
The ghost.
PTSD,
But there is an Ash Blossom preventing what I guess would have been the Temple being added. Maybe the only thing to think about is, like, can you delay or, like, not need the original? Because that insulates you from Retaliating Sea, which might be a little bit frustrating to play against. So, yeah, sending this maybe into a Moon of the Closed Heaven seems like quite a reasonable way to continue from here. It really feels like there's very few cards that Andre could have left to deal with this. I mean, like, very few possible cards, but he's not even got that many cards left in his hand, right? So, yeah, maybe just 2 if I'm counting correctly.
Yeah. Should be true. And now we do see the Ita.
Even better.
Yeah, allows you to extend and get into a princess afterwards. And we see an Ash Blossom from the Poplar.
Yeah, and it's fairly low risk making the princess, even if the princess gets negated. And we see 2 ashes on the field. Not really where it's supposed to be, but it still helps.
Seems like he's debating it, but...
I mean, I feel like unless you're making princess, then it would have been pretty pointless to make the Hitsa.
Makes a lot of sense. And now, let's see if Andre has a response for this. Maybe a Dominus, but it wouldn't be the greatest score. Yeah, no.
Yeah, it would have to be, Effect Veil or Purge. But, yeah, I was wondering, I don't think that is possible to win without using the original. So maybe I guess you're just going to have to use it.
Yeah, but that's also a really... Yeah. Is there a response from Andre? Because this could be it. It is the retaliating, and Ahmad tried his best to play around it, I guess. Special summoning, and you're just filling his graveyard before.
Yeah, I mean, this is still quite nice, right? Because the retaliating he's really not going to do very much.
Yeah, the only thing is, was this Flamberge necessary before? Because, like...
Oh, activating the Flamberge?
Yeah,
you're
right.
right.
Now to get rid of the retaliating if you thought that was the case, I guess. Well,
yeah, it does seem a little odd to do it in that order. I mean, it doesn't really do much getting it done now compared to, like, Nibiru or anything, so...
Yeah.
For now, it feels like a fairly straightforward... oh, it's an Ash? Okay, so we're going to add the Oak rather than summon the Oak. Yeah, you're right. This is a little bit annoying now because he's going to have to use his battle phase or come up with something else.
I think he easily could have pushed for game probably, but yeah, this is enough. So at least Andre is guaranteed to see another turn, to live another day, and we shouldn't take this for granted because looking back at game 1, Ahmad was also in a very comfortable spot, and then somehow that wasn't enough. So
yeah, but there's a different number of cards going on in this game, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely.
Ahmad's got 3 cards in hand to Andre's 1, plus he's still going to have quite an imposing field by the end. I feel like he's still got time for a full Fiendsmith line.
Yeah, we do see the second Oak, something that is not super popular, but...
oh, no Fiendsmiths. And the deck lockdown.
Okay. Okay, now that helps. And yeah, deck lockdown, again, not the craziest of feels, but the deck lockdown just really makes it so that the summoning is useless. And yeah, it's very tough to find a solution for this.
Yeah, deck lockdown like picked up popularity kind of like all of a sudden, and now we're seeing it in a lot of decks. Do you think this is just like the natural thing people would have found? Do you think it's because of the Centurion players started playing it and now everyone's like, oh, that's quite good actually, you know?
Yeah, I think it has to do mainly with the Centurion like discovering it, but eventually, yeah, it's just enough of a good card that you want to play in a lot of different decks. And
here comes Magnamit.
Oh, so unfortunately...
Was there no dragon to add?
Deck lockdown.
Yeah, but you can add from the graveyard, right?
Yeah, but in the graveyard, did he have any dragon? Because I think he went...
No, yeah.
No, he didn't have any, right?
There you go. You were questioning putting the Tempai in the spell and trap card zone, but there it is.
You know it all along.
There's not so much to do now for Andre, right?
So I think, yeah, he just pushed to the bottom phase, and Ahmad responded with the IP into SP. getting rid
of the mag, and then you don't even like need access to your deck so much at this point, right? I mean, obviously it's nice to be able to search your deck, but between the Snake Eyes, they did quite a good job of recycling themselves from the graveyard.
Yeah. You get a lot of recursion, only one card.
So you are allowed to use the effect of Hydra because it can set cards, but unfortunately if you're setting a Sangan Kaiman, this doesn't do anything.
That's about it.
Are you even allowed to do that?
But unfortunately, yeah, there is the field spell that Ahmad might have forgotten about.
Are you allowed to target it?
Yeah, I guess it's unaffected.
Sure.
I guess you can still. If not, you're forced to probably target another of your own, but...
I think if something's an illegal target, you just kind of have to take it back. But I mean, you could target one of your own anyway.
I guess you probably can target, but it doesn't resolve, right? In the worst case, I don't know. It's
there are
there
are certain times like you, for example, can't use like a dark hole if there are no monsters on the field.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can if there is an infected monster, and then it just doesn't do anything. So, regardless, it's been ruled that this SP, just like in game 1, doesn't have much of a feeling with the map, and however, the situation looks quite different, and
yeah, here we're seeing like the deck lockdown having this downside compared to the other kind of floodgate cards that
it's big, yeah.
the deck normally plays. You can't just switch it off now. You do actually have to sit with it.
Yeah. The beauty, or one of the really good things about the Snake Eye, as you mentioned, is that they could play cards like Skill Drain easily, and then just turn them off whenever they want. But yeah, you cannot even attempt to send it for cost.
I suppose without specifically the Witch.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how much he needs to do that at this point. The only problem is like making sure that you have enough stuff.
The only thing I'm worried is time when you are Andre, because 30 minutes is not a lot, and I'm pretty sure you don't want to start too late and let them start. So, it's... I'm sure he has played probably more Tempai games than both of us combined, and so he knows when to pick up his cards if that's needed, but it seems like he's playing with fire. So
here we're playing with the Moon of the Closed Heaven, which, normally the next step is to send it into a Requiem, but as the Engraver in his grave, he didn't use it last turn, did he?
No.
Maybe it was literally just to clean up the... clean some monsters off the field. Oh, it gives you a link arrow, actually, which is this is definitely not allowed.
You cannot do it. Oh, wow.
You can see it from the hand. That is allowed. Okay.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I thought for a moment he was like, no, I can't do it. And then I was like, no, you actually can't. But yeah, obviously, if you do have a target in hand, you can do that. And that ended up working out. And this makes it almost impossible for Andre to stay in this. But again, he has mentioned it. We already did.
So wait, you can just do it whenever, right? If there's something, as long as you have something in your hand, you can activate it.
For it.
Yeah, so you need to have something in your hand, but then you can just...
And it's not super obvious, but yeah.
And then you can just summon something from the deck.
Yeah.
By the time you've activated it. Oh, that's good. That's how it works with like Rivalry, right? You can, as long as you have like another Pyro in your deck, then you can summon a Flamberge. So that's pretty neat. At least I think that's how it works. But maybe we should get some judges to correct all of our musings, so we don't cause arguments at locals when people taking our word for things.
That's why I remain silent. Blame Tom.
You have no culpability.
Yeah, no accountability on my side. And as we were saying though, it's really tough. but Andre is not the guy to pick up his cards. And again, we are approaching 11 minutes now.
Yeah, here comes the...
But I mean, as you can see, both of these guys have an incredible show. They are the only ones undefeated left. And they are bound to lose at some point. Or we might end up with a draw. And in that case, we have no idea who's going to be ahead and who to crown champion. Maybe they can share the trophy.
Yeah, they'll have to...
good friends.
Yeah, let the tiebreakers decide.
Yeah.
That would be quite unique. I don't think we've ever had something like that before, but
yeah, that would be wow.
But I don't think we should get too far ahead of ourselves. I think this is an abnormally long game of Tenpai gaming.
And yeah, we do get to use this Phoenix. What is the target? Is it the face down? Yeah, makes sense. So forcing out the Kaiman.
I guess Kaiman can get Genroku, which is a little bit annoying, but I don't think is the end of the world. Did he actually get the Genroku? Or did he just get... Oh, he did get it. You do have to be a little bit careful with how it all pans out with chains and the like. Because you have the Desiree and the Genroku. Obviously, you can't use the Desiree on the Genroku. It can just chain its effect. But then if you don't do that, then the Genroku will be able to... Like, if you go to the battle phase and start attacking things, then the Genroku will be able to get another Tenpai out of the deck. And then if you you can't just attack when your opponent has a Chandra in play. So you would have to like negate something, but then if you try and negate something, then your opponent can chain the Chandra. So it can all around become quite tricky to deal with. Well, having said all of that, Desiree doesn't target actually, so maybe it's actually a lot easier than I thought. You just activate the Desiree, and then no matter what your opponent does, something ends up being negated. So hopefully Ahmad figured all this out.
And wow.
And the thrust.
Thrust on top of that. A lot of interesting targets. Yeah, it's the Genroku, yeah.
Is that, what's he pointing at?
No, they were just debating what was the monster effect that was activated because they didn't
oh, I see.
think about the Genroku, but yeah, that was right there. So.
Thrust. So what has Thrust got to get at the moment?
Talent?
Is it just talent? Yeah.
Seems pretty straightforward. I guess you can add more engine if you really want to, but you can also get
dimensional barrier just in case.
Yeah, it is talent.
Here comes talent.
Surely.
Draw 2.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, he is? Is he drawing 2? Or is he just like cleaning up his deck?
He's thinking about it. I can tell you that much. Yeah. It's just gonna take no response from Andre. And yeah, with 7.5 minutes, this is getting a little bit risky. And the possibility of a draw is actually approaching us.
Yeah, it's getting closer. I mean, I feel like if you're Tenpai, you really don't want to get close to time, right?
No, you really don't want to.
Because you have to have the battle phase. And
I think, yeah, Andre has seen enough. He picks up his cards and the score is tied 1-1. We're going to game 3 to find out who will be the UK Open champion. Or are we? We could actually end up, as mentioned, since there are about 7 minutes remaining before the side deck. In case it's a draw, it's still going to be one of them, but obviously it's going to depend on tiebreakers, so we have no way of having a winner interview right away. We're going to have to keep you guys waiting a little bit and figure that out. But yeah, I mean, in terms of strategy, what's going to happen right now?
I feel like if you're playing, I think if you're Ahmad, you just kind of assume that you're going first, and it doesn't really matter. Like, what are Tenpai actually going to do going first, right? So I feel like you just have to be confident and say, you know, I'm either going to go first or they're not going to do very much, so I'm not going to side like to try and stop them from doing stuff. I feel like the games you win going first with Tenpai is when your opponent just kind of throws a couple of hand traps at you for no reason, because you weren't going to do that much anyway. So as long as you're not like keeping a bunch of strange like going second cards in your deck, and you just put in those really powerful going first cards, I think you're good to go.
Yeah. At the same time, I was trying to think what could be like a time win condition, and I guess there is nothing too specific, but the Deception has a sneaky additional effect that can come into play when you don't think about it. So we'll see whether that can be relevant, but obviously it involves more your opponent, because you need to have already an Azamina monster and they need to send you know, a monster. So it's a little bit tough, but without further ado, let's find out. One more game remains to crown the champion, and we are in for it.
Yeah, I feel like you need a way to give your opponent a monster. You know, the Geonator Transversa. It's also quite hard to get the Sinful Spoils on the field, because normally you just send it away for the Hallowed Azamina. But it would be quite funny if you managed to do that.
Way to do it. Yeah. So, who is it gonna be with 4.5 minutes remaining? It is Ahmad, and he starts things off with the bonfire. And still, possibly, normal Charmy or Shifter. Shifter, I guess, yeah.
I feel like any of them you just play in the standby phase. Like, you saw Ahmad play a talent last game, so you've got that to play around. And yeah, so there'd be no reason not to.
That's very unfortunate, I gotta say. Like,
yeah,
not even once. Yeah.
Ahmad going straight for the Poplar. So what's the normal summon then that he's got instead of an Ash?
And he gets the Temple also, which is, you know, quite telling.
Maybe it's just like more...
Is it Jolt? Or what? Shifter now.
Shifter now. Oh, you know what I think this means? I've heard people talking about this, which is if you have the Shifter, then and the Bestial, then you might as well hold the Shifter, and that way you play around Called by the Grave. I mean, to me, this feels a little bit... Would you rather play around Called by the Grave or Talents? But if you hold the Shifter until your opponent summons a monster, then it's safe from Called by the Grave. It feels like very kind of minimal compared to just playing around Talents, which is possibly a bit more likely, plus the added benefit of having the Shifter active earlier. But yeah, I don't know why you'd chain it if your opponent didn't chain Called by the Grave.
That is your answer. That's the normal
Here comes Troll. Oh, is he running Fucho? No. Okay. No Fucho. But yeah, we were thinking there was nothing coming down from Andre, but instead he's got two of the strongest cards.
Yeah.
Like, your opponent's going to start the game with a...
That were actually his pair when we featured him against Gabriel Nats. He drew twice into Shifter plus this Magna. And it's happening again, and this is definitely on the weaker end from Ahmad, but let's not count him out because he has a lot of powerful trap cards from the side deck. But 2 minutes remain, and this Genroku can put in some work.
And yeah, here goes the Genroku, but not before Oak does its thing. Really powerful, they can just summon from the banished zone as well.
But this is as good as it gets for an opener when there is time involved.
Yeah, it feels like it'll be very difficult not to take any damage, right?
Yeah, I think this is either gonna be Andre winning or it's gonna end in a draw, most likely. Like, I don't see a universe where in 1 minute Ahmad gets to deal damage. And is he just entering battle phase? Because he switched them immediately.
Yeah, just entering battle phase doesn't quite work, right? Because you can't SP. Oh, you can just SP and summon something that's not... Sorry, you can IP and summon something that's not SP. It is allowed, even though it doesn't happen all that often, but you could just summon with enough attack points.
That is the case. So Andre attempted to enter the battle phase. He's going to be down to the last seconds to find out who the winner will be. And let's find out who the target
Yeah, like if there's a dimensional barrier or something face down, I have absolutely no idea how Andre can get through it, right?
Yeah. Maybe with easy.
Oh, he's summoning the big
wow,
boy.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Those are all vanished, right? Yeah. Okay.
Here it comes.
So that's gonna negate the Hydra, and
Which-
then as the additional benefit, I guess, doesn't really matter at the moment, but can
Yeah.
negate some cards from the grave.
Yeah, like can't be targeted by things unless there was something from the grave or something like that. But I don't think many people are using it for the text box. It's just like the only effect. Oh, maybe this was still the. Yeah, it has to have been the main phase, I guess.
Yeah. Obviously, he tried to attempt entering battle phase, but now we are still in the main phase. Few seconds remain, and we have the statue. Is it? Yeah.
Can you use statue? Is it sent as a cost?
You can still use it, right?
I mean, you can still activate the card. I'm just but it's a cost to send to the graveyard, so you can't actually use the negate a summon effect. But might be enough just to scare Andre a bit. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you just can't use it. But we're still going to get the Sangan Kaiman. Are we in the battle phase now, I guess? So is there that all-important dimensional barrier or something similar? I feel like dimensional barrier would do the trick. Impulse would do the trick.
The problem is, I don't know if he had time to enter battle phase. And this might be it. Because if this was the main phase, I think that was it. I think, yeah, that was the main phase indeed. So there was not enough time. And this, I am pretty sure, just ended in a draw. So, wow. Yeah, they're just revealing their cards. That's it. What a way to end things here at the UK Open. Crazy match to end everything. And both duelists, I guess, remain undefeated. At the end, there was no clear winner. They really gave it their all. And what a match it was indeed. Yeah, absolutely standard game one. We thought that the Snake Eye deck might have the lead, because again, we didn't see any Mulcharmy or Shifter. But the decision to, you know, just end on a lot of monsters without committing to an IP or to the Rabbit ended up costing Aman game one. But in the end, game two was really long, really hard fought. And my only concern is what ended up happening, whether Andre was a little bit too stubborn on having a chance, because it seemed as clear as day that that game was lost.
Yeah, I mean, it's also worth keeping in mind, like, players, we have the timer right in front of us, but maybe for the players, they're hyper-focused on the game. There might not be a clock, like, right in front of them like it is for us, so it might be the case that he just wasn't quite, like, cognizant of it. And a lot of players playing Tempai, you don't have to be super cognizant of the time, because the games are normally quite quick as opposed to other decks, so maybe it just really wasn't on the mind.
Yeah, and regardless, though, it's a beautiful way to end things off. Two friends who are used to losing in the finals and getting like close to the trophy, giving it their all, and being undefeated and ending up the event undefeated with a record of 8 wins and 1 draw. But this just means that we have no idea who won. So we are going to have to wait and see. Depending on the tiebreakers, just place your bets on who you think is going to be the actual winner of the UK Open. I am pretty sure that they can, at least in their hearts as friends, share this trophy, because they both technically are deserving of it. But there must be only one winner at the end. And so we want to thank you guys, obviously, for being with us. It was an incredible day. If you have missed any of the action, just feel free to go back and watch. We've had an amazing day with the likes of decks such as Exodia, Six Samurai, Pendulum, all, winning actually in the future matches, which is incredible. And yeah, it was a lot of fun, but still, just like you guys, we're gonna have to go on a short break to find out, based on tiebreakers, who is the UK Open 2024 champion from here in London. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be on a short break and then we'll be back to hand this trophy to the winner. And we are back one last time for the UK Open 2024 here live in London. And we do have the winner, Andre. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great accomplishment. And what a finals it was. It goes full circle. We were here together for round 3. And we did wish you best of luck. And maybe it worked. And yeah, it was a great tournament. Fantastic, going undefeated all the way. And then, yeah. You get to have your own trophy. This is yours, and yeah, the serve that you've mentioned, great accomplishments in the past, but you have fell short, so it's definitely deserving that you finally get your spotlight.
Definitely, I've come second place in various tournaments. I've just needed that win.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, you proved that you really knew what you were doing with your Tempai deck. So we have talked obviously already a bit about how your choice was. Why did you play certain cards? But how was the entire event after we've seen you in round 3? Yeah.
It went as expected. I played some mirror matches and some Snake Eye, and that's exactly what I prepared for. So I felt I played really well in those games. So
yeah,
that led me to my
totally.
victory.
And obviously now we have witnessed this final. Must have been, bittersweet playing against a teammate of yours. But in the end, obviously getting that draw and having to wait was, a movie finish. But let's talk a little bit about that match, because obviously game 1, I think, was definitely interesting. It seems like he had the edge, but then he decided to end on a very interesting field.
Yeah. I think he was trying to play around some hand traps because I only had Veiler, so I think he was expecting maybe an impulse as well on his Flamberge, so on the Promethean Princess. So I think he was playing a bit strange considering that he was expecting some hand traps, maybe Nibiru, but I didn't have anything. I actually just had all engine and a Lightning Storm, which when I was looking at my hand, I was thinking, okay, there's curtains, there's no chance I'm winning this game. It's going to full combo. Lightning Storm's never going to be enough, but him playing around the hand traps, ultimately, he fell short doing it that way.
Yeah, and I do remember I mentioned it for our viewers that right before the finals, you did say something along the lines of, no matter what end field I'm going to be facing off, even though I'm thinking that I lose, I'll still play it out.
Yeah, definitely.
That happened, so you never know.
Especially with the Snake Eye deck, it's a very complicated deck, and obviously my teammate Ahmed is a really good player and has played Snake Eye for a while. Mistakes can still happen. The deck you're making 30 plus moves in a turn, you can just slight misstep and you could cost you the game. And with Tempai, it's quite simple in a way. You can just find those victories out of nowhere.
Yeah, and absolutely, you proved yourself. I also really liked Tom didn't believe me when I told him that you had the Lightning Storm when you activated the summoning first, but I actually really liked the sequence. Obviously, trying to get in the end, it didn't matter that much, but I think it was also a nice find.
Yeah. It was unfortunate that I drew Terraforming and summoning
twice
in that game
also,
and in the second game. Yeah. But apparently enough engine, as long as I get to play, that's all that matters with the Tempo
absolutely.
deck.
But then the situation obviously is quite the opposite, because in game 2, at the beginning we weren't sure whether you again didn't open some of your interruptions. But my big question to you was, because in game 1 the decision not to pick up your cards obviously paid off. In game 2, when it was around the 13-14 minutes left, I was already thinking. It could be risky not to pick up your cards, because then in game 3 a draw is most likely to happen, and then you still risk, obviously, you're still going to come first and second.
So the reason that I held on for so long was because obviously I had Pydra on the field and San Kaiman set. If he tried to go for the kill possibly, I still had a line of making Transcendent Dragon and him having to crash everything in. So I didn't lose that win condition until very late in his turn, where then he popped it with Phoenix, and then at that point, then it was over.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's a gamble that in the end luckily paid off, but obviously we could have had a completely different ending. I guess your deck, and we are gonna mention it because when you revealed that line with Shifter and Magnamut, it was also something that we've discussed a bit with Tom, was not obvious for maybe our viewers. Usually, maybe you can get us into it. The way we were seeing it was you have a decision between like talent and Called by the Grave and what you want to play.
So there was 2 main reasons why I played that turn out, and it was quite intricate to someone who may was watching. So the main one is that the Magnamut had to have been summoned that turn for me to win the game. So my opponent would have had to have summoned a monster. So there was a possibility if I shotgun the Shifter, he would have just passed, and then I'd actually have lost that game because I'd just summoned Magnamut and nothing would have happened. So that was the first decision. And then the second decision is actually playing it that way allows me to play around call by as well. So you cannot call by the shifter either if I have the Magnum in hand.
Exactly.
If I wait for him to summon a monster, so.
And it does make a lot of sense, but it's, again, I think a great showcase for anyone watching or like thinking that just because Tempai usually has these very short games, it's very easy to be played, and that's probably not the case. Usually it means that when you have maybe less decisions, they can be a lot more impactful and you gotta know extremely well what to do. But we gotta give it to Shifter being the MVP.
Definitely, and there is obviously Retaliating Sea was in my side deck, so there was essentially 6 copies of Dimensional Shifter.
Absolutely.
And I've said it in many of my interviews over the years, I just love Dimension Shifter.
And those put in some work,
It
finally.
did, finally, yeah. It usually gets called by Graves, so it didn't this time.
No, it did not, and you are deservingly and proudly, you can call yourself now a champion. And I think before we do and we move on to some final announcements, I want to give you a chance to also give some shout-outs to your friends that have supported you, I'm imagining.
Definitely. So I live quite local to London, so there was loads of my friends, loads of people I played for many years, so there was loads of people cheering me on, and that's the spirit of the game. Like, I've played for a long time, but that's really what it means to me, is winning with everyone around you and everything, and especially my friend as well coming second place, so it's definitely just a win-win situation. And particular shout-outs just to Tier Zero Games, which is the store and the team that I play for, and they helped me with the Mole Chummies. It wasn't the easiest card to get short notice from the newest set, so helped me with the cards, and my wife-to-be Naomi at home cheering me on.
Nice. Okay, I'm sure she'll be proud once you bring this home and you get to keep it. But obviously, there is always more Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played. And again, as a reminder for anyone who might have missed it, there was a huge announcement yesterday, because this was the UK Open, but it's definitely not the last tournament we're going to have in the UK, because a big YCS was announced for 2025, because we are coming to Birmingham. Obviously, that's going to be on February 7 to 9, but this Monday's registration do open up, so check on that and make sure to get your tickets. But also, hopefully, we're going to see you and a lot more duelists competing at our next event coming up. And I'm proud to say we are going to Italy, because we are going to go back to YCS Bologna on November 22, and can't wait to see action and all of our duelists who will become the second European YCS champion of the season. So thank you again, guys, and congrats one last time to Andre from taking it all home. It has been a pleasure to do commentary for the UK Open. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more content.